Hello everyone, this is Michael from Pixelogic's social media and marketing team. I want to introduce to you a small fun segment we'll be showing you throughout the ZBrush Summit this year called 2020 ZBrush Highlights. Throughout the day, we'll be showing you some of the most popular ZBrush creations from throughout the year from ZBrush Central, our Instagram, Facebook, and more, while telling you a little bit about the piece, the artist behind it, and where you can see more of that artist's work. Be sure to check out the link in each 2020 ZBrush highlight video to visit our exclusive ZBrush Central thread cataloging all of this year's highlights. Enjoy the summit!
The Form 3 has helped bring people's wildest dreams to reality. But sometimes you need to dream bigger. We designed the Form 3L to bring the biggest dreams to life, so we wanted to put it to the ultimate test. Could we use the 3L to print our flagship 3D printer? Introducing Form 3L, so you can print a dream within a dream maker.
Introducing ZBrush Core Mini. ZBrush Core Mini is a free mini version of ZBrush Core designed to give artists young and old the ability to experience ZBrush's powerful digital sculpting. ZBrush Core Mini contains a mini set of tools, allowing for the focus to be on artistic creation rather than complex toolsets. Starting from either a sphere or a stone block, you can sculpt from your imagination using 8 of the most popular ZBrush sculpting brushes. Experimentation is the key when using ZBrush Core Mini. Add to the surface of the model, or cut into it using brushes such as clay buildup. Smooth out areas that are rough by simply holding Shift, or even use the snake hook brush to quickly pull out arms, legs, or even hair. After sculpting, you may want to share your design to the world, or even export it for 3D printing. Choose a different material and color to give your model a different look, then click the Export Image button to export out a 2D image in various formats. For 3D printing, simply click the Export for 3D Printing button to export out a OBJ version of the mesh. After this is exported, you can open the file in your favorite slicer and print away. Now, in addition to the items already mentioned, ZBrush Core Mini adds a new way to share your creations with others around the world. When clicking the Save As button, you'll be able to save your model as an Image 3D. The Image 3D GIF and Image 3D PNG formats allow you to save your files as standard GIF and PNG images. When these images are viewed in other applications, they will just be displayed as a 2D image. However, if you open these images inside of ZBrush Core Mini, model data will be extracted and the mesh will be loaded into the software. With this technology, you can now simply save out an Image 3D file and post it on your favorite website or social media account. Other users of ZBrush Core Mini can now simply download the image and have access to the model. ZBrush Core Mini is not graphic card dependent. It's free to download, and it's available for Windows and Mac OS. Download ZBrush Core Mini today and join the digital sculpting creation experience that is ZBrush.
Hey guys!
Welcome.
Welcome to the stream.
Hello and welcome.
Welcome to the stream. Good evening.
Hello, everyone.
What is up, man? How you doing, brother?
How's everybody doing?
Hello, everybody.
What's up, ZBrush friends?
こんばんは、どうも、ストロジ君のるかです。
皆さんおはようございます。
Привет всем. Hola.
Hello from China. What's up?
Saudi Arabia. All right. Awesome.
I see we have new people.
Good to have you guys in here.
Today we're going to be doing...
Without much ado, let's begin.
Yes!
Hello everyone, this is Michael from Pixelogic's social media and marketing team. I want to introduce to you a small fun segment we'll be showing you throughout the ZBrush Summit this year called 2020 ZBrush Highlights. Throughout the day, we'll be showing you some of the most popular ZBrush creations from throughout the year from ZBrush Central, our Instagram, Facebook, and more, while telling you a little bit about the piece, the artist behind it, and where you can see more of that artist's work. Be sure to check out the link in each 2020 ZBrush highlight video to visit our exclusive ZBrush Central thread cataloging all of this year's highlights. Enjoy the summit!
The Form 3 has helped bring people's wildest dreams to reality. But sometimes you need to dream bigger. We designed the Form 3L to bring the biggest dreams to life, so we wanted to put it to the ultimate test. Could we use the 3L to print our flagship 3D printer? Introducing Form 3L, so you can print a dream within a dream maker.
Introducing ZBrush Core Mini. ZBrush Core Mini is a free mini version of ZBrush Core designed to give artists young and old the ability to experience ZBrush's powerful digital sculpting. ZBrush Core Mini contains a mini set of tools, allowing for the focus to be on artistic creation rather than complex toolsets. Starting from either a sphere or a stone block, you can sculpt from your imagination using 8 of the most popular ZBrush sculpting brushes. Experimentation is the key when using ZBrush Core Mini. Add to the surface of the model, or cut into it using brushes such as clay buildup. Smooth out areas that are rough by simply holding Shift, or even use the snake hook brush to quickly pull out arms, legs, or even hair. After sculpting, you may want to share your design to the world, or even export it for 3D printing. Choose a different material and color to give your model a different look, then click the Export Image button to export out a 2D image in various formats. For 3D printing, simply click the Export for 3D Printing button to export out a OBJ version of the mesh. After this is exported, you can open the file in your favorite slicer and print away. Now, in addition to the items already mentioned, ZBrush Core Mini adds a new way to share your creations with others around the world. When clicking the Save As button, you'll be able to save your model as an Image 3D. The Image 3D GIF and Image 3D PNG formats allow you to save your files as standard GIF and PNG images. When these images are viewed in other applications, they will just be displayed as a 2D image. However, if you open these images inside of ZBrush Core Mini, model data will be extracted and the mesh will be loaded into the software. With this technology, you can now simply save out an Image 3D file and post it on your favorite website or social media account. Other users of ZBrush Core Mini can now simply download the image and have access to the model. ZBrush Core Mini is not graphic card dependent. It's free to download, and it's available for Windows and Mac OS. Download ZBrush Core Mini today and join the digital sculpting creation experience that is ZBrush.
Hey guys!
Welcome to the stream.
Hello and welcome.
Welcome to the stream.
Good evening.
Hello everyone.
What is up, man? How you doing, brother?
How's everybody doing?
Hello, everybody.
What's up, ZBrush friends?
こんばんは、どうも、ピクセロジックの成川です。
皆さんおはようございます。
Привет, привет всем. Hola.
Hello from China. What's up?
Saudi Arabia. All right. Awesome.
I see we have new people.
Good to have you guys in here.
Today we're going to be doing...
Without much ado, let's begin.
Yes!
Hold on. Let me start it too. Let me start this. Yeah.
There you go.
There you go. I got a new
countdown for the day.
Welcome everybody. This is I'm going to call this day 2.
It is day 2.
It is because we had the sculpt off yesterday, which was awesome. That was a lot of fun. I got to do that for the first time ever with Joseph and Jessica. So that was a really good time for me to be a part of that. So welcome everybody. I see everyone's in because the chat's been going a little crazy here. So that's good. Okay. So,
so as you notice the clock behind Paul's head, we do have 6 hours of stream for you today.
Yeah. Yeah. We got a lot.
Buckle up.
Who knows? Buckle up because Joseph likes to talk a lot. So it could go longer. You never know. So, and when I mean Joseph, I really mean myself.
That's true.
So
it is
for those,
definitely true.
For those that don't know, my name is Paul Gabriel, this side over here. And we've got the man, the myth, the legend, Ask ZBrush, Joseph Drust with us as well. So we were going to be your hosts for this next 3 days. Myself and Joseph are going to be here along the ride with you for these 6 hours every day. I just got to get used to doing this.
Yeah, you got the wrong hand. You're pointing in
Yeah.
the wrong directions.
Yeah,
It's not
I just
working.
gotta get used to doing that.
Just do both. Just both hands. Then it's
Field
going to
goal.
work one way. Paul's right over there.
Touchdown. Okay, so myself and Joseph will be monitoring the chat. We're going to be communicating with you guys as much as we can as well during the chat. So obviously today's going to be very different from yesterday, and the fact that we have some special guests for you all that are going to be joining us for the stream. So we've got some really great segments coming up. We're going to be starting today's segment later on here in a little bit with James Kane and also the crew from Monster City. We're going to be looking at how monuments get made inside of ZBrush. So you can see today's schedule right now on your page. And then the second segment is the ZBrush Top Tips. So this is the one where we've had artists pre-make some videos for you guys to share some of their top tips that they like to use in their workflows. And these can't be more than 15 minutes long, mind you. So that segment is every single day at different times. And we're going to be throwing just tips and tricks and things at you during that segment. And myself and Joseph are going to add where we can things to add on top of even some of the tips maybe they're doing, maybe even show other ways of doing something they're doing a tip. It's all about just throwing things at you guys and giving you as much information we can during that segment about just quick ways to get something done in 15 minutes or less, right? So that should be fun, right, Dressed?
It should be. Yeah. Lots of exciting stuff.
It's pretty much going to be like yours and mine stream when we stream for the most part. Just throw anything at us and we'll try to answer everything we can. So obviously we're not going to be able to answer every single question you guys are throwing at us, but we'll do our best in text form through the chat or on camera inside of ZBrush to answer what we can and when we can it. When we have our special guests coming on board with us, you guys, by all means, feel free to ask any questions you have in the chat.
Yep.
We will do our best to throw questions at them. Keep in mind, though, there's segments of stuff they really want to make sure they show during their time. They all only have about an hour to share what they're trying to share. So we're not going to be able to just go Q&A the whole time, right? There's going to only be able to answer a couple questions here and there, okay? So just to be aware of all that for you guys, right? So that's going to be fun, right, Trust? You're excited? You buckled up. You buckled up.
I am buckled up, harnessed up.
Yeah,
in the car seat for 6 hours today.
Wait, are you really in a car seat right now? Is that what you're saying? Okay.
That'd be pretty interesting, though.
That could be a good challenge. Can you sit in the car seat for 6 hours tomorrow? There's no way I could. Not happening. Okay. But you're going to have to, I think what you're going to have to do, because it keeps coming up, you're going to have to bring something from your backyard tomorrow.
I may bring a part of we've had people referencing the random fungus that was growing on the one tree, the bear's tooth. I may bring some of that in tomorrow. We'll bring that in.
Yeah, you should bring
bear's head tooth.
Just bring something.
That was the random fungus.
I love it. All right, so I want to cover a couple things before we bring in our guest speakers. Our guest speakers is going to be coming in here at 12:30, so in about 25 minutes. But before I do, because there could be people watching today that weren't watching yesterday, right? So I want to make sure we cover some things for all of you. I'm going to share some links for you all. We already have a couple announcements for you guys coming up, all right, here in a second. So we're going to share my screen, and we'll keep me and Joseph in a little pip and pip ability here, right? So you guys can see what's going on. So for those that aren't yet aware, okay, and things I'm sure most of you are, but I got to do this. I got to share the link, right, to the summit page. So anything going on in the summit, you guys are going to want to go to that page, all right? So I'll put the link in there for you so you can click. All right, and then along the top, you'll have a whole bunch of stuff that you'll be able to look at. Now, something before we start quickly, just going through a couple major things. Everyone's in different time zones that's watching us right now, right? You're all not in my time zone, which is Los Angeles. So anytime I say times for me, it's going to be Los Angeles times, okay? Because that's what our schedule is based on, Pacific Los Angeles time, all right? So when I say 12:30, I mean 12:30 Los Angeles, California time, all right? And that's how our schedule is also set up. But what you're going to be able to do is be able to go to our YouTube channel. And for some of you, obviously you're watching on YouTube right now. And when you're looking at the home page of the YouTube channel, you just need to scroll down and you'll see a playlist of upcoming events. So you can see this one's already live, for me because I'm on the channel. And any one of the other days, right, you can actually click on. So if I want tomorrow, you can set a reminder for yourself here. Okay. So this is important for you all because of the different time zones. This will help you guys to make sure you don't miss anything. Okay. Now, the second way to do this, which I think is really important for you guys, is to go to our calendar on ZBrush Live. I think this one's probably going to be the best for all of you because this calendar will show your current time. Okay. So that'll make more sense. You won't have to sit there and try to do the math to figure out Los Angeles time versus your time. Okay. So again, I'm just in ZBrushLive.com. Okay. So this is what it'll look like on the home page, but obviously because we're streaming, it's going to show the stream right now. Right. So you just right here on the top, click calendar. I'm going to cut off because we're going to have it.
I put the link in too. The link's in chat.
Dress is being my assistant right now. I like it. I like it. Right. So when you guys pull it up, you're going to have this agenda view. When you go, you can also switch to calendar view if you want, and you can see today's. All right. So as an example for today, if you want to see what Steve Saunders is going to do with Wayne Barlow's, which he's going to walk us through making a collectible, people. Like we're going to take advantage of having these webcams. He's going to be walking around his studio and going to the rooms and showing the rooms where they do molding and all. It's going to be really cool. Like you guys, a lot of you have questions. Well, how do you mold it? This is going to be what this summit's going to give us this year, because obviously everyone can't be here physically here at our offices this year. We are taking advantage of webcams. Okay, so there's a big reminder button right here in red. You guys can be reminded this way. The benefit to this is your guys' times will be based upon your time zone, and we will send an email out to you to remind you. Okay, so that's going to be another benefit for you. They'll get an email 24 hours before. So obviously today's, you're not going to get a 24-hour email, but you'll get an hour email before as well. Okay, so this is a great way for all of you. If you're looking at our schedule and there's something that's really sticking out to you, okay, so just really quick, I want to just highlight some things that's happening. So we're going to be starting off with James Kane, and he's going to be showing us how he made this amazing monument, because today is actually Remembrance Day in the UK, and it's going to be Veterans Day here in North America on Wednesday. So we wanted to do a special segment that just tips to all soldiers that, you know, fight for us in all of our countries. So he's showing how people would make a monument. And then Monster City is going to come in with us as well. And they're going to show you guys the CNC machine actually making like the pieces of the monument. So you guys will literally be able to see the whole process right here today. Like this is going to be a great thing with having the webcams ability. And then again, the ZBrush Top Tips is amazing tips from all of our ZBrush Masters and our regular streamers that we have on this channel on a daily basis. And then we're going to be sprinkling in myself and Joseph Druss throughout all these. Okay. And again, during those, you guys just fire away questions and Joseph will try and give as much answers as we can. Okay?
Yeah, we're definitely going to do tangents for those too at some point.
So many 100% we're doing. You know how I love me some tangents. Love me. We get in Inception tangents. We get in just regular tangents. It's always a lot of fun. Okay. And then ZBrush in Education today. So you guys, I'm sure you're missing little Louis Tucci. Don't worry. We're bringing him back for this segment. So this segment's really going to be talking about how to get ZBrush in education. We've got people of all ages watching right now. So I know we had people yesterday that were like high school students or just students or people just buying ZBrush. This is going to be a good conversation about talking to instructors. How do they get people into ZBrush? What are some good tips to get going in ZBrush? And we've got 2 students that discovered ZBrush in high school. And they're going to talk about their path and how ZBrush has gotten them on their path to the industry they want to be in. One of them's already got a job in the industry. The other one's still studying. So this segment's really going to be, we always get questions about instructors and teaching. What's the best way to learn ZBrush? That's what this segment's going to be about, right? Really hammering those ideas home. And then I already said the Steve Saunders one. It's going to be about about collectibles. I'm so used to saying that. Sorry, Wayne. About collectibles, right? So Steve Saunders is an amazing sculptor that does these incredible collectible pieces. He's worked on films. He's going to walk us through how he does a collectible, and specifically Wayne Barlow's pieces, right? So if you guys don't know who Wayne Barlow is, I would go ahead and Google search that right now. He's an amazing writer. A lot of artists read his stuff and make characters from his writing. So That's in essence what Steve's doing with Wayne. They're bringing some of his creations to life, right? So we'll be walking through that today. And then tomorrow, we're going to be kicking off the show tomorrow morning. And if you guys notice, this is the key thing. Look at me, look at me, look at me, look at me. Okay? Every day, the times are going to be different. Okay? It's not the same time every day. So tomorrow, we start earlier. Okay? So we're going to be starting at like 8 in the morning Los Angeles time. Okay? So again, pay attention to the times because every day is different times. But we're going to be starting off tomorrow with the team at Hasbro, and they're going to be showing you guys the Mandalorian Razor Crest that was made with all the weapons, all the backpacks, everything that was made in that, along with showing some of their Star Wars Black Series stuff. If you guys love Star Wars and then you guys love the Mandalorian, you don't want to miss this presentation. Okay, if you guys have not seen the thing that they made for the Mandalorian, you need to check it out. I'll find the link. Dress, if you want to find the link and put it in the chat while I'm going through this for them. See it. So again, different time tomorrow. We're starting way earlier, okay? And then after that, we're going to go and visit the Creative Characters Engineering Studio, right? They are a studio that does stuff in films. They're doing, like, they've done stuff on The Boys, and they really use ZBrush to create prosthetics. They create suits. They're creating so many different things. And again, because we've got our webcams, they're going to be showing parts of their studio off where they even do the work, right? Because in their process, they got to eventually make something physical that fits on an actor and actress. So it's really going to be honing about that kind of stuff as well. And then we're going to end the day with a dose of me and Joseph and the ZBrush Tops tips again. So I just want to highlight again, every day is going to be different, okay? And then our last day, Tuesday, okay, for those that were watching the Sculpt Off yesterday, and for those that were in the Sculpt Off and now you're watching today, on Tuesday at 4 p.m. LA time is when we're going to start announcing the winners, all right? So if you were in the Sculpt Off, this is where you're going to want to be. Make sure you mark this one, Tuesday, November 10th, 4 p.m. Los Angeles time. We will be announcing who won this year's live Sculpt Off. Okay, and reminder, everybody, there's also a get reminders here. This will actually link you to that page I was talking about. After that, we're going to have a little dose of even more me and Joseph Drust. We are going to do a special presentation for you. We have already announced that the upcoming version of ZBrush will now support the 3D Connect 3D mouse. The 3D Connection 3D mouse will be now supported in the upcoming version of ZBrush. That's already, boom, there's already one announcement for you. So Joseph and I are actually going to show in that presentation how the mouse is working right now inside of ZBrush. Okay? So, and by the way, we are giving these away today, tomorrow, and Tuesday. So this is one of the things we'll be giving away today. Oh, look at that. You're like a
there you go.
3D mouse man. Actually, that would be you look at it, that would be a pretty good design for a mask, honestly.
It is.
That would actually be
very
pretty
close.
cool. All the buttons and like that.
It's got a little Star Wars vibe to it.
Yeah, you got a little screen. You can make that digital LEDs going across there.
I bet someone's made this play Doom already. Someone's already playing Doom on it.
I like it. Okay, so you guys are lucking out. For the first half of the day, you get a lot of me and Joseph, right? You're gonna have me and Joseph for 3.5 hours in the beginning of the well, actually more than that, actually. More because another hour is like 4 hours of Dress and I on Tuesday. Because then we're gonna also, after our presentation, we're gonna go right into those top tips again. We're gonna be again showing those videos, and Joseph and I are gonna be taking your questions, answering everything we can. Guys, we want to take advantage of the fact that you're all here with us. We're all live. We're gonna try as best as we can answer your questions that are coming through the chat. Myself and Joseph have our chat open on another monitor. We're never not watching it. Okay, so we're doing that. After that, I know, Joseph, you're excited. Joseph, do you want to talk about this? I know, because this one you're excited about.
No, you already got it. Just keep going. Just keep going.
All right, fine.
You got this.
So Will Huff is another gentleman that is in the film industry, and he's worked on all the big Marvel movies, everything. So obviously right now he started his own YouTube channel. And what he's been doing is he's been designing robots inside of ZBrush. And I mean, everything you see here was done in ZBrush. And this robot is life size. It's like this big. So this is his bartender, and it serves like blue milk. and it moves and talks and everything. So this is what he's been doing. So this, I think, is a really awesome segment of seeing how you all can use something like ZBrush and print something out and bring it to life, literally. Okay. And he does everything. And he's even making the housing for all of his electrical components. He's doing it in ZBrush, right? So he's doing engineering, in essence, type of things inside of ZBrush to make some of these things come to life. And he's going to put, beauty of the webcam, he's going to bring some of these on the cam, and you guys are going to literally see them moving and working in this stream with us. So I'm excited for this one as well. I think this is going to be cool as a dork of robots and hard surface. This should be a lot of fun. We're going to end the summit with another toy company, Jax Ellie. He's going to be talking about some main toy lines that he's working at in Jax there. And again, diving into that discussion of something now, you know, today we're going to be starting with huge, how do you make stuff that's 15 feet tall, 20 feet tall? And then we're bringing in stuff, well, if you're making something that's only 3 3/4 tall or 2 inches tall, right? So we got a whole range of things going on here. This is going to be a lot of fun. Again, this day is different, right? This day, Tuesday, is going to start way later in the evening, okay? So this is going to start 4 p.m. LA time, okay? So for those in Europe, that's like midnight your time, right? So, but for people in Russia and Asia and New Zealand and Australia, this is more in their middle afternoon times as well. And obviously in North America, Central America, you know, we got everyone's in different time zones. So what we're trying to do for this streams this year is try to have different time zones and see what happens and see you guys just come along for the ride, right? So again, anything you want to be reminded about, you can just click on any one of those schedules. So I wanted to take the time to do that for you all. All right. For those that didn't get a chance to see what the artist did yesterday, I'm going to put this in here right now. These are all the submissions that we've had for the yesterday's ZBrush Sculpt Off, which we've never done this before. We did it live. Everybody else that you see here, every image you see here, they were streaming their monitors at the same time. Myself and Joseph Druss and Jessica Drew were bouncing around as best as we can to go to each one of these streams. So there's the link. You guys can all see what people did. I'm not going to go through all because there's 126 entries.
Yeah, lots of entries. That's crazy.
This was awesome. I thought this was great. And for those that participated, you know, are any of you here right now? We'd love to hear how you guys felt. I know some of you were nervous. Okay. There's no user voting this year. It's all done by a panel of 3 judges who are past winners, which is Furiel Terishi, Martin Verhoeven, and Marlon Nunez. So they've all won. And in fact, Furiel's in the Hall of Fame because he's won 3 years in a row. And once you win 3 years in a row, you're in the Sculpt Off Hall of Fame. So there are judges for this. There's no voting by the community, okay? Because we want to keep this as anonymous as possible. And you guys are going to be able to see who was sculpting, okay? So again, just want to run through that. The other announcement I have for today is, again, for these few days, we are putting ZBrush on sale for you, okay? So that's only today now, tomorrow, and Tuesday. You have today, tomorrow, and Tuesday. If you do not currently own ZBrush, you better do it now. We do not put ZBrush on sale because it's free upgrades. We're going on 21 years, people, where we have not charged it. I bought ZBrush in 2005. And I was in version 2.0. I would have been getting upgraded for free. Obviously, I work for the company, so I get the copies now. Druss, when did you buy yours? Do you know when you bought yours?
I did. It was in 2000 and I want to say 7. It was ZBrush 3.
Oh, all right. And then went right from 3.1 and then
3.12, and then it went from there. Yeah, exactly.
Awesome. Well, so there's 20% off for you all, okay? So right now, for a perpetual license of the full version of ZBrush, that's the price you're going to pay right now, right? So take advantage of these discounts that take advantage of these specials that we're doing right now, the Summit special that we're doing. If you guys want to get in subscription, we're also going to have a special on that for your first payment. For a 6-month subscription, we're going to give the first payment 20% off, and a month, your first payment is going to have 20% off as well. After that, it'll go back to the normal pricing for subscriptions. Okay, so this is your way to get into ZBrush. If you want to get into ZBrush Core, you guys can either get into ZBrush Core with $9.95 per month, or we're giving you also 20% off the perpetual license of ZBrush Core right now So it's $143.96 that you're going to get it for. Okay. So you want to take advantage of that. This again has also been given free upgrades since we've launched ZBrush Core. Now, for those that are already in ZBrush Core and you've really been enjoying yourself, and then you've seen what maybe are doing in ZBrush, we are giving you guys an additional discount on additional savings here for upgrading to ZBrush. Okay. So you're going to get $200 off if you want to upgrade from ZBrush Core to full ZBrush professional version that all the people are using. Okay. So take advantage of this while you can, for those of you who have been enjoying ZBrush Core, right? And then obviously the subscription options could be a way for you, for ZBrush Core users, to start using ZBrush as well. Now, the one thing I want to point out about those that are using ZBrush Core and you want to upgrade to full ZBrush, you don't lose your serial numbers on ZBrush Core. So technically you could have ZBrush Core and full ZBrush running on your system if you want to. Okay. So it's not like you upgrade and now you've lost Core. It's still there. You can still use it, right? If you're like Joseph, he's got a Surface Pro, he's got a desktop, he's got a MacBook Pro, and then he's on Mac side and the Windows side. So you think about all those computers, he can put ZBrush Core on his Surface Pro if he wants to.
I got ZBrush Mini on it right now.
Do you?
Yeah.
Well, that's this good segue, because for those that, you know, ZBrush Core Mini is free to all of you. So if you just want to get into ZBrush and get going, here's a great way to get going into that. Okay. So throughout the day here and the rest of the days, we are going to be giving you guys this information constantly. So you guys are aware. For the subscriptions, you will need a coupon code. So I'm going to put that coupon code in the chat. However, we will constantly be giving you that coupon code to you. So if you want to take advantage of the subscriptions, now's the time as well. All right. And one of the other announcements we have for those that have KeyShot Bridge. Okay. So this is the code that we have done where you click one button in ZBrush and it automatically sends everything over into KeyShot. We now have made your bridges cross-platform. Okay. So for those that don't understand what that is, that means you have a serial number, one number, but that number can be installed on a Windows machine and a Mac machine. And we allow you 2 activations as well. So someone like Joseph, he's got his MacBook Pro and he works on the Windows side of his MacBook Pro and the Mac side. So he can use the one serial number to activate KeyShot Bridge on either one now. You were not able to do that until now. So that's new. And for all of you, those that already have the bridge, you've already got it. We've already updated the system. For all of you that are going to be buying the bridge from here on out, that's what you're going to get, right? Okay. And then the last thing is our giveaways. So we will be doing giveaways. We've got like a lot of stuff to give away these next 3 days. So you guys can go register here, right? So how this is going to work for everybody, so you have an understanding, okay, is you register. You are now in our system. I'm going to be randomly picking somebody in our system. It's going to do it for me. I'm not even having any control of this. You must be present and you must be here and you must use your name that you're using in the chat, because you're now using your name that's in the chat. I don't know if you're here and who you are. Okay. When I draw the one and I say your name, and I'm going to butcher these probably. Business. I might do like a copy and paste because some of the names are going to be very difficult for me. Okay. You got to be here. And when I say you're here, I'm going to need you to say, I'm here. And that way I can line up your chat with that. And then we'll move on. We've got a lot of stuff to give away, people. We're giving away over $40,000 worth of product, which include things like the 3D mouse, which include things like KeyShot Pro, the full $2,000 version with the bridge. We got classes to give away from so many different places. Gnomon Workshop, Gnomon Online also. There's also 3D Characters Workshop. There's so much stuff, okay? I love it. He's already saying I'm here. I haven't drawn anything yet. So Joseph and I will be doing our drawings, but like not right now. We won't be doing any drawings until after the first presentation. Once the first presentation opens, we'll start doing our drawings. So again, you got to be here because I got to see your name popping in saying you're here, and I got to match up when I announce the winner with the person, okay? And so when I say nickname, it's your chat name right now. Whatever you're using on Twitter, Facebook, or YouTube, that's the name you need to put in this. That's what I'm going to be matching up, okay? Right? And obviously, we're going to need phone numbers and stuff and addresses because we might have to physically send something to you, i.e., We got to physically send this to you. So we're going to need your addresses.
Yeah, you probably just don't want a picture of it in your email. You probably want the actual device.
I can do that. If you want. I can send you. All right. So we're going to be bringing in soon here in the next 3 minutes before we bring in, or 3 minutes and 30 seconds.
3 minutes.
Before we bring in when I start calling James squared. So we're going to be starting with James Kane, right? So, and then we're going to be bringing in after that, James Powell and the team there at Monster City is also going to be joining us. So they're going to be showing you guys the whole process here. If you're making a monument, and this will also go in place for anything you do when you're trying to do something in ZBrush and you just want to physically make something. This is going to be great for you guys to really wrap your heads around this. I'm excited to have actually the webcam ability to show all behind scene things that are going on here. It's going to be a lot of fun, I think. So just, I'm going to let you have a minute here now to take a talk here before.
To take a talk. Paul's checking his messages from up above.
Checking. Joseph and I. Okay. So
Jessica's for the sculpt off. We let her get back to her normal daily routines. We bring her in as a guest for the sculpt off.
Yes.
We offered her to come back if she ever wanted to pop in during the stream. She's definitely
she might pop in. So again, guys, we're going to be starting with now guests. We're going to be bringing them in. We're going to have a conversation. It's just going to be a little bit like our ZBrush Masters, but we've made these be a lot more. We stepped it up a little bit more and using our webcams to show off studios, right? So this is the difference it's going to be. It's not just going to be sitting there watching ZBrush and then being engaging with the presenters. It's going to be doing a lot of different stuff and taking these webcams to our benefit right now. So it's going to be really a lot of fun for us, right? So again, if you will be continuing chatting with you guys in our chat, Joseph and I will always be here for you, right? So we're not going anywhere. Joseph's stuck in his seat for 6 hours. I'm here for 6 hours. Right.
For the giveaways, you enter once per day, and you can win. If you win once that day, you're not going to win another prize that day, but you can win a prize the day after. So it's limited to 1 win per day, and you need to register to win every day.
Yes. So we're going to wipe the system every day. So after today, we'll wipe the system. So if you guys come back tomorrow, you got to register again tomorrow, and we'll wipe it again tomorrow, and then you got to register the last day. Okay. You got to register every single day if you want to be a part of the giveaways. And we will take newbie questions. Absolutely. 100%. We will take new questions for you. Okay. So that is going to happen throughout these 3 days. We're going to be doing that as we go along here. Okay. So I'm getting excited here. What do we got here now? Yeah, we're down to like 30 seconds and we're going to go right into our first segment again, which we're going to be introducing you guys to James Kane, who's going to be a part of here. He's going to show you how he's using ZBrush to create a monument piece in honor of the Remembrance Day, because right now it's Remembrance Day at the UK in the UK. Get your poppies on for those that are in the UK right now. Okay, and we're going to be bringing also in James Powell and his team at Monster City, which I believe he's got Eric with him. And we're going to be talking about the process now going from a digital ZBrush artist into the physical world and how that works, right? So let's do this. Let's bring Mr. James Kane into this and let's get this summit going for you all. I'm sure you've done listening. There he is.
Hi, how you doing?
James Kane in the flesh.
I love the haircut, Paul.
Hey, thank you. You're noticing, huh? You're noticing? Yeah.
Yeah, they're all closed. They're all closed in the UK at the moment, so you can't get your haircut. There you go.
Oh, I did this one at home. Actually, my wife.
It was a bowl.
I did this one in the tub at home. Well, when I say me, I did a little bit. The wife did. My wife Callie did most of it. So we also
you had your bowl there yesterday. Do you still have the bowl?
Oh, I got the bowl.
Is it?
Yeah. This is the one he used. This is the exact one.
Was your hair that bad when you got home? It goes poof like that was.
I got the bowl. I would also like a special thanks to Monster City for actually sponsoring this segment that we're doing with James and the team there too. So they're one of our sponsors for the summit, and they're sponsoring this actual presentation that we're going to get into here. Right. So this is going to be exciting. Let's so James, How are you doing over there?
Yes.
How are things?
Good. I'm all set to
Good.
Good. I'm all set to go. So not bad. Yeah, all good. Not, all set to go. Yeah. I'm going to show you guys some really interesting stuff. Hopefully, it's going to be perhaps something. Well, fingers crossed, it's something that a lot of people haven't really seen before in ZBrush, because basically it's a very, very free workflow. I mean, basically, what I'm going to show you today, it's not restricted by particularly. I mean, workflow is always. I always think with the word workflow is not applicable to this because really there's not a lot of restrictions. I'm not. Workflows exist for a purpose, of course, because if you're working in a team, it's got to be you've got to be able to replicate it. But really, with this process that I'm going to show you, it's very much more artist focused. You are more crafting something, and I guess really what I'm trying to do is kind of recreate that feeling with digital software with ZBrush. This presentation is going to be for intermediate ZBrush users. So I'm going to scoot around ZBrush quite quickly. And I've got a custom interface. So I will try and kind of slow down in areas where I think, oh, maybe you need to know where that menu is or whatever. But please forgive me because I need to. Of course, I've only got a small amount of time, so I need to kind of move on. Yeah, this workflow is pretty different. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you. I'm going to give you a bit of theory as well as a bit of technique as well. I'm going to try and squash it all in. So I'm going to tell you basically my whole thought process of how I go about actually making a monument from the ground up, really. And that's the creative process as well as kind of getting into the nitty-gritty with ZBrush. I'm also going to tell you about things you need to think about in terms of printability. And this is actually even more important with this particular case because it's going to go to a CNC workshop. So you'll need to deal with that workshop. You'll need to be able to hand the files off. And also expect them to come back. So you're going to have to understand, like how to correct things, and what you did wrong. Because you'll find a lot of the time it's like you're like playing whack-a-mole when you're kind of trying to troubleshoot with print-based stuff. Probably very similar to other digital processes actually. But hopefully I'll be able to cover that, and hopefully I'll be able to cover that with James. There'll be a bit of crossover with James Powell there from Monster City Studio as well. So,
yeah, and you did this piece specifically for the summit too. And
I did because you guys are so nice. I thought, oh, I'll just do it for you. No, I mean it's Remembrance Day, as you said here in the UK. I always tend to miss Remembrance Day. I always want to do something for it, but I'm normally working or whatever. But it just the stars aligned on this one. And I was like, yeah, I've got the time. Let's do it. And I think I wanted to do a bust, and there was a kind of things going around in my head. But I think we settled on this kind of full statue that that hopefully you'll be seeing me break down for you.
Yeah, you started with busts. All right, I'm just going to do a full on.
Yeah,
one figure, but three.
No, yeah, just I'll do the whole lot. Yeah, actually, so the angel was a bit later, but it was it's part of the process. It's part of like looking at what you're doing and then think, oh, perhaps I need to add that in and change things about. And you'll see that I flipped the statue at one point and all kinds of stuff. So yeah, I mean, I'll hopefully be able to cover all of that with you guys.
Yeah, go ahead. We'll let you take it from here now, and we'll just be
fantastic. All right. Well, the first thing, I mean, so here's the final sculpture. Now, I thought I'd sort of come ahead to the final sculpture because it will give you an idea about what the final outcome was and how it actually merged with what I how I was thinking at the very start of coming in to design this sort of statue. So this is a couple of things you kind of got to think about when you're designing something like this, because there's no sketches. I mean, I guess you could sketch it, but I actually prefer to go straight into it. But there are a few things I've learned as I've been doing these sort of statues where bits of theory, bits of like visual notes that I'll always go back to, and little things that I look for when I'm starting. So, I mean, the first really that I'll do is I'll actually try and think about an actual design in terms of like basically golden ratio. So as you can see here, I really thought, how does this fit? How is this going to leave the eye? How is this going to fit inside a nice golden ratio? How is it going to look? And of course, the statue is very different to an image. We're not working in 2D here. It's got to work the whole way around as well. But of course, most people are going to be looking from the front as well. So that's what I tend to focus on. And then everything kind of sort of fits into place around that. So I look primarily for like the golden ratio. That's one of the first things I'd get out and get in my head. Of course, the statue when I started looked very different, but it's still something that I look for. And actually, when I go back to, the final piece, I'm like, I can actually see it, as you can see here in the overlay, it's actually there. So it's just I always have these images on my spotlight as I can overlay them, and I can sort of test the actual composition out. The other big thing for me, and this is all about storytelling actually, when you're actually doing a statue like this, for me the most important thing is actually storytelling. So one of the ways to help that is how to lead the eye, because you can actually tell a story by leading the eye across a piece. And so in this instance, my thought process, coming into doing the statue, I wanted to simplify it as much as possible, because monumental work especially, it's useful to simplify things. So especially it goes from everything to the form to the actual design of everything as well. So I wanted to start leading the eye from the ground upwards, and so you can see in this overlay with the red arrow, I've kind of thought about leading the eye across and then up. So it actually follows from the soldier's feet to through the head up into the top soldier's head, and then follows the angel's arm. Now, for me, this piece was always going to be about actually vertical lines. Vertical lines are a very, very important little device you can add into your pieces that help break natural shapes. So at the very, very start, I'm always looking for these sort of shapes. And so if you look at the piece, you can see I've actually added things that actually enhance that. So I've got the wooden boards behind here. His arm as well is a straight line. Of course, the horizon is a straight line. Everything here, and this all reinforces that design ethic going into designing the statue. Sometimes you'll do these things without noticing, and if you first start doing this stuff, you'll be like, well, it's kind of tricky to pick it out. But after a while, you'll actually start thinking about this stuff before you actually start sculpting, and it will really help you tell a story, compose things, get things, have a bit of control over how people are going to look at this particular object. So the other thing that I've learned to do as well is think about tension points, and this was really important with this piece especially, because the idea of this piece is the soldier in the trench with the if I show you with the dog tags. Now these are British dog tags, so they're a little bit different to the American ones, but they were on a bit of string. But I wanted the soldier in the trench to be looking at the dog tags, and then the idea is, of course, this guy above is the fallen comrade, and then being kind of pulled away. So there's actually tension there in the narrative. So it was really important to me to try and get that across in the actual design of the piece. So as you can see, and I've done that with triangles in this piece, and you'll see that a lot in a lot of in fact 2D work. If you go somewhere like the National Gallery, you'll see you'll be able to break down all those paintings into shapes, triangles. And so I always try and look for that sort of stuff in my work. And so you can see here the two main points of tension are near the soldier at the bottom's head in the trench, and also the point of tension is where the top soldier's head as well. So those two are kind of designed to kind of be kind of points of tension in the kind of silhouette of the piece. So that's something else that I tend to look for when I'm designing. So the other thing, and the final thing when it comes to design, is that I remember a good friend of mine describing sculpture as painting with light, and that's effectively, or painting with shadow perhaps, and that's effectively what you're doing with this sort of sculpture. It's a physical sculpture. So I'm trying to think, even though of course this is going to be, as you'll see, Monster City Studios will show you, it's going to be a small statue at first. The idea is this is going to be a monument in a public space, or in someone's garden, or so it's going to have direct light from top to bottom. And if you know this, and you know what the lighting setup for the final piece is going to be, then you can actually use that to your advantage to actually design the piece narratively as well. So on top of all the other visual stuff I've done, I've also thought about that. One of the key things I do is to take things into Keyshot and then to test the lighting. So we've got, as you can see on this piece, I've got a nice top-down light. Now the idea of the lighting on this, and hopefully if this is in a like a normal sort of space, you're going to have a top-down light, and what that's going to do is that's going to help basically create a heavy shadow on the guy, on the top guy, the guy that's above the trench. Now I kind of wanted to create this because I wanted that kind of ethereal look to the piece, because this guy's dead, he's being pulled away, but he wants to come back. And I wanted that kind of mystique to the face area. So actually you can do that using light and shadow with sculpture as well. It's quite a fun little technique you can do. So I'm actually thinking about all of those things when I'm doing this, when I'm designing first off. Now if I show you the first, so this is kind of how I roughly block things in. So let me just sorry, take that off. So I mean basically this is how I will start to block things in. So there's several ways of blocking things in actually, especially with this sort of technique. Anything goes. Like you don't have to use a base mesh. You don't have to do, you can actually use the ZBrush mannequin if you want to. And ultimately, everything's going to be meshed together, dynameshed, and then decimated. So, no UVs, nothing. You don't need anything. You can literally just sculpt and kind of forget about all of that. So that's normally how I would start. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back very, very quickly and show you really my thought process when I'm designing these things in terms of like how printable is this? How is this going to give the printer kittens? I mean, at the end of the day, I said to Joseph last week, if I haven't given the printer kittens, then I haven't done my job. But I guess there is that kind of thing where you do have to keep that in the back of your mind, because if you pass this off to people and then they come back and there's a problem, you're the one that's going to have to fix that, and you want to minimize that as much as possible. I mean, at the end of the day, the people that are printing this are the experts, and you have to defer to them. But the more you can minimize that back and forth, the easier your life is going to be. So looking at this, one of the things that struck me is that there are a lot of gaps going on. So my priority with while sculpting this is making sure that there's no gap here, if you are closing here, between the guy's arm and the backboard there, and there's minimal gap between the legs here. These legs here are together; they're fused. There will be in the final piece. They'll be fused together. That way, James and Monster City Studios won't have to keep separating everything out, merging it all back together. And it's also easier for them to print and CNC. Otherwise, they're going to have to cut it all out, and it's going to give them lots of headaches. The only thing I couldn't get away with was the arm. Now I wanted the arm to be over that, so that will probably at some point have to come off. It could be CNC'd, and this is where you've got to defer to the actual experts on it. But I think you need to definitely defer to them on that. But looking at that, I was like, well, that's a sacrifice I'll probably have to make going forward. You'll see as well, there's no gap between the cloak, because it's all between the body and the cloak. It's all one piece. I've joined the hand. The hand is flush with the body as well. This is to make everything easier when it's to make it printable.
So were you being conscious of this when you were actually doing it, or did you have to go back?
Oh yeah.
And do stuff?
No. I think to save time, I used to actually do like a crazy piece, and then you'd have to go back. But of course now I know what to look for. So yeah, I know I will actually go back, and like even where you can see her arm there, well, that's separate. But actually, at the end of the day, it would be really, I know that it would be super easy for James to be able to come back and maybe fill that bit in. It's just thinking about all that stuff. Like you won't catch everything because, like I say, they're the experts. You're not. My focus is sculpting. Theirs is actually printing. I like that. Although I like to understand a bit of the process, I think at the end of the day, you want to defer to the people that are actually doing it, as we'll hopefully see later. But even things like that, where I've actually left the gap, I'm thinking, well, what's that going to look like if it's filled in? The answer in this case is no one's going to notice. So you have to really think about that when you're actually starting. While you're sculpting, even because you might make a decision and then you'll have to commit to it, and then all of a sudden you've actually created something that's kind of not printable, or it's going to cause a headache for the final piece. So the more you can think about that at the start, the better, the easier your life will be, basically. But we'll go into more detail later with James on that, I think, as well. So I need to move on and show you roughly how I will block this all in. So, like I say, there is no, people ask me, well, can I have your base mesh, or what base mesh do you use, or whatever. Just use the one you're comfortable with. I've used this one. I can't remember who the artist is, but I actually have had this for a long time, and it's a base mesh, but I've like subdivided it and then cut it up. Now the reason I do this is because I find the base mesh, an intact base mesh, super distracting. Like I always want to fix it when I'm posing it, and the reality is, as you've just seen in the final sculpture, it's not needed. I don't really need anatomy. Is kind of an afterthought for most of the body on this piece. It's going to be covered. So I don't really want to focus specifically on that. I just need to make sure it's right. And then I need to move on. And again, I think the total work time for this piece was about 5 days, although it was over a space of 3-4 weeks period of time. I had about 5 days to work on this. So I'm constantly thinking, how efficient I can be. Preferably, I will start with something even more basic than this. But in this case, I think it suited it. So actually, this was my first block in the figure and the figure at the bottom. So you can see how I basically will block things in. Now this is kind of a sketch really, so that I know roughly how it's going to look.
So each one of those cut lines, those are separate pieces of topology, right?
Yeah. So basically, what I'm going to do, I'm going to for 5 minutes, I'm going to try and pose this guy up for you, so I can show you exactly how those separate bits work. But yeah, I mean, if looking here, you can see it's like super loose. But it doesn't have to be like really tight. It doesn't matter, because at the end of the day, this will all be covered. I've got a sort of another subtool, another Z tool, sorry, where I've actually fixed the anatomy to a point that I'm happy with to go forward. So I'll show you that as well. But basically, if I go to, I'm going to take my line off. So basically, what I've done with this is like, so you can even do this from a scan. You can buy plenty of A-pose kind of scans or whatever, or like someone's base mesh. Just cut it up, and then you can go to auto groups, which I've got here on my interface, but I think it's under the groups menu under subtool, polygroups. Sorry, I think I had it there. There's auto groups there. Yeah, right. I still remember, Paul. So basically, once you've cut these up, you can click on auto groups, and now I can select these bits individually, and I can hide them for posing. So let's get cracking with posing. So standing pose. What I'm going to do is actually, this won't be very good, guys, but I'm going to do my best. Just to give you an idea, I'm actually going to delete that. So it's out of the way. You can see actually another piece that I was trying. So like there's no, although of course there is a rush, there isn't. This is actually one of the most important pieces of the most important stages of the sculpt for me, because if I don't get this right, then it affects the rest of the sculpt. So I'm going to move this guy into place, and yeah, the standing pose is it's very it can be one of the most trickiest things to get right. So actually the main thing is to get the weight right. So basically I will hide this, and then I'm going to actually reverse out. Oops. Oops. Oh, messed that up. So I'm just going to hide these, and then I'm going to mask that. So that way I can actually, using the gizmo, I can actually move this here. And then I can, hopefully, I don't know why I can't reverse that. That's really weird. I'm going to do it the long way around then. Oops. I'm just going to hide these, and I'm actually going to hide that as well. And that way I can actually choose or get a bit of weight on the hip, so I can kind of rotate this guy around. So he's rotated. I can move him forward, and I can do anything really, and I'm not really messing up the base mesh particularly. I can always undo this if I'm not happy. But he's got that kind of weight on his hips now. Then I can, I'm going to do all this the long way around because for some reason my mouse isn't working. I'm doing all this with my mouse at the moment, by the way. Now I can sort of rotate this guy around here. So instantly he's kind of got that feel, weight. And that's basically what I'm looking for. A little bit of weight, a little bit of, yeah, a little bit of contrapposto, basically. So that kind of thing where you've got the, where you've got a bit of contrast between the hips and the shoulders, where I've got this kind of line here and a line there. So yeah, I mean, basically, I realise I'm running out of time. So basically, that gives you an idea. That's how I start. That's how I pose stuff. Now you can also do that by masking a base mesh. You can do it any way you want, but I like that this way because it's kind of nice and loose. So there you go, nice and posed. So it kind of because I had the boots already done. At this stage, it kind of looks like a bit like a runway model or something. It looks kind of weird, but I just wanted to get the boots in there, just to get an idea of how his feet would look and how they're kind of placed on the statue.
When you start these, James, do you just do you do any sketching, or do you just go straight and look for images and you just start
straight in? Well, I mean, actually, if you look here, I've actually got an example. I wanted to show an example. Whoops. Of sorry,
you made it smaller. You made it smaller.
Did I make it super small? Anyway, yeah, just that's the amount of that's the sort of stuff I will get, like photos of all the uniforms and stuff. I've already got a load of that because I've been doing quite a few of these sculpts. So, but I've got a long library of that. So I actually, I'll be looking at that before I actually even start designing. But normally I'll go straight into ZBrush and get cracking. Because it's just it's a lot easier for me to do that. It's just I can move stuff around. I can be super destructive at this stage, and it doesn't matter because I can always undo it. And so there's a level of patience involved with it. But that's what I kind of like about this process. It's not easy. It's not like it's kind of a challenge as well. But yeah, so here's the final piece. So now I'm already kind of seeing what I think the composition is going to be, how it's going to work, and then it's just basically a case of get sculpting on top of that. So as you can see here with this guy, I've actually let me just see if I can got a solo on, but so here it's very, very loose, and here now I'm actually moving and firming up these points, doing the same as I was doing up there. So I wonder what's happening there. Oh, that's bizarre.
You
anyway.
have Spotlight on probably still, and you got to go turn off the projection and brush samples, or turn off, or hit Shift Z to turn off Spotlight.
Yeah, it's off now.
There you go.
Yeah, my mouse. Let me just see if I can get my pen to work. No. there's some weird stuff going on. Anyway, I can move on. I can't actually deselect that, which is weird. Anyway, so that would be how I how I would go through and select these bits, mask them out, and then move them about. So as you can see, I can move them about, and then also I can also sculpt on them. So I can sculpt using my brushes and just getting all this stuff right so that it looks right. You know, I can get the anatomy looking. So I'm going to put clothes on top of this. So at the end of the day, I don't want to spend, especially if I've got time, you know, I've got a lot of a time constraint. I don't really want to be sculpting anatomy that's going to be hidden. So but of course it's got to inform the clothes underneath. So.
And when you're doing this, are you in Dynamesh or Sculptris Pro mode, or are you just using subdivisions? A question.
I'm just, literally, I'm just working on the mesh as is. So I think I've got active points of 861. Now that will be the same active points, as you can see. Active points are 855, so it's about the same. So I'm not actually done anything with this mesh since I've actually posed it. So I'm just using the move brush on top of what I've already got. Now
you're not in Dynamesh mode right now.
Not in Dynamesh mode, no, because I don't want to mesh this stuff together yet, because I want to be able to select it and move it about.
Okay.
Yeah, it's super weird. For some reason, my mouse has just gone. It's the first time it's ever happened to me.
Because you're presenting. That's
yes.
Yeah, basically. Anyway, you get the idea. So the next thing I wanted to show you guys. Well, firstly, the faces on this were totally asymmetrical. So I will literally start with this face here. So I'm not taking this off. I will literally just start to sculpt on here, blocking in my forms, getting my brush settings right, just digging in, getting those eyes right, making sure I've got all my proportions right, and then a massive smooth on there, and then starting again, just keep digging into it, make sure I've got all of my landmarks roughly right. And this is a really, really long process. It's much longer than I've got sculpting symmetrically. But what you'll get is quite a nice set of features, because no one's face is symmetrical, right? This is the thing. And because I'm not beholden to a specific workflow, like I don't need to flip my UVs, I don't need to symmetrize my UVs or anything. Like I can work, I'm totally free to work like this. So this is how I'll do it. I'll actually go in, smooth everything out, start again. Like I'm looking, I can actually isolate this guy as well if I want to. So, and you can see I've got a bit of stuff there. So normally what I'll do is I'll split that head off. So I'll select that, and I've got a split hidden up here. So that's now split off. Now what I can do then is go to Geometry, Dynamesh, and then Dynamesh that. Now what's cool about Dynamesh is you can add a polish to it as well. So depending on how big I've got this, it will add these nice planes. And it's just basically what I'm doing, Paul, is I'm kind of just trying to discover the forms and planes by doing this. And like I said, it's a long process, but it's a lot of fun. And you will get quite a unique kind of face. So as you can see, I've started.
The way you're working, you don't use the grouped option for Dynamesh then, with seeing as separate pieces?
You can do that, but I like to have it as separate piece, because what that lets me do is, if I'm getting distracted, actually, do you know what? Sometimes you'll panic and you'll be like, it's not working. It's obviously the main feature of doing stuff asymmetric, because we're not used to it as digital artists. We love even to start stuff symmetrized. So in that case, sometimes it happens to me, and especially if I've got a deadline, and I actually did it with the angel's face. I panicked a little bit, and I was like, I need to get this right. Sometimes you don't have time to fix it. So in which case, I will just split it off and then start it up as another subtool. And then what you can actually do is split that, or even make a new poly mesh, and then you've got it on its own
And you break symmetry this early for you in your workflow. You like to break symmetry.
It's all asymmetrical. It's all asymmetrical.
Yeah. You're breaking it early. Okay.
Yeah. So, but if I need to resymmetrize this, all I've got to do is just use a gizmo here and get that into rough, and then I can just do a mirror and weld on that, and now I can access it. I can actually, sculpt it symmetrically. So that's just mirror and weld up here. And that, in this case, then I've rescued it. Then I'll sort of bring it back in, and I'll delete this one, and I'll pop I'll literally just go to append on the subtool and then append that head in, and then it's done. But I prefer to work symmetrically, so you can see here asymmetrically. So you can see here where I'm actually starting to build up the forms a bit better. So that's at the very, very start where I'm really looking at putting this together. And as you can see here, this is how far I got. So if I click on this, you can see it's totally separate. It's actually a separate subtool. So I can move this about if I need to. It's super easy to manipulate. But this one, if I show you, you can see it's super wonky on the bottom. That's because I was adding weight to the face as well, which you can't do symmetrically. So I'm actually thinking about how his face folds into his shoulder there as well. And I could do that. Of course, I could have done the face symmetric, but I'm always going to add that weight in it anyway. So the reality is you're actually sculpting something that's asymmetrical symmetrically. So it's there's kind of a bad logic to that, isn't there, really? That's my kind of theory behind it. So really, let me just put this guy's stuff back on. So here you can see now I've got everything posed up. I actually jumped ahead for this tutorial, this talk, but this is how I start most of my clothes. So I'll literally just append in a sphere, and then I'll literally just scale that down, and then I'll literally, I mean, you can use a masking to do that, or I mean, I'll literally just move it using the move brush. I'll just move it into place, and then it's move until you get like the right, and then a bit of clay build up where I want it. And then, yeah, I'm going to delete that because I'll be there forever doing it. But then, you basically get this kind of rough blocking. And then I'm looking at how especially with cloth, I'm looking at how it all forms up, how it's going to interact with all the different various props that I've got. At this stage, I really want to start blocking any props that are going to interact with the cloak, because of course that's how you figure it out. It's funny enough, it's the same way you work with Marvelous Designer, really. It's the same, it's a similar principle. So if I'm doing this, I would need to block in. I mean, actually at this point, the only thing that's actually in the way of the cloak would be his hand. You can just about see it there, but that I actually buried his hand there on purpose. So, but yeah, that's how I would go about sort of sculpting that. So then I'm looking at, sculpting the pipes of the cloth. So I'll go in there with clay build up, and then I'll smooth that out. And a nice little secret I've got for you guys, and it's not a secret, it's super old school. You're going to love this, Paul. But I'm going to use a bit of the standard brush and then modify it to create a cloth brush. So bear with me. So I'm going to use, go to my brush settings here. And under depth, I'm actually going to create a little bit of gravity, probably about 30. Now you can play with this. It's good fun to play with, and you'll get different effects depending on what you want. But so I'm going to add a little bit of downward pull as well. And here's a slight little secret. Maybe no one knows, but add a little bit of brush modifier to that. I'm going to just say 7. What that's going to do is pinch it ever so slightly. And now I'm just going to subdivide this a little bit to get a little bit of extra. Now I can start, as you can see, it's a great brush to kind of figure out these little folds. Now what you can do after that is Dynamesh. It's like this is just a really patient process of building up your shapes. So that's probably a bit too high, actually. That's about right. Now I tend to work fairly high resolution actually as well. So I mean the big thing with cloth is the way it forms at the bottom. So I'll match the pipes up here with a bit of movement down the bottom. So I'll just pull this in and then sculpt on this. And this is actually where /re comes in. So I've got /re selected up here. This is where this comes in handy because it's a really nice deep brush and it's kind of screen dependent. So it's not dependent on the normal. So if I sculpt in this direction, it's actually going to sculpt on the surface and to my camera direction, to my visible direction. And it's kind of nice because what you can do is kind of create these slight overlaps and dig right in.
Yeah, James, I just want to give you a heads up. We're going to be bringing Monster City in soon, and just in case you have another tip you want to show.
Yeah, so let me just move through. So anyway, let's get back to this. So so basically using this technique, literally I'm just sculpting through the cloth using this new cloth brush that I've got. I can kind of create this cloth effect, and it's what I've done across the whole board. Now you can see also I'm starting to the actual bits of anatomy that are visible. I'm actually going to actually firm them up, get them correct. I've actually added some hands on there as well, and they're there to help me visualize, and I'll sculpt on them later.
So all your main wrinkles were with that standard brush you just showed everybody.
Pretty much, yeah. And then but building up as well. So you build up your forms with clay build up, move, smooth, just the standard stuff. The other little thing I want to show you guys is the clay brush that I use. So if sometimes in this process you'll push things out too far or whatever, so using the clay brush with a bit of back face mask, which I think is under auto masking.
Yep.
Under the brushing. Yeah, there you go. Still remember. Now the standard clay brush is a bit too intense, but so I've taken it down to about 10. Now, say for example, like these, I'm not happy with these folds. They need to be dialed back a bit. Well, you can smooth, but I like to use a very light clay brush. And what that does, that will smooth this top stuff out here. And if I just smooth it out after that, it doesn't destroy the sculpting. It just tones it down a little bit. So it's actually a great way. And that will work for everything. For example, on this guy's hair, I can actually tone down this hair a little bit. So say I don't like how deep that hair is, I can actually run the clay brush over a little bit of smooth, and it will give me a little bit of more of a toned down effect. So I use that quite a lot on various things to basically tone everything down. So again, these putties, which were what the soldiers wore to keep the mud off out of the top of their boots, these are just separate cylinders I've added, and then I've just duplicated them down, sculpted on them, moved them about until they were right. And you can see I've added the angel. Again, same thing, same principle. So if I'm going to solo this, you can see I've just blocked everything in, but there's no point in me blocking, firming up too much anatomy, because as you can see, it's pretty much hidden. So all I need to know is where a hip is here, because that's what interacts with the cloth, and where her shoulders are. And yeah, so, and again, I'm building up these sort of forms and undulations of the cloth. Just by, I did this one without reference, so there's a lot of errors in it that I normally would correct with reference, but I think I like this because I came up with some nice kind of simplified forms in the end. And also I'm playing around with a bit of, I think I was trying a little bit of experimentation with the size, scale and size as well. But here's our final piece. So as you can see, I've actually added all the different bits of paraphernalia. So that, again, I'll go back to my reference to look at that. Because they weren't interacting with any cloth at the time, I've left those till they're kind of the last things I added, I think, really. And then it's just sculpting on top, sculpting, and until I get it right. The wings on the angel are dynameshed, and then I'm using Damon standard to sort of block these out and pull out the feathers, and then /3 to kind of, I can solo that, to kind of give them a bit of depth. And then actually you can pull out with /3 as well. It's a little bit extreme, but you'll get this nice kind of pulling out effect.
You're using /3, right? You're using /3.
Correct. Yeah, that's correct. /2 is great as well, but /2, let's see if I can get it up.
Well,
yeah, I've got my own.
Go get. I think it's in the light box. If I remember.
It's in the light box. That's right. This is my own.
Yeah,
this is my own version of it. I've got the key to /2 is a lazy mouse button, which is down here. And then I usually just a very light lazy radius, and that will smooth out everything. But /2 is great because what it does it gives this nice depth, this nice line, but it's got a bit of depth to either side of it. So if you've got a flat surface like that, you can actually pull out feathers. You could pull out feathers here, and then you can then mask that out and pull it out if you wanted to. Then you can sculpt on it.
So all your feathers were done with pretty much /2 and /3.
The clay build up to build up some. Yeah, I mean, clay build up is great because you get the nice sketchy feeling, and you can build up some nice forms. And you can, if you're not, it's kind of destructive, so you can smooth. I like to be destructive at the start because I think I don't like to be too precious. I like to really pull and push things about and get them on the screen. That's why I don't use sketches either, really, because I like to get it on the screen, get it in front of me, push and pull it about. And normally this is a longer process. I've done this pretty fast, but it's kind of it's kind of where I get my.
Yeah, you're using ZBrush as your sketch, so you're like doing a 3D sketch in essence. Is what
exactly.
Did you play with the camera at all? And the thought of this is going to be a monument. Did you do anything with the camera at all, or turn the camera on?
No, I didn't actually, and I did think of that. I ran out of time, but yeah, I mean, you could do that as well. That's quite. I mean. One of the other things actually is if you're making a physical piece, you have to make sure it's balanced. It will balance when it's actually printed and cast. So that's the other thing I forgot to mention. It's kind of like one of those things that you don't think of. And of course, if you're a traditional artist, it's kind of there in front of you. But here, so I had to lean in forward ever so slightly because I was kind of worried. There's a lot of kind of there's quite a long way for it to fall. So little things like that actually, I've heard of some people that will take like a decimated version into Maya and then run physics through it to see if it will topple, which I think is quite a good idea. But it's something you need to think about. And then, of course, as you say, Paul, maybe getting it into like a real world like render. That would be awesome too. I didn't really get to that point, I'm afraid. But hey, we've got the real thing, right? So
yeah, it's gorgeous.
Thank you.
Nice.
Thank you.
Very nice.
So I think I'm there. I can do some stuff about printability on my own if you want, but we can bring James in now if that's
let's
okay.
Let's bring the crew in from Monster City because then we can add them to the conversation of going from you now to a crew that's got to physically make the product itself.
Yeah,
right?
Lucky them.
Yeah. I'm done. It's your turn now. So we're going to bring in Monster City now, which we have James Powell and his team there. That took the next process from James Cain. So James Cain did this piece as a monumental piece for Remembrance Day, which again today is UK's Remembrance Day. It's Veterans Week in essence here in North America for Canada and the US. As in all countries, we have amazing people involved in our military. So James,
I have my poppy. My poppy.
Poppy. There's probably only Canadians and UK people who know the poppies, though, right? Is there any? Probably us.
Yeah, Drust. I mean, is that a thing in the US?
Yeah, they do them in the schools and stuff. So,
do they?
My children were all drawing poppies this last week.
I thought it was just a UK and Canadian thing. All right, so let's bring Monster City in here. They're ready to go. We're going to introduce you guys here to James Cain, and he's got his CNC machine actually going in the background, and we're going to be able to have a discussion now of the next process into something like this. When you're sculpting something that's going to be physically made, what would you do now, and how things that maybe Monster City had to do. And they're also going to show a little piece there. So Kyle,
just be careful too. Like just a warning, like there's going to be a machine that may be loud in this the audio. So
yeah, if it's too loud, then we'll turn it off. And when I say we, them, not me at all. So there's going to be a machine running in the background when we're bringing them in. And then we'll be having a conversation with them. What is that process? All right, for all that. So, but the team. There he is.
There we go.
Hi, James.
How are you? Oh, look at that. There it is right there. Mr. James Kane on the right. Go full screen James Powell for us. Let's go full webcam James Powell so we can see what he's got there. There you go.
Wow.
James, tell us what the process was for you. Go ahead.
Check that out. So welcome to Monster City Studios. I'll tell you what, it has been such an honor to work with James Kane on this. He is, if there's a next level sculptor out there, he is it. And this,
thank you.
This is so near and dear to us. Back in the 50s in the Korean War, my father, he was actually on the front page of just about every newspaper in the U.S. He was feeding a puppy, so it's this really well-known Korean War photo. And I see something like this, and I love World War I, World War II history, and this is amazing. So to be able to have the opportunity to do this, James and Paul, thank you very much. So welcome to Monster City. Here we build things for amusement parks, large-scale replicas, fine art. We do a lot of large-scale reproductions. This is Big Red. This is a 7-axis KUKA robot.
KUKA?
Milling,
KUKA? It's called KUKA? KUKA.
Milling the upper torso and head of James' sculpture out of a 4-pound foam. From this, we could actually go and make a fiberglass sculpt. We could make a plaster sculpt, even a master for a true bronze. You could see right here. This we printed on one of our Form 3s. And for any of you that don't use Formlabs equipment, I'll tell you what, this stuff's amazing. It's so finely detailed. And this is actually printed in the draft resin.
Oh, it is?
Wow.
So you guys didn't paint that? That's not painted? That's right off the printer?
This is just painted. And I'm going to talk a minute about our metal coatings we can do here. But that literally, other than painted, is straight off the printer. There's no hand detailing or anything like that done. And it was printed at 100 micron in draft resin. So it was taking parts that would normally take something like 20 hours to print and bringing them to like 5 hours. So it was just cranking out so fast. We only got the model, last week sometime? So, man, we really, it's just such a beautiful sculpt. But the reason we have this here, though, is
be careful with that. Come on.
it's bronze. It's heavy. No, the reason we have this here is we've kind of, in a way, somewhat by using the 3D printers, we've kind of reverted to, instead of using our phones or our iPads or a laptop for our sculptors to bring up their reference, because these printers with draft resin, they're printing so fast now, we're printing the sculptures in a practical model that the sculptor can actually have with them, so they can still use their digital, but they have a practical model where when they're sculpting, this robot, it does a lot of detail, but it doesn't get certain undercuts and things like that. So to be able to analyze those, they can use this as a reference and really get that detail. Sure, you can get it digitally, or you can open ZBrush and look at the model. But, I mean, you can't get much easier than actually taking something out of ZBrush, printing it, and having it in your hands to sculpt.
So, James, for that machine, so people are aware of, how did you start? It's just a big block, right, that you're starting with? So people
so that was literally just a big block of this 4-pound foam. That foam is a special foam that you can put fiberglass directly on, right? It's not like white foam that the fiberglass would attack. So you can put urethane paints, fiberglass resins right on it, and you can make masters, you can make final articles. But all we do is we take the model out of ZBrush. Now, when James Kane sent us that model, it was 1.5 gigs.
It was big.
It was heavy.
I was just testing. I was testing it.
Yeah, exactly. It had about 90 million points, right?
That's right. About 90, actually 102 million, and I actually got it down to 97.
Almost everything we use here is 10 million or less. And it's very common for us to use models that are 1 million points, because we'll take your model and we'll decimate it way down. We need the form, but for some things we don't need all that detail. Okay, the robot is super accurate, but at the same time, our hand sculptors will get in there and do the really, really fine detail.
Yeah.
We don't
Yeah.
need pores, right? we don't need certain lines. You can get rid of those, and we put those in by hand. Now, as awesome as the 7-axis robot is, it's still not a 3D printer. You're not going to get that really, really fine detail unless we want to have a block of foam or a block of wood on here for a week or 2 weeks, which in that case we can do it, but who's got that kind of time, right? So we take a block, we load it on here, we send the model, generally an STL file, so we can get the size correct. We'll send it over to Jorge in our CNC department. He's in charge of the robot, and he will then tool path it. And the tool pathing, because it has 7 axes, this tool path, the tool path that the robot has to take is extremely complex. It's not like your standard CNC machine. But after a while, he gets that tool path, we load the block on, and then this thing just takes over and really does everything. It changes all its own tools. So it can go from a giant tool that big around and that long to a 1/16 of an inch tool without any human interaction whatsoever.
Man, can I get
That's
that
crazy.
one on thing? Can I get that one on something? Wrong tool, Paul. Switch the brush.
Exactly. So from this is just making our master, right? So a lot of times we'll take something like this and we'll make molds from this.
Oh, okay.
Black molds.
Yeah.
And then we'll reproduce the piece over and over again. For the theme parks, that's what we do. We'll make one, and if they want 20 of the same thing, we'll just make a mold and we'll throw fiberglass in it and make it over and over and over again.
Right.
And the similar process for the film industry also. So we really enjoy having this.
And then like printing, you're making these in pieces and then putting them together. Right. If you need to get a bigger one, you're doing multiple pieces and putting them together like you would.
Of course. Yeah, of course. Now, I believe with 3D printers, if you had that new Formlabs 3L, I think you could print that as one whole piece.
You could, yeah. You could.
You probably could.
Yeah, on its side.
Yeah.
So that thing's pretty amazing.
Yeah.
Do you have one?
We don't have a 3L, but we have 3. We have 2.
Yeah.
We have a few other printers that we won't talk about. They don't work nearly as well.
Is that the only arm you have, or do you have multiple arms?
That's the only 7-axis arm we have.
Okay.
But we have 2 4-axis flatbed CNCs that are 8 foot by 12 foot long. So they can do
like relief.
anything.
Yeah, like reliefs on a door or something.
Yeah. You can even do a sculpture like this, but the
You just
problem
gotta do it in
is
slices. Yeah.
you have to slice everything.
Yeah.
And then you have to glue it together. And the reason we got this is for sculpting out IP. Because if this does, let's say, for instance, you're going to do Mickey Mouse, right?
Okay.
That has to be within a certain percentage. It has to be dead on, or it doesn't get accepted. It gets rejected, right? So with this, we're not gluing pieces together after we mill them, and then maybe they become out of spec. We glue a big block together first, and then we mill that. So we know it's within the standard of the IP holder. Also, this is great for doing things like out of wood, because you can glue up a big block, a big tooling block, and you can mill on this, and it's correct when it comes off.
What wood? Any wood? Is there any wood?
We have milled all the way up to ironwood with that.
Ironwood?
Ironwood. So Doug Fir, we first started out playing with it.
Yeah.
And then we were going into mahogany, which is pretty soft, but great to carve. We've done black walnut and up to ironwood. So depending on the bits, now when you get to those really, really hardwoods, it's going to dull those tools down really quick, and you have to swap them out.
How many bits do you guys go through, do you think?
Because we usually do foam.
Oh, okay.
We don't go through that many. Now, if we're doing a big wood sculpt, we, let's say like a 4 foot by 4 foot by 4 foot wood sculpt, let's say. We might go through 2 bits. They do dull down. Luckily, you can resharpen them. So that's so. For instance, with this piece, we have this new coating system here that we got, which is called Luminor. And you can see here, I don't know if you can tell on the skull, it's kind of like you can see it's copper This is actual copper. This is actually coated in real copper.
Oh, really?
So yeah. So if you have
brushed on or sprayed on, brushed or sprayed?
Sprayed on. So it's like a cold cast, right? We can do 11 different metals. So it's like a cold cast where you maybe mix metals with resin and you pour it into a mold, but instead we spray it on. The cool thing about this is you can see here. I don't know if you can see that patina, but that's real patina. That's not painted on.
Oh, there we go. I see it now.
Yeah, I see it.
So you can do any kind of patina, brown patinas, green patinas, just using chemicals that naturally react with the metals. So, for instance, here's we're doing some bar tops, right? Copper. That's real copper. That's EPA certified antimicrobial copper, right? So we're doing a job in Las Vegas right now, and we're doing a whole section in bronze of a bar, and the bar is actually a bronze top bar, and that's real bronze right there with real patina.
So that was sprayed on, you're saying?
That's sprayed on, and it's sprayed on pretty thick, and then you go through a polishing process, and it reveals the metal. The metal is ultra fine. It is so fine, but it is completely fireproof, completely waterproof. As a matter of fact, the dome on top of the Bellagio in Las Vegas is coated in this stuff. And it's been up there for 20 years.
Wow.
And it's still perfect. So it's really cool, nice new add-on that we have on our big sculpts.
Sure.
So you can make, I guess you could say, faux bronze, even though it has real bronze. It doesn't have to be a.
And you guys are then just using brushes and stuff to.
Touch up. But you get real metal, so you could put this piece outside, and it'll get a natural patina, and it'll last for years and years and years.
I got so many things going through my head right now that I want to put my sculpts on.
I know.
Us too. I'm looking at this like, okay.
Paul and.
I'd say we all sculpt something for Joseph's backyard.
I think
just bronze it.
He needs this in his garden.
Yeah,
I'll take it. That actually go in a display case. I don't know if I can let the elements hit it. It's got to that would go inside.
We were thinking
that's next to the nightstand table. It's the first thing I wake up to, and the first thing I go to sleep next to. Yeah.
Right here. Put a little bed right here.
It feels too intimate, Trust. I'm not sure I like that idea.
We were thinking that maybe next year at the summit, we have a table there every year. Maybe we could do the full one and bring that down and put it in the courtyard. That'd be really cool.
That'd be awesome.
Yeah, that'd be awesome.
That'd be amazing.
Someone's asking, what spray exactly are you using?
It's a product called Luminor. There, I believe, are 11 or 14 different metals, anywhere from a simple iron all the way up to what they call gold, but it's a modified brass. But they're all real metals, so it can. It's pretty amazing stuff. We're doing a bunch of signage now with it, and these sculptures. We've been lucky enough this year to work with some really, really well-known artists, and we're starting to incorporate this. We worked a number of times with Tristan Eaton, El Cid from Paris. We've worked with Mr. Brainwash down in Hollywood, Peter Tunney out of Miami, Fidia Falacelli, who's out of LA and in Italy. So we've been able to work with a lot of these fine and pop culture artists. And this in wood is getting to be a big thing.
Well, it's awesome. It looks like, it totally looks like a bronze. And it's going to be cheaper, I would say, in the long run.
Oh, my God.
Doing a whole bronze.
It's not cheap, but it's way cheaper than doing a bronze.
Much cheaper, yeah.
I'll give you an example. We have a brand new huge casino that's going on up here. And they had wanted some real bronzes done. And I want to say they wanted something like a dozen of them. And they were going to be around $25,000 a piece. And they weren't that big. They might have been a little bit more than that. We figured that if we did it the exact same way, but with this coating, it'd bring it down to like $10,000 a piece. So the savings is huge for any commercial environment. Definitely something good to have.
So my next question is, James Kane, do you have room for that in your office there, buddy, with printing back there?
Which one? Oh, the one at the back. Oh, yeah, loads. I got loads. Like you could see the top of that helmet, like from the main road, because I live on a main road. You'd be able to see the statue from the main road, like over the top of the trees of my garden, probably, if that was in the backyard.
That one's going to Dress Garden.
Is it? All right. Okay.
I'll take any. I'll take any.
Yeah.
I'll take it, but I always need permission to put anything else in my house. So.
No doubt. But I think that being able to take a sculpt and bring it into the practical or the actual real world, it's one thing to have it set up for 3D printing, but it really is quite a bit different for having it milled or robotically milled. We don't need the detail. We don't need that heavyweight file. You know, we don't care about textures or coloring or anything like that, unless we're going to do that by hand here. We just really care about basically a Dynameshed hollow file.
But
easier for us.
In terms of actually sculpting as well, you're looking at a much more simplified way of sculpting as well. I mean, we've done two things, haven't we? We've done the sort of more detailed Form 3 piece, which all the details, as you say, are going to show. But if you're sculpting primarily for CNC, then you need to be able to think in more simplistic forms for those to be reproduced. Otherwise, you're going to be wasting your time doing a lot of sculpting. So yeah, you have to. It's definitely a different kind of mindset to have.
Certainly. You know, when you mill in a traditional CNC, there's a lot of things a traditional CNC, a 3 or 4 axis, or even a 5 axis can't get.
Right.
You can get a lot more. But
how long is that going to take, James? That one that you're doing right now?
This here we started yesterday, but it was off for a while, so we could be ready for the summit. But by tonight, that part will be done. You'll be looking at probably a 24-hour run on that. So the whole sculpture, which is gigantic, and it's huge. Say probably about 4 days or so, and we could have the full thing.
Wow.
And what's your final size you're going to have this at, the height-wise?
It is life size. So if we want to, you know, say that this guy here is, let's say, about 6 feet, you know, we're going to be probably close to 11 or 12 feet tall. So it's a big sculpture. It's a monument. It really is.
Great. Wow.
That's awesome.
Yeah, we're really excited about it. I can't wait to see it.
Me neither.
Yeah. It's certainly, there are other things we do also here when we're doing the full-size sculpts. Like, for instance, we'll put armatures inside of sculptures. Obviously, if you're doing it out of foam, something like this gun, these legs, you're going to need steel in there. If you're doing it out of fiberglass, same thing. You still need a steel armature inside that model to give it strength. Fiberglass, very strong, but when you start getting down to these small parts, it's certainly something that you have to reinforce.
It's what I was saying during my piece. You know, you got to think about, you kind of got to take yourself away from the screen and think about this thing as an actual object. Will it tip over? What are the? It might balance if it's in resin, but if it's in a heavier material, you know, where are the weak points going to be? All of that sort of stuff that you really need. Yeah, and this is where I think actually there's a level of communication between artists like myself and, you know, creators such as yourself, James. There needs to be a backwards and forwards and you know, like a dialogue there. It's really important to have that a very early stage.
Without a doubt, James. Yeah. You know, we get a lot of artwork in for different companies for IP, and maybe that piece was a collectible toy or something like that, and the artist will leave in keys, which you see all the time in the collectibles world or in the toy world. We don't use keys. You know, they don't do us a whole lot of good. So those are things that we eliminate, and that's why we'll take a whole sculpt, not always, but we'll take a whole sculpt and we'll Dynamesh it, make one piece, and then we slice it up to how we need it sliced. Because it really is a different world than the toy designers or the artists that are just digital.
I mean, for the collectible stuff I've done, I've just finished a piece that was 400 million points. So, and that will be printed, that will be engineered, printed out, and it will be in like 100 parts. And you're there at the trade show putting it all together. And it's definitely a way different mentality to sort of a more simplified sort of workflow that we've kind of used in this respect. Definitely. Yeah.
Correct. In some ways, they're a lot easier to work with. And because of their size, they become a lot harder to work with and move around. No doubt.
Well, boys, unfortunately, we got to all this segment done. We're going to be moving on, unfortunately. unfortunately. I could talk to you two all day, honestly.
Yeah, sure.
I'll remember that.
I want to thank the both of you for jumping in and being involved in this segment.
You're most welcome.
Monster City
Yes, thank you,
Studios,
thank you.
the sponsor of this event as well. So thank you, the team at Monster Cities and James Powell, for jumping in with us and pranking this out and doing all the work here.
Thanks, Paul.
Right, and James Kane, another beautiful sculpt, my man.
Another one, yeah, really.
Thank you very
really
much,
great.
guys. Thank you. Thank you.
Friggin' beautiful.
Miss you guys in person this year. I really do.
Yeah, that's one thing about this.
Virtual,
I really do miss seeing everybody.
Yeah.
And we miss Louis as well. We miss Louis.
Oh, don't worry.
I know you play
Close
some.
to Louis today, and he's already in the chat right now.
Louis, we miss you, man. You're awesome.
So, guys, I can't thank you enough for doing this and having that printer going on in the back there. It's been really awesome.
Awesome. Well,
Yeah.
thank you, Paul.
guys. Thank you.
Thanks to you and Jaime and everybody there.
Absolutely. Absolutely. It's been a lot of fun. It's been a lot of fun to do this. I'm looking forward to all the other segments too. This is what we're saying, people. We're trying to do stuff like this where we got James Powell literally at the studio. You got James Kane sitting at his house and his atmosphere, how he sculpts. And you guys
in my workshop.
Yeah, his workshop. We're trying to give you guys the idea of how artists also work with even other artists too. So we're not done. We're just starting, right? The timer. We still got 4 hours and 22 minutes of streaming.
Wow, that's a lot. That's a lot.
So the Jameses, as I was calling you guys, James Squared. Any last things for you guys before we say goodbye to you? And we're going to.
I'd actually. Do you know what? I'm going to say a thank you. Actually, I've got a thank you to my friend Martin, because I always tease him, but he was actually. But you need someone to look over your shoulder every now and then, and Martin's my man. So Martin, thank you very much, and you still owe me as well, anyway. But
yeah, he's in here.
Yeah, Martin's in the chat too. I saw him in there.
He's there.
Yeah.
Hey, really quick, I just want to say, guys, remember Magic Wheelchair. Got to remember Magic Wheelchair. They need help. There's been no cons for fundraising. For
that's true. Yeah.
So, and all of you at Pixelogic have been so supportive and helped us out so much. And so many artists. Shane Olson, who I know is going to be around, great artist, and so many others, Eamon and Daniel, all you guys. Really miss seeing you guys, and remember Magic Wheelchair, because it's in our hearts. It's
Absolutely.
really important to us.
Yeah, for those that don't know, Magic Wheelchair is a organization that makes costumes for kids in wheelchairs. And Monster City's been a forerunner for this. They're for free making all the costumes, getting artists involved. It's all time for free to make these kids some wheelchairs. And we did one a couple of years ago, an X-Wing. So that's what Magic Wheelchair is. I know somebody put it in the chat too, so people are aware of it.
Yeah, I put it in there.
Thank you, Dross.
All right, guys.
All right. Thanks, James.
Dice K got it too.
Thanks, both James.
Thank you.
See you guys soon, okay?
Enjoy the rest of the summit, everyone.
You too. You enjoy the rest. Don't just stop watching now.
Yeah, that'll be it. I'm off.
Gotta watch the rest.
It's like 10 o'clock here nearly, Cheers,
All right,
guys.
The Jameses, have a wonderful day. James Kane, have a wonderful evening.
All right, guys. We'll see you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Cheers.
All right.
Take care.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Oh, so it's me and Druss.
That was excellent. I want one of those arms, just right here,
You
right
got
next to me.
You got some money for that one or what?
No, I was hoping you were gonna, just buy me one.
Sure.
And then you can buy me some of the spray-on metal too. I want spray metal too.
Yeah, that was very cool.
I want to coat everything in spray copper.
Right? Yeah, I like that one. I like that. Okay, so let's get going to the stuff that everybody's been chitter-chattering about as well. So we're going to do some giveaways now. So again, you got to register every single day. So for those of you watching right now, you have to have registered today. If you're going to come back tomorrow and the next day, you'll need to register again, because we are going to wipe the board of all those registers and start all over again. Okay, so we're going to start giving some stuff away for you all. And again, when you register, use the chat name that you're using right now to chat with us, whether you're on the YouTube, your Twitch, or your Facebook name. Okay, so the first thing I want to give away, all right, is something. So we're going to do is I'm going to show my screen here for the team here. So we're going to give away one of the Space Mouse, because if you already don't know, the upcoming version of ZBrush will support this 3D mouse now. Okay, so we're going to give away one of these to somebody. So let me do a little drawing here and see who I get. All right. So the winner, and you got to be here for this. And if I don't get you within the next couple of seconds here, I'm going to redraw. So Josh Wallace, when your Gmail is Josh Wallace, mp@gmail. Are you here? Josh, calling Josh.
Are you here? Josh
Wallace.
Wallace.
Get my bull out. Get my bull out. We need to see a Josh. You need to just comment in the chat right now that you're here. And I need to see your name that you're here. If not, I'm going to redraw. Okay? Because we definitely want to make sure you're here. So you're, number one, aware that you won. And we're going to be communicating with you. Josh, I'm going to give you a couple more seconds. If not, I'm redrawing. Going once. Going twice. Going. There he is. We got ourselves.
There he is. We got him.
There we go. We got a Josh. All right. Let's move on. And then, by the way, here's where you guys do your giveaways. Okay, Summit.Pixelogic giveaways. Josh, congratulations on winning that. I think you'll have a blast. Let's see. Let's start grabbing some other things here. Let's grab something else. Oh, let's do one of these. All right. Let's do a Gnomon 1-year subscription workshop. Okay. 1-year Gnomon workshop. Okay. So you're going to have access to a 1-year workshop. And I'm also going to do here is I'm going to put the username that I'm looking, because again, I'm not going to get these right probably. So I wish Joseph was doing this, not me. All right.
Nope, you got
the winner. I'm putting in chat right now. Lizier, I'm probably saying it wrong, but here, let me put it in the chat so you can see who you are. This, who I just put in the chat right now, there is who our winner is. Are you here?
Got to be here.
Liz? I don't even know how to pronounce
it. I don't know. I haven't seen it. I'm going through the chat.
I'm not good at this stuff. Okay. Liz, are you here? Again, you guys got to be here. If you're not here, I'm going to redraw. Okay. Because we've got a lot of stuff to go away, and we want to make sure we get these to people that are here so they are aware, again, that they won and they're here. And because of the delay a little bit with the stream, I'm going to give this a minute. But if I don't see you, going once, going twice, going a third time. Okay, I'm redrawing.
Redraw.
All right. Phil Remy. Are you
Phil Remy?
Here is the name that you've put in for your chat. So this is who I'm looking for. Phil Remy. Are you here? The color things get me a lot of times. They get me. When it goes,
I'm looking.
Hard to see them.
Phil Remy, are you here?
Phil, are you here? All right, we're going to go again, the countdown. We're giving you a second here, Phil. Going once. Going twice. Going a third time. Redraw. Okay, let me redraw. All right, I'm not even going to attempt this. Okay. This is what I'm going to try and attempt to say. Guys, you guys are making this is on purpose from the Pixelogic team, making me have to pronounce all of these. So again, in the chat right now, KAKCALHO.
Kakacalho.
Are you here? Please put in the chat. You're here, so I can give you your 1-year subscription for a Gnomon workshop. Do we see them? In a second here, I'm gonna switch to something else if we're not getting people to show up here. All right. What do we? Did they show up yet, Drust?
Nope, nothing yet.
Oh, yeah, wait, there we go. We're here.
There.
Hey, thank you. You have just won that. So let me make a note of that because I just hit the wrong button, Melissa. I hit the wrong button. So we will be in contact with you all too to make sure you get your prizes, because obviously we got to be able to get these out to you. Okay. All right. Let's pick something else here. Let's pick one more thing here to give away. Let's go with this. Let's do a lifetime access to Shane Olson's class. Lifetime access to Shane Olson's class. This is the winner we are looking for right now. Everyone pay attention to my chat, because that's the person we are looking for to show I am here. If you want to make an attempt at that, what do you think? How you want to pronounce that one?
A tentative slug 05.
05.
Yes.
Attentive live.
He's there. We got him.
We got him?
We got him.
All right. Confirmed winner. You have just won a Shane Olson lifetime class. All right. Dress, let's do one more. What do you think? One more?
Sure.
We'll do another one. We'll do another one. Let's do another one. Let's do this one. Let's do this one. Let's do Pablo's ZBrush for Illustrators course. Let's do a ZBrush for Illustrators course. Let's give one of these away. Oh boy. Oh boy. Here we go. Here we go. Sculpting fill. Sculpting fill is what we're looking for. We're looking for a sculpting fill here. Do we got a sculpting fill? I just put it in a chat. Who we are looking for.
Sculpting fill.
It's got to match with that. It's got to match with sculpting fill. Are you here? That's who we're looking for right now. We're still looking for sculpting.
Still looking for sculpt and fill.
I love it. We're looking for sculpting fill. Again, this is to Pablo's class. Pablo Munez, who's got his 3D concept artist, ZBrush for Illustrators. We are looking for a sculpting fill. A sculpting fill. Are you available? Are you here? Okay, we're going to start the countdown. Going once, sculpting fill. Going twice. Oh, no, going twice, sculpting fill. Going a third time. No sculpting fill. I'm redrawing. I'm redrawing. Here we go. Who do we got in that? Oh, I like these ones. I like when you guys give me a little bit easier ones. Sculpt Z. Sculpt Z. Here, I'm going to put the name in again.
Wait.
What?
So what? Philip's saying he put the wrong name in. Are we going with that?
What do you mean? It's you? Well, Phil, what's your email address? The problem is I've already drawn it. Let me see your email. Can you put your email address in there real quick? Because I remember.
Yeah, but then no, that's a chat thing. You're gonna be all over the place with that.
Yeah. I need to see that. I know.
Maybe the start, first 3 letters or something.
Or give me. How about this? Give me the at. Are you at blah 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 at blah 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 at Gmail at Hotmail? What are you at? For Phil. Otherwise, I've already got Sculpt Z up, and he's here or she's here. You're a little late. I need to see your email, Phil.
Or at least part of it.
At least part of it. Give me the last part, the at. Give me the at. Because I've already done the redraw, so I'm my system. All right, well, you're not here. All right, so let's move on to another one then. Let's move on to another one. Let's do one more.
Wait, hold on.
Huh.
Hold on.
I'll do another one while you're doing that.
All right.
Let's do let's see. I'm just refreshing my screen here. Okay, let's do one of these. Okay. So we got here XMD, an on-demand mega bundles. On-demand mega bundles. All right, let's draw the winner. Guys, eventually you got to chime in. I can't wait. So when I pull your name, you got to get on this. You got to say hello.
Okay, so Sculpting Phil has been verified as Philip. I can't say your last name.
Yeah, go ahead.
He's good.
Okay. All right, I got to make notes. You guys are throwing me curveballs now. Okay. This is for what you're seeing right now. This is for the XMD. Okay. I am looking for Jacob Van Dam. Again, Jacob Van Dam. Okay, that's who I'm looking for, is a Jacob Van Dam. Again, obviously with a little bit of delay. There, you're here. All right, thank you. All right. So don't forget, we will be giving stuff away this entire day. and also all tomorrow and all the next day. So this is where you're going to want to go. But we're going to be moving on to another segment here. So this next segment that we're going to be moving on to is, again, this is going to be the throwing nothing but tips and tricks at you, right? So this is going to be Joseph and I, along with videos that we've had done by some of our amazing artists, right? So artists that we've had on ZBrush Masters and artists that we've had streaming with us on this channel on a regular basis. So we're going to be diving into this segment here. So give us 1 minute. We're going to come back and we're going to get right into this, the ZBrush top tips. Okay, so stay tuned. We're going to be
Hello everyone, this is Michael from Pixelogic's social media and marketing team. I want to introduce to you a small fun segment we'll be showing you throughout the ZBrush Summit this year called 2020 ZBrush Highlights. Throughout the day, we'll be showing you some of the most popular ZBrush creations from throughout the year from ZBrush Central, our Instagram, Facebook, and more, while telling you a little bit about the piece, the artist behind it, and where you can see more of that artist's work. Be sure to check out the link in each 2020 ZBrush highlight video to visit our exclusive ZBrush Central thread cataloging all of this year's highlights. Enjoy the summit.
The Form 3 has helped bring people's wildest dreams to reality. But sometimes you need to dream bigger. We designed the Form 3L to bring the biggest dreams to life, so we wanted to put it to the ultimate test. Could we use the 3L to print our flagship 3D printer? Introducing Form 3L, so you can print a dream within a dream maker.
Michael here again with another 2020 ZBrush highlight. This rose was created by Magdalena Dadella while she was a beta tester for ZBrush 2021. She created the rose petals utilizing the new cloth dynamics and brush system included in the latest version. This is a great example of what you can do with the new tools in addition to the clothing. Hello again, Michael here with more 2020 ZBrush highlights. This piece, simply entitled Experiment, is an exploration in ancient architecture by artist Paul Chattison. This is a unique departure from the usual creatures and characters we see and showcases ZBrush's ability to not only model large-scale structures, but add intricate details to them.
And we're back. We're back.
We're back.
We're back. All right. So we're moving on to the ZBrush top tips. Again, these are going to be, we're going to be playing a video from an artist that we've asked to kindly put together a tip that they like to use inside of ZBrush. Again, people, these tips are going to be 15 minutes or less. And then myself and Joseph Drust are going to add little things here and there where we can for these tips as well, and maybe even show you other things. Okay.
Can I do a tip before we even start?
Sure.
Can I do a starter tip? So Kyle, can you give me the screen here? So this is one that was asked. So basically, yeah. So if you have any questions during any of these tips, put them in the chat, because me and Paul, we love going on tangents, and we'll gladly go on a tangent and try to explain something for you. So definitely we're going to recap after these videos. So if you've been watching, you watched James, how he went through, James Kane, he went through and had that base mesh set up initially where it was all in parts and you could move it around and change the positions of it. And we had a question asking, well, how can you do that? So I'm gonna go through two little things here quick, and then we'll get into the tip videos. So here I just have the demo dog here. And let's say we wanna break this dog into sections. So I want his head to be a separate part so I can move it around, maybe reposition it, but not have to worry about the rest of the body going with it. So there's two quick ways you can do this. First, if you hold down Control and Shift, you're going to see you're going to get a select rectangle brush. And if you click on this, in here you have a list of brushes you can change this to. And the one I'm looking for in here is called the Slice Curve brush. And if I select the Slice Curve brush and now come across my dog model here, and get out of perspective, and just draw this out, you're going to see as I draw this out, it's going to give a different color to the model that was just sliced. Now this one's a little bit faint, so let me try it again so we can get a little different one you can see a little better. And so this is called a polygroup. And so what happened here is the model was sliced and then a new polygroup was generated where that slice line was at. And this is cutting through the topology or mesh. So it's making new topology as you do this. So if I undo this and then hold Control and Shift and draw this out, you see it's going to slice right through. Now after this is sliced, you can now isolate this. So if I hold down Control and Shift again and then select, say, the Select Rectangle brush, I can now isolate by these parts. So right now I've sliced through this model and I now have two different areas on this mesh. Now after you have this, we can go to Geometry over here, we can go to Modify Topology, and in here we have a Unweld Groups Border option. And this will now break that division. So those polygroups there after that slice was generated, those points are still connected. But now I'm unwelding those points. So now these are seen as two separate geometry islands. So I can take this head and say move this up a little bit up here and detach it from the body. And now you can see I have those two different parts. Now, if you want these to be solid, which is what I find out kind of helps if you're working on a model to position it and you have all these segmented meshes, you can come over here and you can run this Close Holes option. This is located in Tool, Geometry, Modify Topology, Close Holes. This will now seal those holes up. And so now I have the dog's head broken off as that new part. I can now come onto the polygroups area here and do an auto groups. This is going to assign a polygroup to the geometry areas. And now I can move around the head wherever I want it. I can mask this out as a separate object. So it kind of gives you more freedom. So you can come through and just take a model and slice it up. Now, the other way you can do it is with masking. So this is another quick one here. And for this, if I come across a part of a model, so let's say I come across the back of the dog here, I'm just going to mask this out. If you have a mask on your mesh here, you can come over here to the tool and then down to the polygroups or the masking area. And in here you have a, where is it at? Actually, is it in here? No, it's in polygroups.
It's in geometry edge loop.
No, he's going, I was going to go this way instead.
Oh, okay.
So group mask, clear mask, and this will apply a polygroup to the masked area. And so that will now give you that polygroup, and then you can do that split again. And then the one Paul was talking about is in the tool geometry edge loop area here, and you have an edge loop masked border. And when you click this is going to take that masked area and it's going to generate a border around it. So this is going to give you a little cleaner result of that. And you can see it has an extra polygroup through there. And then after you have this generated, you can then now isolate those parts. You can do that unweld groups border again that we did on the initial part and break it up into segments. So those are the two quick ways in which you can take a model that's solid and split it up into little parts, and then you can move them around, reposition them, sculpt on them separately. Paul mentioned also doing the geometry Dynamesh area here. There is a groups option. You can turn that on, and when you Dynamesh, it'll look at those polygroups and it's going to do a close hole function and then Dynamesh those separately. So then you could work that way as well and have all these different parts that are Dynamesh objects. You can move them around, position them a little bit easier, and then go like that. So there you go, Paul. There's the first one, starting it off.
No, I want one now. I want one now. This isn't fair. I want a real fast, really fast. Okay. So
yes, and Control W is also the hotkey for that group mask, clear mask.
We got to get into the video, right? Because we definitely want you guys to see what these artists have put together. But one thing I wanted to also talk about, because I think the way James is working is awesome. That's actually the way I also work. I like to make it in pieces. So just like
the same thing.
Said, he's making like slices here, right? That are making different polygroups, right? And you guys, James Kane had his stuff all grouped in pieces, right? To make it easier for posing and things like that. I think that's amazing, a perfect workflow. It's awesome because it's kind of like a non-destructive way to move, because you can weld at any point in time. It's easy, right? So I know people were asking about Dynamesh, right? So when you go to Dynamesh this, right, it'll keep the polygrouping how we want them, right? But James wanted them to be split off into parts. Okay, so if you guys turn on this groups option right here, right, see that right there, that groups option next to Dynamesh, this is looking at polygrouping now, okay? So when you guys go to re-Dynamesh, these are now actually pieces, right? So the benefit to this is no matter what you do now, as long as one of the pieces is a complete polygroup, they'll stay a separate piece, right? So this is another little quick tip I think is awesome. I use this all the time. In fact, this is how I start all my models with Dynamesh. I like to call it Dynasketching now. With that
Dynasketch.
Yeah, I like to call it Dynasketching now for me, right? And so now these pieces are separate. So at any point in time, see, I can move this piece completely separate, and I can even sculpt on it. And then when I read Dynamesh, you see there's no welding happening. That's the beauty of this, all right? So that's me. We got to get into these videos. I don't want to take away from
we could just do this on our own for like
we gotta go.
Problem.
So we're going to play a video for you guys. This is how this is going to work. We're going to play a video for you guys. And then after the video, Joseph and I are going to do exactly what we were just doing right there. We'll constrain ourselves. And
yeah, we probably won't do it for all of them. We've watched these videos ahead of time, so we know what that's kind of going to be shown to them. So we have some little notes, but a lot of the tips we got are, they're very well done. So there's not really going to be much for us to comment on. Yeah.
But be in the chat. Be in the chat, okay? Because we're going to be here still chatting with you, okay? Mm-hmm. So our first video is going to be from Mr. Michael Poplovich. So everyone buckle up. He's got a great tip for you guys all to see. So we're going to go right into that video for this segment.
Hey everybody, this is Michael Pavlovich, and I've been using ZBrush since before I graduated college, so sometime around 2004, and it's been my asset pipeline backbone ever since. What we're going to do here is put a decorative cloth around this genie character, and it's a fairly simple process. So the first thing I'm going to do is go down here to Insert. I'm just going to grab a simple plane. I'm going to hit W to go into gizmo mode, hold down Shift, and just move this to -90 degrees, and then I'm going to move this up so it's right below his chin here. So essentially I'm going to relax this cloth on his body, but first we have to cut a pattern in this cloth. So let's hit Q to go back into draw mode, go into polyframe mode here, I'm going to hold down Shift and snap to the top here, and I'm going to turn on transparency with ghost turned off. Your transparency and ghost may be further down. So I'm going to hold down Control Shift, and we're going to select slice circle. Now if I go into the stroke here, you're going to see center's turned on. So I can click right in the middle of his head, and we're just going to slice where his neck hole will be. And then one more time right in the middle of his head, out to his shoulders, and give him some more cloth towards the front and the back. So now you can see we have 3 polygroups here, a green, a light yellow-green, and a green and a yellow. All I really want is this yellow pattern, so I'm going to hold down Control-Shift and click, and we now have this geometry. I'm going to say Geometry, go down here to Modify Topology, and then just say Delete Hidden. So now I want to make this geometry a little bit nicer. You can see there's some triangles in there. So I'm going to go to Geometry, ZRemesher. We're going to go to Adaptive Size down to 0. Let's go ahead and hit double so we can get some more geo going. And I'm also going to hit X to go into X symmetry here to get a nice symmetrical result. So now I hit ZRemesh. It's going to go ahead and give me some nice geo. If you want, you can just keep hitting this button. Or you know what? We can actually go, let's go same and then ZRemesh again. And there we go. We got that nice edge loops all around the entire object here. So let's go out of transparency mode. And over here you can see I have this docking area over here. You just double click those double arrows, and then I'm going to take this dynamics menu, grab that white dot, throw it over here to the left. And I want to use gravity to pull this down initially. So we're going to have gravity turned on. I'm going to take that gravity strength down so it falls a little bit slower. And then I'm going to go down here to my collision volume and turn that on. That's going to tell ZBrush everything else in my scene that's not selected. You can see the cloth is selected here. It's going to collide with. So with that set, let's go ahead and run the simulation. You can see it's going to fall right on my character. Perfect. Now it is kind of spaced out kind of far away from my character, so let's hit Control Z. Let's take this inflate next to collision volume, tap that number, hit 0.5 and hit enter, and then that'll go ahead and recalculate it for me. We can rerun the simulation. Now it'll fall a little bit closer to his body. Now to stop the simulation, I just clicked in my document and moved, or you can just click that button again. So now we have the beginnings of our cloth. It's a little bit low res, but that's okay, because what we can do here is we can go in here to Geometry, open up Dynamic Subdiv, and click on that Dynamic button. The shortcut for that is D and then Shift D to turn it off. So if I hit D to turn it on, we can say always yes, and now I can just hop back and forth between those. Another really cool thing we can do under Dynamic is we can open up, or we can crank up this thickness a little bit and give us a little bit of dynamic thickness. Now you're going to see as I move this up, it's kind of out from the middle. So our real geometry is in the middle, and then it's going to give us a dynamic thickness up and down. Let's change this offset to 100, and you're going to see it's going to go all the way up. So our real geometry is at the bottom. Now if we go to negative 100, it's going to put our fake geometry inwards. So I think that looks pretty good, and I think we can work with this. Let's go ahead and take our smooth subdiv down to 0, and we're just going to have this low res geo here. Let's go ahead and say apply. So now, because again, if we turn off dynamic, it's just a preview mesh. We turn it on, it looks like there's geometry there, but it's not really there. If we want it to be real geo, go over here to dynamic, hit apply, and now this is real geometry. So if you want to, you can we can start modeling some more detail on here. So for example, I can go to BZM to our Z modeler brush. We can hover over, you can see we have a yellow polygroup on either side. So if I hover over a face, hold down the space bar, say Q mesh, polygroup all, we can pull out, and then on this green one, we can pull up, and now we have a little bit of piping in around our cloth here. If we go back in here to dynamic, or we hit D to turn that back on, you're going to see it kind of does a weird thing. That's because we have thickness turned on still. Let's go ahead and turn that thickness down so we don't have any thickness, but we do want to turn smooth subdiv up to 2. So that way it'll give us a preview of what it would look like if we hit this divide button a couple times. It's non-destructive, so we can hit Shift D to turn it off, and then D to turn that back on. Now we got a little bit more detail going in this cloth. So now let's say we want to add some stitching to this cloth. So what I'm going to do is we're going to go out of edit mode. You can hit T or just go out of edit mode with this button and then say always switch. Hit Control N to clear our canvas. Then we're going to go back into our tool palette. We're going to go ahead and choose, doesn't really matter, we'll choose the Polymesh 3D star, drag it on our canvas, go back into edit mode. And at the very bottom here, you're going to see an initialize field. Let's go ahead and say, now if you grabbed any of those other Polymesh 3D, Polymesh objects, you're going to have to say, you know, if you did like a ring 3D, say make Polymesh 3D, and then at the very bottom, you'll get this initialize menu that has these options, I should say. So let's go ahead and hit Q cube. So we have a very nice simple cube. We'll go ahead and turn polyframe back on. We'll hit W, and we'll go ahead and scale this out a little bit. I'm going to make this a little bit thinner, so we're going to thin this out like this. And let's hit Q to go back into draw mode. We'll go back into our Z modeler brush, BZM, hover over an edge this time, hold down space bar, and let's say bevel edge loop complete. So that'll give us a few more areas where we can bend this geometry. If you want to have even more geo, you can go through here, you can bevel this one and then just tap this one to get the exact same amount. So now that we have that, we're getting a lot of polygroups in here. If you want, just hit Control W. That'll make all of these one polygroup. Let's hit W. Go into the little gear icon here. We're going to say bend arc, and we're going to grab this green cone, and we're going to pull this down, and we're going to take this this white cone, and we're going to pull it to the right just to change that radius. So we have a nice, basically a little stitch here. So if I hit W or Q to go back into draw mode, and then I hit D to go back into dynamic, you're going to see we get a little stitch on here. Now for now, it's kind of a simple stitch. So let's go ahead and let's do this. Let's hit W. I'm going to hold down Control and drag out a copy of this. And on this one, we're going to hold down Shift, and we're going to rotate this one 45 degrees, and we're going to put it back in the middle. We're going to Control click in our canvas to invert our mask, hold down Shift, and then rotate this one 45 degrees. And you know what? Let's move this one down a little bit here. So let's hit Q to go back into draw mode, Control drag in our canvas, and now we have basically a stitch that can repeat. Now when we drag this out on our object, what it's going to do is if hit W and then Control drag out a copy and then let go of Control, it's going to end up looking like this. So let's hit Control Z to undo that. We'll go Q to go back into draw mode, and I'm going to go into hit B to go into my brush menu. Let's say create insert mesh, new, and this is cool too. You can just make an insert mesh brush. So you can go through here on any object and just insert this on there. However, what we want to do is attach this brush object here to a curve. So we're going to go over here to stroke, under here into the curve menu, hit turn on curve mode. And so now when I drag this out, let's go ahead and make our draw size a little bit bigger, say maybe 50. You can also hit S on your keyboard to change your draw size. And if you drag out a curve now, you're going to see we have this object being repeated along this curve. If you go in here to stroke and you make your curve step larger, you're going to see it's going to space them out more. And then if I go in here to stroke and then make our curve step smaller, like 0.6, it's going to pack them closer together. So let's go ahead and dial this in. Let's say 1.5. Hit enter, and then as we drag on this curve, it's going to update that curve. So if we like this brush, what we can do is we can go up here to our brush, and we can say, hold down Alt, select icon. That'll give us a new icon here. I'm going to go to Save As, and we're going to throw this right into our C, Program Files, Pixelogic, ZBrush 2021, ZBrushes. I have a _IMM folder I put in here, and we're just going to call this Stitches. So now when I hit the comma key to bring up the Lightbox menu, under the Brush tab here, we can go all the way over here to where I have my IMM folder, and then right in here you're going to see we have a new Stitches brush. So I can always grab that anytime I want. So let's go back to our character here, and you see we're back here with this cloth. And what I can do is, if I turn on polyframe, I basically want to put stitches all the way around where the red border polygroup is. So what I can do is let's do Shift D to turn off dynamic temporarily. I'm going to hold down Control Shift, isolate, and tap just to isolate the red polygroup here. I'm going to go back into the stroke menu, and then under curve functions, we don't need polygroups, we don't need creased edges, we need that open border. So we're going to hit frame mesh, and that's going to frame that open border here. I can hold down Control Shift and tap in my document to bring all my geo back. And you're going to see we now have a curve around this open border here. So what I want to do is put stitches right along that curve. Let's go ahead and hit D to turn dynamic back on. And another thing I want to do is I'm going to turn off X symmetry. Just tap X on my keyboard so I don't get overlapping stitches. So I'm going to hit B to go back into my brush menu. Make sure you have your stitches brush selected, and then when you tap on your mesh here, you're going to see it's going to update that curve with stitches. Now, if you want to get rid of these curves here, you can tap on an object away from that curve, and it'll go ahead and get rid of that curve, or you can go up here to stroke, curve functions, and hit the delete key. You're also going to see the stitches are masked out. So if I want those in their own subtool, I go down here to Subtool, under the Tool Subtool menu, and say Split Masked Points, and now those are going to be in their own subtool here. So let's do one last thing here. Let's put some like decorative patterns on this cloth. So I'm going to take this cloth here, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to duplicate this off. I'm going to go into solo mode, which may be down here at the bottom for you, and I'm going to say dynamic apply, and that's going to give us real subdivisions here, so you see I can go back and forth between them. However, if I turn off polyframe, I hold down Control, we'll be in mask pin, and let's go ahead and turn X symmetry back on just by clicking X on our keyboard. You're going to see we're not getting a whole lot of resolution, so I'm going to hit Control D or hit the divide key a couple times, and now we get a lot better resolution along here. So really simply, I'm just going to go through here. We're just going to do like a decorative pattern, just like loop up here, and then we'll kind of loop around here, and then we'll just do another loop off here. So what I want to do is make this into geometry. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go over here, delete lower, turn on our polyframe again, and essentially I want to turn this mask into its own polygroup. However, I can do that right now. I can hit Control W again, and that's going to give us kind of an alias looking line. So let's undo that. Let's go down here to Geometry, Edge Loop, click this Edge Loop Mask Border. That gives a little bit of a cleaner cut around here. And now if I Control Drag to unmask, you're going to see we get a brand new polygroup. So let's go ahead and hold down Control Shift and isolate that polygroup here. And again, one more time, we're going to go to Geometry, Modify Topology, and Delete Hidden. And we have X Symmetry turned on. So if I go to ZRemesher, half, tap the size down to 0 and hit ZRemesh, this will give us nice clean geometry. In fact, we can keep hitting half, get this as low as you feel like you want to. This looks pretty good to me. So let's go out of solo mode here. And one more time, we're going to go to BZM to go to our Z Modeler brush. Hover over a face again, Q Mesh, Polygroup All again, just pull up. That'll give us some thickness along here. Now we have polygroups here, so if we want, we can also go in here to this crease menu. We have a bevel width. Let's hold down Control, and if we hold down Control and pull along that bevel width, you see we get a bevel along our polygroup, so that'll give us a little bit of a nicer shape here. And then again, if you hit D on your keyboard, that'll give you a dynamically smooth mesh. And anytime you want to select a subtool, just hold down Alt and tap, and you'll get that subtool. Over here on this dynamic, I'm going to say smooth div at subdiv of 3. That'll give us an even smoother result. So now if I go over here, I can hold down Shift, touch the eyeball off to turn everything off, and then hold down Shift and turn the eyeball to touch everything back on. And now you can see I have all my subtools back on. We have some cloth, we have some stitching, we have some kind of decorative embedded other cloth here. So anyway, I hope that's helpful. It's kind of fun to go in here and see what kind of functionality you can get with ZBrush, especially with the new features that are in ZBrush 2021. And happy ZBrushing.
All right. So
There we go.
There we go. I want to share something, okay? So let's show my ZBrush.
Wait. What are you sharing?
What? Don't worry about it.
I got some stuff to share too.
Just buckle up.
I added some. I told you I wasn't going to share on this one, but I want to share
knew
too.
it. See? You just can't get enough, man. You always got to share. Okay. So to the Keyshot 9 question, that's not our product. That's Luxian's product. So they don't offer free upgrades like we do. So you'd have to... They do if you bought the product within a certain time before they launch something like their next version, Keyshot 10. But you'd have to go to their website and look. Okay, so someone asked about the deformers, because I want to show this too, because there was the point where he came over here and did the quick cube, right? Which is pretty much standing for quick cube, right? And then he did this, right? And then he did in the Z Modeler. Do you guys remember this part of the video? And he beveled, and then he went and clicked here, and he was adding bevels and stuff through here. Okay, so something else that I want to share that I love to use. I'm going to share it I'll put it on this model because it'll just really see the power of it. Is he also went into deformers here? Okay, and one deformer again. That's one of my favorite deformers. I'm telling you, I use this a ton. Is the extender. Okay, so I'm going to click extender here, and then it's going to pull up my cones. So all the orange cones are the extending cones. The gray cones here that I'm highlighting right now, these are sizing cones. Okay, that's the sizing cone. It's going to size things. The yellow cone here is going to apply a creasing. Okay, and then what's important are these cones, the red, blue, green. Those are your axes, Y, X, and Z. Okay, and then this white cone is going to allow us to do a resolution movement. Okay, so for example, people, if I click on this orange cone right here and pull, you can see the sphere has now become like a pill in essence. And you've got a new polygroup, okay, in the middle. And then you've got creasing. You guys can see, here, I'll move in closer so you guys can see the creasing. Look at the part here in the line, the green line to the orange line. You'll see when I see the creasing appear and reappear. So that's what that does, okay? And then this cone over here will inflate the surface, right? So you can get something like that. Or you can go the opposite and deflate the surface. Okay, so these cones, this red one is saying do symmetry along the X, right? That's what's happening here. So in the beauty of this is I can put this back to 0, then I can pull on the Y, and now I got a shape like that from a sphere, right? That's where I started. Remember, I started from a sphere. And then now that I've done them in both directions, I can inflate out and get something like that, or do the opposite and inflate in. Like, this is a great way to work. Now, The other thing that came up, the person was asking. So let me do it on something a little bit. Let's do it on a cube. Okay, so you guys can see this. So the gizmo is driving your deformers. However this is in the world, this is where your symmetry. So I just showed you guys, I pulled symmetrically along the Y and I pulled symmetrically along the X. It's not about the world symmetry. It has nothing to do with that. It's the gizmo. So what I mean by that is if I hold down the Alt key, A-L-T, Alt, and then I move this, you can see I can move the gizmo, but it's not moving the object. Now, if I throw a Shift key in there, so I'm holding down both the Alt key and the Shift key, I'm going to go 45 degrees, right? So you can see you can snap to different degrees here, whatever you want. That gizmo now is on that angle. So guess what also is on that angle? If I go back here, throw extender, bam! The gizmo is also on that. This is like a Lisa needs braces moment, people. Look up here, look up here, look up here, right? So when you pull on that orange cone right now that I'm highlighting, the other side's going to happen now too, right? So you can start pulling things and messing with things because it's looking at these cones for how the symmetry is going to work, right? Okay. I'm going to kick it to Joseph now because we've got tips after tips coming in. Like I said, guys, we're going to be hitting you over.
We got a lot of these, yeah.
We're going to be hitting you over the head.
I messed up. Let's get my screen going.
Why don't you share your screen, Dress, so people can
maybe I'll do that.
You know, why don't you open up your life a little bit to us? Okay. It's all right.
I think I got it.
It looks like Dress can't even. He's trying to figure out still how to share screen. You got to give him a moment. He might know ZBrush, but he's still trying to figure out this streaming thing right now.
Well, you went on and on about how I was going back and forth between Mac and Windows. I never like being on the Mac side.
Do you have your screen ready now that they can see?
I do.
Okay. Boys in the booth, can you show Joseph's screen for us, please?
It's the one that's moving.
It's the one that's moving.
I'm gonna have to mime this.
You're just tell me what to do from step by step, and then we'll go from there. Okay, that's what we're going to do here, right?
Oh, let me retry this. Let's see if we can get it to work again. Oh, here we go. Okay, how about now? Is that working better? There we go. Look at that. Look at that. All right, so a few things. Paul kept adding more. So first thing, Paul mentioned that rotation. If you guys want to change your rotation for the gizmo, so if you switch to the gizmo, you hold down Shift and click, it's going to do it based on 5-degree angles. If you want to change this to a different angle, there is a miscellaneous utility up here, and there's a little snap angle slider. You can change this and then set the snap angle, and that will allow you to get that gizmo to snap at different angles if you wanted something other than 5. So by default, if you just rotate normally, it's going to give you just kind of free rotation, and if you hold down Shift, it's going to do 5 degrees. But if you want to change it, there's this little slider in that miscellaneous utilities. Now, one question we had in chat while Pavlovich's video was going on was a question about dynamic and how high should you put the smooth subdivision slider. So the smooth subdivision slider, what it's doing, it's giving you a preview of what the model would look like if it was divided traditionally, like coming up here and clicking divide. So if I take this shape and I click divide, you can see this divided up to subdivision 4, and this is what I'm getting, right? So it's just taking the model and dividing it. Now, if I undo this and I go now and have dynamic active, and now I start changing the smooth subdivision slider, it's going to give you a preview of what the model will look like if it was traditionally divided. So the question was asking about, like, well, how high should you go on this? Well, the higher you go, just remember, it's giving you a preview of that model that is divided with traditional subdivisions. So the higher you go, the more topology that mesh is going to be. So this is giving you a preview, but it's still going to be taxing on your computer. So if you don't have to go all the way up to like the smooth subdivision of 7 to get the result you're looking for, it's going to give you better performance. So you don't go through here and just crank this. Use it kind of, you know, I'm missing the word right now, but sparingly. So you use it if you need it, but if you don't need it all the way up, don't put it all the way up. Because remember, it's just giving you kind of the preview of what it would look like if it was divided traditionally. And if you render in BPR, it's going to basically do the computation of it being divided in traditional subdivisions and give you the preview. So little thing there on that. And then one more here. So the other one that Pavlovich showed, which is one of my favorite ones, but it's a hidden feature in here. And so he took that shape and he kind of generated this beveling around it. And this is done by having a model that has polygrouping. So this model here has polygrouping. If you want to change your polygrouping really quick using the ZModeler brush to get it be like kind of like a boxed map polygroup, You can go and grab the ZModeler brush, and if you cover over one of the polys and then press spacebar to go in the ZModeler poly action menu, in here if you set it to polygroup and then you set your target to all polygons, down here you have some different modifiers that will allow you to change how the polygrouping is being applied. So for a shape like this, I can come over here and say if I only want 3 sides, I can select 3 sides. And now if I select this, it's just going to give me 3 polygroups based on it coming from 3 sides. So if the model's in the center of the world, you're going to get front, back, and then the sides, right? So 3 sides polygrouping. So now you can see as I rotate this around, I have a polygroup here and then polygroups on the side. Now, after you have this polygrouping on a mesh, if you come over to the tool geometry crease area, there's this bevel width slider. Now, the hidden feature that Pavlovich showed in his video is you hold down Control, and then where these polygroups break, if you drag this button here, it's now going to bevel. So you can see I'm holding down the Control key on my keyboard here, and I'm changing the bevel width slider, and it's basically separating those polygroups and giving me a beveled edge in between them. So that's that little tip that Pavlovich was showing. Now, when you use this feature, it works the best with surfaces that are convex. So if you think about a spoon, the part where you actually put your cereal in and eat is the concave side, and the other side is the convex side. So if you have shapes that are kind of doing this, not this, this is where this kind of bevel width slider is going to give you the best results. You can take any object that has polygrouping on it, hold down Control, drag the bevel width slider, and it'll split those polygroups apart and then generate topology between them. So there you go, Paul.
All right. We got to move on to the next video here, right? So guys, again, we're just going to keep playing some videos here, some great tips. And this is what Joseph and I are going to do. We're going to just keep adding and showing you more things and answering questions for you. All right. So let's move on to video number 2. Boys in the booth. Let's play that second video.
Hey everyone, hope you're having a great ZBrush Summit. My name is Pablo Munoz Gomez. I'm a 3D concept and character artist, and I've been using ZBrush for almost 10 years, but my first contact with the software was around 2006. And in the past few years, really, it's become one of my, my go-tools to do everything, really. So I use it on almost on a daily basis. So today, I just want to show you a couple of tips on how to work and how to deal with one of my favorite features in ZBrush, which is fiber mesh. And obviously, it's that the feature, the thing that I used to create the hair and the fur for this creepy creature. So I'm going to start by showing you some tips and tricks on how to deal with it and how to grow the fiber mesh, and then how to groom it or give it a bit of shape, because it can be a little bit tricky, especially if you don't know some of the settings. So I have prepared this project just to give you an idea of what you can achieve fairly quickly, really, with this fiber mesh. But I'm going to start simple with a sphere. And I have this standard ZBrush UI. And the way that you grow fiber mesh in just a couple of clicks is very easy. I'm going to hold Control, and that's accessing my masking brushes to mask the top of this sphere. I'm going to hold Control and click on the mask to blur it, right? And then I'm just going to go down in the tool palette to my fiber mesh subpalette. I'm going to click on Preview, and that's it. You have fiber mesh. Right? Now, there are a couple of things that is important to kind of like get right from the beginning. One is you can go in 2 ways, basically, or take 2 different avenues. One is with the fiber mesh settings, sort of like establishing the look and feel of the fiber mesh with the settings, and the other one is with the grooming. And I say that it's kind of like 2 different ways, because if you are going to groom, or if you're going to basically give shape with the grooming brushes, you're going to basically override all the settings that you set up in the settings. So I'm going to explain that in a second. So basically, if now that we have fiber mesh, we can go ahead and start tweaking the settings to change the shape, the color, and you can create a bunch of different things, not just hair or fur. So for instance, let's reduce the max fibers, and that's reducing the number. And by the way, this is just a preview. We haven't actually created, so we can keep tweaking this. I'm going to increase the length, for example, take the gravity off so that they're kind of like shooting straight up. Here with this color, we can change, let's create some weird roses or something like that. So you have the tip and you have the base. So I gave the base a green color and the tip a red color. And you have this color profile that allows you to change how much influence of each color you have. So the left-hand side is the root and the right-hand side is the tip. So if I give more prominence to the green color, to the root, I can click to add a point and just drag this like so, and now we have more of that color. Let's make it a little bit darker. right? And then we also have these settings here to colorize the base. So right now it's at 0.5. I'm gonna give it 100% to 1. Now we have that full influence of that color, right? The other thing that we can do is go to the width profile. I'm gonna reset this one. And the width profile allows you to change the thickness of the entire fur or the entire fiber. So I'm gonna increase the coverage, and that's just the overall width. As you can see, I'm just increasing the thickness of this in a way. I'm gonna set the root scale to 1 and the tip to 1 as well. Not to 10, sorry, to 1 and 1. I have to press enter. There we go. And with the width profile, I can change this. So I'm gonna take the root down. So you see the beginning of that fiber becomes really small, and I'm going to take the tip all the way up, right? It becomes really, really thick. Now I can just start adding points and variate that thickness. So we can add maybe a couple more points here just to sharpen this. And you can also click on this surrounding circle as well, just to make it a bit sharper. There we go. So you see, it's pretty easy how you can just tweak this and generate a bunch of different looks to your fibers. I'm gonna go ahead and maybe add a bit of twist just to rotate each fiber on itself. And if anything, we can add some maybe revolve radius. And this revolve radius is going to create kind of like a curl effect. Right? So all I'm doing right now is just altering the settings of the fiber mesh, right? And let's say I'm happy with this, but I want to further tweak it, right? I'm going to go ahead and click accept. And I'm going to get this pop-up when I have plenty of fibers asking me if I want to activate fast preview render or fast preview mode. I'm going to click no in this instance. And ZBrush now created from those settings a new fiber mesh or a new subtool, right? So now we have, if I go into solo mode, I have the sphere, we can clear that mask, and I have the fibers, right? So in the fibers, I can just go ahead and click on the brush palette. Let me just put that here on the right so you can see properly. I'm going to click on the thumbnail, or the brush thumbnail, and I'm going to use something like this one, the Chrome Hair Toss. So hopefully you can see that, yeah. All right, I'm going to grab that, increase the brush size, and I'm going to start grooming this, right? And that's how easy you can just start giving this fiber mesh some more kind of like a flow or an intentionality. Now the issue here, or not the issue, but in a way the alternative workflow that I wanted to mention is, because I set up all the settings from the fiber mesh settings really, when I start grooming this, I'm basically overriding all that twist, all that revolve radius, all that gravity thing. So in a way, you have those two avenues. You have the option to go with fiber mesh settings and create something that looks really cool, like I just did there with some settings, press accept, and then you have the fiber mesh. And the other way is just to keep it very, very simple, which is what I do in most of the cases for grooming, and then use the grooming brushes to alter the shape of it. So that's what I'm going to show you very quickly. I'm going to jump into this creature. Right, and I'm going to show you the second method, the second workflow, right? So I'm going to go ahead and turn off the fibers, and I'm going to also turn off the poly paint. And you'll see I already have prepared this mask, very similar to what I just did with the sphere. I'm going to go to the preview, create these fibers, and these are almost like the default settings. So the first thing I like to do is change the base to white and the tip to white as well. So we have a pretty clean set of fibers and I can see clearly what I'm doing. The second thing I like to do is change my document size. So you'll notice even if I get closer, there is a bit of a weird artifacts all around, and that's just because of the thickness of the fiber mesh, and it has to do with the way that ZBrush handles the anti-aliasing. So for that, you can click on AA half, and they'll see the half of the document, and you'll see that the fibers are a little bit more clearer and sharper, but the document is smaller. So I'm going to go to document and put that here so you can see what I'll do. Document, I'm going to click on double, and that's just simply going to double the document. I'm going to hold Control and N to clear, drag my creature again, and go to AA half. Perfect. So now I have similar kind of like document size to work with, but I have anti-alias now. Great. So let's go back to our fibers. And like I said, the settings here are relatively unchanged. Like I won't add twist or rotation or gravity, any of those things, because I'm gonna use the grooming technique or the grooming approach. What I want to change is the amount of fibers, of course. So in this case, I want to have a few more fibers, like so, and I want to increase the segments. So the segments is the amount of subdivision of each fiber. At the moment, I have 7 subdivision. The more subdivision that you add, the softer is going to appear when you groom it. But I'm going to get to that in just a second. I think 6 should be fine, and we have a max fibers of 11, and this number is in the thousands, so 11,000 fibers, right? Which is fine. I think it looks good, and you see it's just growing from that mask that I masked previously. So I'm gonna go ahead and click on accept, and I'm gonna get the same fast preview notification. In this case, I'm gonna click on yes, and I'm gonna show you a couple of techniques as well, or tricks to deal with it. So now that I have accepted the fiber mesh, we should have a new subtool, and it's automatically selected. The next thing that I like to do to be able to deal with fiber mesh is to see it a little bit clearer. So I like to select something, let's say something like a yellowish color for the fibers, and go to the color palette. Let's drop that here as well. And I'm going to click on fill object. Make sure that RGB is enabled, and fill object, and make sure that RGB is set to 100 so that we can fill the entire object. There we go. Now, because I don't have poly paint in all the subtools, just in the fiber mesh, I can simply just change the color to something like a blue color, and I would be able to see something very contrasted and basically see where the gaps of the fibers are. So it's just an easy way to see what you're doing, right? Then if we go back to the fiber mesh palette, right? Right now, obviously, everything is grayed out because we already created, but if you go down to the preview settings, right, here's where you have the fast preview, that notification that we got. So if I click this to turn it off, you will see the real set of fibers, right? Now, this is great because you can kind of like use guides to guide the entire set of fiber mesh when you're grooming. So I'm gonna enable this, and I'm gonna reduce the previous visibility. So now I'm gonna go for something like 6 or 8, and you'll see that it just reduces the amount of fibers that we can actually see, and that is much easier to work with. So I have the groom hair toss selected. I'm going to increase the brush size, and I'm going to start just grooming this, without RGB, so that I don't paint it, which you can also do, by the way. We had it in 7 or 8, something like that, right? And I'm using a large brush so that you can see how quick this is, right? So that's just a very quick grooming of the creature's hair. But now, if I turn this off, you see the few guides that we moved and that we changed, they're basically guides for the rest of the fibers. So it's very easy. Obviously, you can keep tweaking these once you turn this off, but it's just a very simple way to go about it. And finally, just to complete this sort of trick on dealing with fiber mesh and be able to control this a little bit better, there are 2 things that I would suggest you do. The first one is from the brush palette, which I should already have here. When you select any grooming brush, right, you can go to the fiber mesh sub palette here, and there is this setting called the front collision tolerance, or detection tolerance, and that basically allows you to change the gap that buffer between the fiber and the surface of the model. So if I do this, maybe from a different angle here, right, and it rotate around, you see there is a gap between the fiber and the actual model. So that's this collision tolerance. So I'm going to undo that, set this to 5, or something around there, like a number around there, and then I have a bit more of freedom to get these fibers closer to the mesh. And the final trick to deal with fiber mesh is using polygroups and masking. So I'm going to go ahead and turn on polygroups, right? And if you hold the control key using the mask with a smaller brush size, you can just literally paint the mask. And what's great about this technique is that as you paint the mask, you actually painting or creating a mask for the entire fiber, regardless of where you touch. So now that I created this simple mask, I'm gonna go ahead and hold Control and W, and now we have polygroups. So this is great, again, because we can hold Control and Shift, right? To isolate this, mask that. You can turn off polygroup now. Bring the rest. Invert the mask, and we can start splitting these and create kind of like this effect, right? If you want to give him this creature some more intentional hairstyle or something like that. But there you have it. It's a pretty simple trick. Hopefully that gives you some ideas on how to deal with fiber mesh and make the whole workflow a little bit easier. Enjoy the rest of the summit.
Back. All right, my turn. I got something to add to this, especially the conversation. Okay, for me, one of the best features in fiber mesh doesn't get used. And I'm going to show it to you because I think this is one of the strongest features of fiber mesh. So obviously, when you guys go in here and you hit preview, yes, we've got a hairy man.
And so you're always angry about this one too. You're always like, no one uses this. No one uses this.
I am angry about this one. You're right. Okay, so number one thing for you all, this mesh has an opening, right? A hole, which you gaming artists will probably have that possibly sometimes, because why have polygons in there if they're never going to see it? Same thing for film people. So one thing I want to let you guys know about fiber mesh is it will look at both sides. So you want to turn off double side so that the fibers don't get made inside. People, Lisa needs braces. Turn that double button off in display properties. Okay. And then here's the one that I love. Okay. Step 1, morph target, store it. That's your step 1. Okay. Step 2, sculpt. I'm going to use the clay buildup, because that's my favorite brush. You just start sculpting something along here that would resemble a little bit of a beard, whatever you want, people. I'm just here cracking jokes, working on my stand-up. That's all I'm here for. I'm here to amuse Joseph Dress.
That's right.
That's about what they pay me for here now. Because
keep me happy.
I got to keep him happy. He's the talent. Got to keep the talent happy. Okay. Heaven forbid Joseph's not happy. God forbid it. I'll end up in his backyard as a statue. Okay. You get the gist here, right? Okay. So I got a morph target. I'm going to switch the morph target. Okay. When I now go to fiber mesh and I turn them on, it's everywhere, right? But all you have to do is down here. Let's everyone follow my magnifier, follow it down. Oh, morph target guided. Boom! Fiber mesh only where I sculpted. Guys, this is like the strongest thing of fiber mesh. Like you just sculpt where you want hair to go or fur to go or leaves to go, whatever you want to use fiber mesh for. And then now there you go. And mind you, take a look, right? The front, I sculpted out further. So the hair's longer there, right? And you can see all the parts where I kind of sculpted, the hairs are smaller. They're not as wide. It makes sense. It's being a little more what it would be in real life, right? This for me is, yes, there you go. All right. So one other thing about this that I want to stop laughing at me. One other thing that I want to share.
You get so mad about this one.
That one. Because it's awesome. Like that, I'm serious. That's probably the most powerful thing in fiber. One of the most powerful things in fiber mesh, besides what you can do with fiber mesh if you really want to mess with it and embrace it. Let's just go really quick here about someone was talking about like hair game cards. You can use fiber mesh for this. You can use it to start your base, and then you make an insert mesh brush that then you can mess around. And don't forget, once you have this, you're good to go. So because I've got a mask here, when I preview it, now I only get it where the mask is, okay? And so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to knock down so there's way less fibers. Let's go to 1,000. Now he's trying to learn. He's a younger man. He's just starting to grow his beards, okay? So I've just knocked down the number of fibers lower, and then I'm going to come here to the coverage, right? So you guys can see you can knock this coverage up, right? And get larger, wider fibers, okay? So if I now just knock these down even more, let's go in the points, and at like 200, you're just getting less fibers, okay? Now, here's the thing about this. I've cranked my coverage up all the way. Right above there, there is a profile. I got to turn the magnifier off because I can't work like this. There's a curve, okay? You guys can make these go wider if you want, right? So you can start doing this. And then so for me, I would probably turn the twist off. You got something more like that, right? And then I'd probably do, just for the sake of it, I'm gonna make my tips and stuff. And then there you go. Now, if you want the hair to be a little bit longer, right? That's your segments can help you with this down here at the bottom, right? And then you see the hair will start falling because I have gravity happening to those, okay? And then to add on top of this, you throw a texture on it and every fiber will get that texture. Right now,
and you can save this preset out too, so you don't have to set it up every time as well.
Yeah, you just save it right here. Call it your, this would be beard cards, right? And keep in mind, people, even inside of ZBrush, if you grab something that's got pure black, okay, I'm going to grab this star, and this is going to look really funny, okay? And then now you're going to see, I'm just going to say always yes. See that there's only stars because the image has pure black in it. So any image you bring in here has pure black. And every single one of these fibers are lying and stacking on top of each other in UV space. So if you were a gaming artist, you obviously would have a section of UVs that has long hair, short hair, and you would just move the UVs around on each one of these cards. So this is a great way to go, okay? The other tip, Dross, unless before I move on to the Z modeler one that somebody was asking, am I good?
No, get that one. Yeah,
okay,
good.
So let me get this one. All right, is somebody was asking about painting with Z modeler. So here, let's just give ourselves some topology here. Okay, so we got this. So when you guys are going to Z modeler, all right, you have the ability to paint polygrouping, right, in this way. Okay, so this is just me using the Alt key. So I'm holding Alt, my finger's still on Alt, still on Alt, still on Alt. Letting go of Alt. Look at me, 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 look at me. I'm now painting the blue. And my pen is clearly still on my Cintiq. So if I tap the Alt key, right, you can see I can keep changing the polygroups even on the fly while I'm actually painting, okay? And now the next thing that person asks is, well, how do I copy that polygroup and put it somewhere else in the mesh? So easy, okay? So you're gonna hover over the polygroup that you want. I'm going to hold down the Alt key as an alternate, opposite, not the one I want. Tap, take your finger off Alt and switch to the Shift key. You're going to get back the polygroup that was originally there, right? And then now, when I'm doing this Alt thing, that's the polygroup I always get, right? So for example, I come over to this blue now, watch. Alt, tap, let go of Alt, switch to Shift. Okay, now when I go Alt, paint, and let go of Alt, what do I get? What do I get for 4 million points? I mean, absolutely nothing at the ZBrush Summit this year.
Those colors look identical, Paul. I can't even see the difference.
Well, that's because you're colorblind.
Show them the actual action too in the.
Sure, Joseph. I knew it. Okay, so here, Joseph's talking about here. I'm gonna make it quiet. This is my time now. All right, so hold the space bar. Okay. And then switch to polygroup, right? So I'm hovering over a face, holding spacebar. And down here at the bottom, see there's one that says overwrite. Let me make sure you guys can see that. Yep. And see there's additive and pick existing. In essence, what I was doing was this. Pick existing, click on the green, going back, putting it back to overwrite, and now every time, see I'm getting the green. But we put that as a fast tip, okay, to go through there. Fiber mesh can be used. I use fiber mesh for feathers. I use fiber mesh for grass. I use fiber mesh for hay. There's a lot of ways to use fiber mesh, right? So those are the ones because we got more videos to look at here. Dress, do you have anything you would like to add?
Yeah, I got one quick thing that was a question coming up.
Of course, there's something from Joseph.
There's always something.
Joseph's got something for you guys, and then we're going to move on to video number 3.
All right. So we had another question about the dynamic option. So in the geometry there, you have the dynamic subdivision and dynamic mode. So this was a kind of a question off of the last one that came through. And the question was asked, what's the pros of using dynamic versus not using it? So one main thing that I use all the time is I have 2 different versions of this model here. This is model 1, that's 100% dynamic. This is model 2. That is traditional subdivisions. Now, if I go back between these, let me make sure I have the same subtool selected, you will see that there is no difference appearing on my screen. However, if you look right here, one of these is almost 5 million polygons, and the other one is 281. So look how much lighter weight this model is, and I'm getting the same result. So I'm getting the same visual effect, but this model is so much lighter in terms of polygon. Now, if you go and save this, right, here's the difference. So one is almost 56 megs, the other one's 14. So dynamic will allow you to preview your models with those higher polygon counts, but it's not storing that higher polygon geometry, right? Because it's a dynamic mode. So this will make your models lighter weight. And also the whole process of dynamic works amazing with the ZModeler brush. So you model low, and then you can just come over here and toggle this on and off, and you'll see the changes. So I'm actually previewing the model with higher resolution, but I'm manipulating the lower resolution. And so for ZModeler, this is the way to go, because it'll look at creasing, it'll look at anything you have designed in there, and it's going to show you that preview of that mesh higher, but it's still that really light, low weight mesh. Now, you also have other advantages when using Dynamic Subdivision 2. One is QGrid, and QGrid is going to look at all the edges on your model, and it's going to add basically a bevel to those edges. So if you activate QGrid on this piece here, you can see now I'm getting beveling across that entire surface. And this is all preview. So if I turn this off, this is what the model looks like. But then with dynamic enabled, I'm now getting this. So I'm getting this beveling all the way around. You can change this from a chamfer to a bevel. You can make this constant. You can change the coverage. And then inside of ZBrush 2021, we also added the thickness option. So you can now use the ZModeler brush with just edge extrusions on a single poly piece of geometry. And then when you activate thickness, it's going to give you that preview of your model as if it had thickness. But the true geometry of that mesh is still just that single plane. So there's a lot of benefits for using dynamic. There's just 2 quick ones there. Paul, you got anything to add to that?
No, we got to move on to the next video.
Paul's got nothing to add.
I got plenty to add, but
you're trying to rein me in.
I want to get these videos. We got to rein me in, okay? We both got to be reined. All right, let's move on to video number 3 here. This is a good one too. I like this technique.
Hi guys, this is Oscar Trejo. I've been using ZBrush since 2010, and today I want to share with you a small trick on how to make your details pop a little bit more on your sculpture. This is super useful, especially for 3D printing, because this will make your details more present, more intense, and will make them more visible on your print. So the first thing is we need our mesh finished with a lot of details. So I'm just going to add some minor details to this creature just to have a little bit more information on the mesh, make it more interesting. So I'm just going to use the standard brush with the spray stroke and the alpha of the number 7, I think. Yeah. So I'm just going to add some pores. Not really that visible, it's barely visible, so this is okay. It's gonna actually be super useful for our trick. So once we finished and we have our sculpture with details, and we want to make the details a little bit more intense, we go to layers, we create a new layer, and we have to check that it's recording. And this is where the fun begins, because we want to get rid of all those details by smoothing the mesh. So by using the smooth brush, we're gonna start smoothing, and we have to be very careful not to smooth too much of the mesh. We don't want to lose the main shapes. We just want to get rid of the details like wrinkles, like pores, bumps, that kind of stuff. So be careful with the smooth brush. So I'm just gonna smooth this area. Now, once you're done, you have to go to layers again. We stop recording, and right here you have control over the opacity of the layer. So if we take the layer instead of 1 to 0, which means we have our mesh just as we had it on the very beginning of the sculpture, without any changes at all. But if we take the number below 0, we will have the effect of having the details more intense. So you can actually see the difference from taking this to 0 to -1. And it's a pretty easy and quick way to get your details more in a more intense way on your sculpture. So if you have like a model that you already finished and you maybe want to make them make the wrinkles a little bit more intense, make some stuff on your mesh that will pop up a little bit more, especially for 3D printing, this is super useful because you just need to create a new layer, smooth with it, and take the layer into -1, something like that. So hopefully this video was useful for you, and happy ZBrushing.
Bam! That's a good one. But you know what I want to add for this one? Trust? You guys need to watch our stream on Tuesday. There is something special we're going to show that'll make that workflow even go another level. Right? Little plug right now. Our stream for us, for mine and Joseph's Pixelogic stream, you guys might want to jot that one down. Well, we're going to add something to that workflow as well. But I'm holding on to it until that stream. I don't have anything, Dress, because I'm holding on to it until that stream.
All right, cool. Can I show you what they can do now until they?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So as Paul said, definitely put it on the calendar for our stream. Some good stuff. Good stuff.
4:30.
4:30. So just to kind of hit on Oscar's little tip that he showed as well. Another thing that's in here as well that it's kind of buried inside of ZBrush here. But let's say I have this frog here, and this is basically the same process that Oscar just went through, but it is a little bit of automation through a macro. So I have my frog here on this ball, and if I come to the macro tab here and go to macros, in here there's a macro called Enhance Details. This is going to automate that thing that Oscar just did. So basically, if we hit this, it's going to go through, it's going to do that kind of smooth effect to the entire model. It's then going to automatically create the layers for you. And so you see, as this is done here, I now have, over in the layer palette, I have the original and the enhanced. And so with this, you can see it's now enhanced all that details, and I can come over here and I can slide this up and down, and you'll see it's going to change that effect on the fly. So just a little macro that is inside of ZBrush that will help you get that same kind of process. Now, Oscar's going to have a little more control with this because he's going in hand doing it. But if you want an automated process that's kind of going globally across the entire mesh, you can come with the macro here and use that Enhance Details option. And then I think I was trying to think if there was any other questions that were coming through during the video.
I don't know. I'm trying to keep up.
I know. I was busy doing that.
Yeah, I'm just giving you guys, again, a link to our presentation reminder. And let's not forget, people, ZBrush is on sale on a show special right now. 20% off ZBrush, 20% off ZBrush Core, right? This is your time. If you're not using ZBrush right now, and you can get into ZBrush Core and ZBrush, we don't do this often. It's usually even once a year, and it's only during this, right?
It's true.
We're out of shirts, I believe.
Yeah, and for the layer thing with the enhanced stuff too that we just covered, if you duplicate those layers more, you're going to get even that detail spiked more. So you can take that layer that says enhanced and then duplicate it, and it's now going to like 2 times that detail on top of it.
All right.
So you can definitely keep pushing those vertices out if you need to.
Yep. Let's move on to the next video. What say you? Let's do this.
Hey everyone. My name is Paul Deasy. I'm a lead character modeler working in the animation industry. Today I want to show you a function within ZBrush that I use on a regular basis in the studio that helps with doing blend shapes. This is something that will allow you to move or deform a mesh and record it within a layer that can be dialed in and out. So what we want to do is, for a full facial expression, what we'll usually do is create what's called macro expressions, which is part of an expression. So you have, say, an angry face where you might have the brow down, the lips corners down, maybe the nose flares and the eyelids close a little bit. So you would have, there's your macro expressions, is your brow down, your mouth corners down, a nose flare, all that's 3 layers, and then an upper lid down, a lower lid up, all in separate layers. And then you can combine them, because you'll also want to, say for example, have a happy face, in which case you'll have cheek up expression, and you'll also need that lower lid up to follow up with the cheek. So for this example, you can see I've got this character here, and this is a work in progress character, and it's conducive to just show you how this is going to work. So I wanted to make an expression on this guy's face. You can see I've got some subdivisions here, so I can sculpt into this a little bit more. But what I did was I sculpted the head, and I did a quick retopo on it, which you can see here. And this didn't take long. If I go back, you can see I've got a previous version of the file. Now this is the same character, but the face completely neutralized, and you can see how different that looks. Your facial expression is key to any character. Gives them life. So here you can see his entire face is neutral. Obviously the body is in A pose. This is before I posed it, but I've created some layers here, and they've got, as I explained, macro expressions. So you can see we've got mouth up, and you can see how I can just dial them in, and I can dial them in anywhere in between. So we've got mouth wide, got mouth corner up, got the lower eyelid down, sorry, the upper eyelid down, the lower eyelid up. We've got a corrective here, which I'll show you now how that works. You can see it doesn't make any sense on its own, but it will now in a second. And then we've got the brow up. Now these blend shapes, of course, are just to help me to land a shape or an expression that I want for this particular character. In production it's slightly different. Obviously the technicalities of the process need to be adhered to. So for brow up, it will be the brow would stay flat, and you'd raise the whole thing up, and then within the rig you would split that into different parts, so the animators can shift the angle of the brows whatever way they want. So I'm going to show you how here we can create a new layer and add a new expression. So you'll see it turns black, but you can quickly just fill the layer, and I'll take that away. And now we're going to create, just real quickly, the mouth corner down. So you've seen the mouth corner up, it's the same thing, just in reverse obviously. So we're just going to pull these down real quick. And ZBrush is great for this, because obviously the brushes that we all know and love are fantastic for creating these nice organic shapes. Obviously you've got the option for masking, which helps a lot. And another thing is the morph target system function within ZBrush helps with this a lot, and I'll show you how that is now. So now we've pulled this down, we can just name that mouth corner down. Cool, so we'll zero that. And now let's say you are doing your blend shapes within another software, because you know you've got your pipeline where your rigging and animation and so on is done. So you've done some shapes in that other software, so you can export, assuming that you're using the same mesh, of course. You can export that from that other software. You can create a new layer, just fill that again, pull this down, you see the untitled layer here. While the record is on, you just want to go up to import, and now we have Robbie Brow down. This guy's a bank robber, so his name is Robbie Banks. So here you can see we've got the brow down macro expression. So if I want to say pull this brow down a little bit more, let's dial this out for a second. Now we've got the neutral face again. We can go down to morph target, and I already had one stored there, so it'll look like this when you go down to it. Store the morph target, go back to your layers, dial in your brow down. We can name it brow down real quick. Hit enter, hit record, and then we're going to edit this shape a little bit. So say we want to pull the inside down a little bit more, and you can see as I'm doing this, now I could use a mask of course, which might help, but using our morph target we can pull stuff down a little bit, and then I can go in, I can mask out around that eye, and now I can just go to our, if I go BM, you can see the morph brush here, so O, and now I can paint out where I don't want this layer to affect, and what that's doing is it's actually painting back in that neutral pose that we stored. So I can close it back into the eyelid a little bit and just smooth this, dial it back, smooth it in, and then again, because I want these things to work together, I can go up, I can dial in our upper eyelid down, hit record again on my brow down, and now I'm editing. Remember, I'm on record on the brow down, so I'm only editing the brow down, and then I can just smooth here. Pull this up, make it a little bit straighter. Now we've got the two things that are working together. So you can see if I dial this out, I've only got that. So the upper eyelid, even though we had that dialed in, the upper eyelid is completely unaffected because we weren't recording on that. So this allows you to have to also combine, and you can see this is where correctives come in, where we have the mouth wide and then the mouth corner up, which combine together because again they've been done separately. So when you combine them together, you can see that we're getting a little bit of a problem with a pinch here. So what we do is we create a new layer, and that's going to be our corrective. So we, like I did with the eyelid, I dial in the two layers, and now instead of editing one of them, because I want them to work on their own, I create a new layer which will be the corrective with those two layers dialed in at the same time, and hit record on the corrective layer, the new layer. And so you can see here I have smile wide corrective, which is where I've done this, and you can see I just fixed that with that layer on, and now I've created my corrective. So now these shapes can work together. So this allows you to create a multitude of different expressions. So I could create this smile with, say, the brow, let's say the brow down. We can pull that upper eyelid down and give him that kind of sinister look. So there's another different kind of expression. Of course, you can add more and more the more you need. I can also move the mouth up slightly. Or you can in fact go into minus if I want to move it down, so that's also handy to remember. I could also pull the mouth in and have something in the middle. Or same on any of these, whatever I want in the middle. So let's say because I've done all these separately, I can also have, for example, I can widen that mouth. I can use our mouth corner down a little bit, and I could raise the brow up, and maybe take that lower eyelid down a little bit, and the upper one a little bit. Bit of a squint, so he looks like he's about to cry. So now I have a combination of multiple different ones, and I can add as I need. For this, for production, you'll have a set amount of blend shapes that need to be corrected so you can cover whatever expression is required by the animation. So for this function, you can also go over to the blend shapes here. So I just want to neutralize everything. I can just turn off all. Under the Z plugin, you have Maya blend shapes. I can just turn off all, and this will allow me now to create whatever expression I need. So say it was let's get something close to what I have in the other one. We've got the brow up and the lower eyelid up a little bit, and we had the mouth open, which I haven't added here, but you know, as I said, you can add as many as you need, as many as you want. And once you have something that you're happy with, if this is something where you're adding or editing a blend shape that you've got for a production situation where you want to add some like flesh out a blend shape a little bit better, this is great for that, and I recommend it. I do that all the time. And for this particular example, say I have this, and now I can hit bake all, and now this is now part of the mesh. So now I can go in, I can add some subdivision levels, and this is my facial expression. I can go in and I can sculpt into this and do whatever I want. So I hope that's helpful. Enjoy making some facial expressions on your characters, and until next time, thanks.
Okay, we're back. My turn, and then Just is going to go. Okay, so one thing about the layers I want to share, I saw coming up, you can export these as layers. It's topology, right? So you can export each one of these layers individually if you want. Now, if you are a Maya user, there's actually a plugin that ships with ZBrush that's called Maya Blend Shapes. So you literally just say what ones you want and then hit this button, and it'll automatically launch Maya, take each one of those layers as a blend shape inside of Maya. It's that simple. Okay, so you would do the same thing for any other program, but we made this plugin for Maya years ago because obviously Maya was being used a lot in the film industry, and this was a very popular workflow for film artists. So every layer is going to be exported as its own. Okay, and so the layers would just, you turn them on and off like he did. Okay, now I want to share two things, and then we're going to go to Joseph because we got a couple other videos here we need to show. Number one, the one thing I want to share is the move brushes. Okay, and one in particular that we all use for those that are ZBrush users right now, okay, is you're using the move brush, right? You're just moving things around, whee, right? So I'm sure you're all aware of, or most of you are aware of, if you hold the Alt key, yeah, we move along the normals, right? So I'm moving this model along the normals. That's why it's looking weird. So if I come up here to the forehead, it looks
that's a good one. That's the one I use all the time.
I use it all the time too, right? And if you guys just grab, it's just like grabbing with your hand. Now, there is another one that people aren't that familiar with or aware of. When you click, I can actually move along the surface, right? So you see that? It's moving that way along the surface. So this is handy for when you're doing blend shapes, right? So I can keep moving this, and I know it's following the curvature of the actual model. See that? Very different. It's just flowing all in there. I'm not telling you how I'm going to do this because it's my secret. It's mine to keep forever. Okay? Too bad. That's all I'm rolling now. No, how you do that?
You just hold shift.
Stop it. Yes. Don't hold shift, Ross. Be careful. Be careful. Because shift's going to give you the smoothing brush. No longer.
No, you got. There's an order. There is an order.
There is an order. You tap, 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 tap on the surface, then hold the shift key. That grabs another line of code, people, and tells the move brush to move along the surface. Okay? So again, tap on the surface. So you'll see the brush icon disappear, and then hold the shift key. And you can see my mouth is now moving along the face, right? It's moving in the direction that I was going that way. Okay? So that's number one. The second one is this one. Okay? I'm sure you guys have all wanted to do this where you're moving things around. Okay? And like I want to start moving the lip. You see how the upper lip's moving a lot and the bottom lip's barely moving? So let me show this on something else that's even more visually understood. So we got a bottom lip dog, right? And upper lip. You see how only the bottom lip's moving? And you see I've done no masking here at all. See that? There's no masking. I'm just moving the topology. Look at that, right? So there is a topology flow that's happening in this dog. For those of you that are the animators that we're talking in here, right? You're going to have a flow here, right? So this is the flow. You can actually restrict your brush to the flow. So what I've turned on is move topological. So this is telling the move brush now to pay attention to the topology and how it's actually flowing along the surface. So that's why when I go with a pretty big brush size, you see only the bottom lip's moving, because this topology up here has nothing to do with this topology down here. Absolutely nothing, right? And by the way, you guys can do this with any brush, okay? So if I'm coming in here, right, how many times have you been like sculpting along like this, and then you got a big brush and you start doing this, you're getting the upper part and the lower part. All you have to do is come here to the brush side, the brush menu, okay? Auto masking, and way down at the bottom, there's a topological button. Just turn that puppy on, and now look, I'm only sculpting the lower lip. Delicious, delicious. I'm gonna send it to Druss now because we got more videos and we can't keep hogging this time. So Druss,
yeah, I got quick ones.
Take it away. Take it away. Oh, we got a new name for it. Topology.
Right, so look, we're back to the dog. We're back to the dog. So one of the questions in the chat, quick one. Michael Pavlovich, when he was showing his, he kind of hit on it with his little stitches. So the question was, how can you do like curves and wires? So there's a bunch of default brushes that are called IMM brushes, and IMM stands for Insert Multi-Mesh. So these brushes contain parts inside of them. So you can select a brush and then select a part, and then you can apply that apart to your model. Now, one thing with these IMM brushes, there's some of these that are going to follow a curve. So like the IMM curve brush here. So if I select this one and I have my dog model here, up here we have a list of parts we can cycle through. We can also press M on our keyboard, which is going to show these parts like this as well. And then we come through here and just select one. So if I come through here and just select the wire part there, I can now click on a part of the dog and drag. And when I do this, it's going to generate a curve. So if I click and drag, you're going to start get this curve drawn out. And then when I release, that's now going to be populated with that insert mesh part. So this is how you can make wires and things like that on your models. Now, after this has been drawn out, this curve is still active, and now we can manipulate it. So if I want this to be bigger, I can increase my draw size and then click on the curve, and you're gonna see it's going to update that size. So now I've just gone through and made, let me move that here because I've got there's two different draw sizes. You got a yellow, you got a blue and a red. And so now I can get that curve larger. If I change this down, it's now gonna shrink it back down and be smaller. Now with this active as well, I can start dragging this around. So I can click and drag it and start moving this around my model. So I can start tailoring this where I want it to go and pull it around his head like this. And if you have an option called snap turned on, it's going to snap to the topology of your mesh. So we have other options we can do here. So you can see snap is enabled, it's going to snap to the mesh. We also have different modes for the curve option, and one of these is liquid. And liquid's going to allow you to just keep drawing the curve out, and it's going to keep extending. So there's a lot of different ways you can use this curve brush. Now, in addition to this, you can also apply variations to your curves. And if you want to see how a curve brush is made, if you simply select one of these and then select a Polymesh 3D object, you can go to the geometry, modify topology area here and do mesh from brush. And this is going to extract that IMM part from that brush and give it to you as a subtool. So you can look at any of these brushes or presets that's inside of ZBrush. You can extract those pieces out and see how they're made. I'll also put some links in the chat to some Ask ZBrush videos on creating some of these IMM curve brushes as well. That's it, Paul. On to the next.
All right, we're going to move on to the next video, everybody. So More to come. Let's go. Next video.
Hello, my name is Franco Carlesimo. I'm going to be showing you a few tips and tricks that I use in my daily workflow. Hope you enjoy it. This is something I've been working on, and I want to show you guys how I've been doing some of this texture around here. You can do it many ways, obviously, but one way that I've been doing, see here, you have the standard brush. We can go around here and start doing something like that, and moving my hand in a way that's going to give me that unevenness. But a faster way of doing this is going to the brush, to the stroke, and here you have one way of doing this is going to the stroke, and here you have an option about stroke shading. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. So what we can do, what this does is going to give some motion, as you can see here, some unevenness to the strokes. So let me show you. Let's crank this up so you can really see what is going on. There we go. So I found this a faster way of doing this kind of texturing, and my hand gets less tired for sure, because my strokes are just linear, but the result is much more texturized. That is one thing. Hope it helps. Now, one thing is that remember that this applies to all the brushes that you're using, so once you are done, just turn it off again. And here I have another thing that I do a lot. Let's say this is going to leave some goo around this beautiful bell. So let's just create some geometry, drag, accept. Now we have some geo here. I'm going to straight away create into Dynamesh. See, and now I want this to follow along the surface of the belt. Now I can do this like doing this and turning around, and it's going to take me a lot of time. Instead of doing that, what I do is I use the snake hook brush, and if I hold Alt before pressing the cursor on the surface, it's going to, as you can see, is going to follow the surface that is placed above. Now, if we do it like this, it's going to break every time. So the best way of doing this, instead of going and dragging every time to convert this into Dynamesh, is just using the sculptress mode. So that is going to be much easier, to generate polygons. Are going to allow me to go, and it's going to definitely give me a better result. I want to show you guys a little bit. I might speed this up. So remember, just holding Alt. See how it's following the surface. Just dragging outside to give me more polygons. Now this is definitely going to take time, but it's not going to take as much time as if we do it in a different way. And the good thing is that if this will be for 3D printing, this is already fully in contact. It's super easy to manipulate. Okay, that was it for this one. I hope you enjoy and happy ZBrushing.
Oh, that was another good one, huh? How many people knew about that alt trick with the snake hook? It's been there for a while. Trust, we don't hear you. Or is it just me?
Because I get so loud during these things. I'm so excited. I got to mute myself. So I was saying I didn't bring it up when you were doing the move brush because I knew it was coming.
You knew it was coming, right? Yeah. I kind of foreshadowed it. Okay. Foreshadow. Right? So, Dress, you got it. I'm not gonna have. We still got a couple more videos we got to get. And this segment's actually going to be coming to an end soon. So, do you have anything you want to add on top of that one?
Just one quick one.
You're going to show Joseph's screen. He's going to have a little tip for you.
All right. So, Franco, when he was doing his thing, he mentioned doing the inflate option. And so, just to kind of recap on that quick, so all you need to do is have the Gizmo 3D on your model. And so, if I have the demoed here, and so instead of coming down here to this deformation tab and doing the inflate down here like this, if you have the Gizmo 3D active, just hold down the control key, come across scale. You'll see as I hover over the Gizmo, it's going to tell you this at the bottom too. So we like to embed these little helpful tips and stuff. So you can see control to inflate. So I'm just holding control, and as I do that, it's going to perform that inflate as well. You can go in and out and make, the demo head look really, really pretty. But that's what Franco kind of hit on there. I just want to make sure you guys and gals knew about it. That's it.
All right.
On to the next.
On to the next video. Or not. All right, boys, you can play the next video. We'll move on to that one now. Guys in the booth. We lost the guys in the booth.
We lost them. We
lost
them
in the booth. Yeah, so...
What's up, guys? My name is Derek Pellegrini and I've been using ZBrush basically every day since 2016, and this model that we have here on screen was fully done using ZBrush. It's based on artwork made by Leandro Ramos, and on this video I'm gonna show you guys a technique that I like to use that consists basically on using masks, extract, ZBrush, ZModeler, and Pinel loops. For that I'm going to recreate the sneakers of this character, so let's dive right into ZBrush. First, I'm going to duplicate the body. Then I will isolate this part and use it as a base. Delete the hidden part and close the holes. Now we have a nice base to work on. Let's make a mask. Now we can use the extract to make a separated mesh. Hit the accept button to generate the new mesh. I will use only the shell of this, so let's isolate and delete the hidden part. Now we need to generate a better mesh. So let's use ZBrush for that. Maybe we need to use it a couple of times to get a nice result. Now I will repeat this process again. Paint a mask of the shape I want. I try to be as clean as possible with my mask and my lines to have a nice extracted shape. Use the extract to make a separated mesh. Hit the accept button to generate the new mesh. Let's isolate the shell and delete the hidden parts. Now we can use the ZBrush again. And we can use it until we are happy with the results. That's looking good. I will keep making masks to generate the new mesh using the extract. The extract button is under the sub-tool extract subpalette, and then you have the extract button. Oops, I have a little dirt in here. I will fix that by isolating only what I want and deleting the hidden part. I will repeat this process, isolate the shelf part and delete the hidden part, ZBrush it again. You can find the ZBrush under Tool, Geometry, ZBrush. Again, I will use the Paint Mask brush and paint the shape I want. Extract it once more. Don't forget to hit the accept button. Otherwise, when you turn your mesh, your extraction will disappear. It's time to ZBrush it again. All the ZBrushes I'm doing, I'm using the half option, and I keep pushing the ZBrush button until I have a good topology. Now I will create another part duplicating a previous extracted mesh. I will use the ZModeler brush, and holding the Alt key, I will create a polygroup selection on my mesh. Let's isolate this new created selection and delete the hidden part. Now I will just move a little bit this part so they don't overlap each other. Let's duplicate it once more. Let's use the Z modeler again, but this time let's use the polygroup polyloop option. With that, we are able to create a polygroup around a loop on our mesh. Now I will select the polygroup and delete the hidden one. Let's apply a little bit of inflate. This way one mesh don't overlap each other. Duplicate it once more. I will use the Z modeler brush, use the polygroup polyloop function again. Hit the new polygroup and use the auto groups. Isolate the polygroup I want and delete the hidden part. Select another part I don't want, invert the selection and delete the hidden part again. Seems like I missed 2 polygons in here. Let me fix that and delete. Apply just a little bit of inflate so the meshes don't overlap. And I will keep doing this process until I have all the parts that I need to my sneakers. Paint, mask, selection, or polygroup selection using extract and ZRemesher. The great thing about this technique is that you end up with a good topology on your model. You can pretty easily make any shape you want, and that's great when you're designing something, especially if you want to do something quick. Another advantage of having a mesh like this is that OpenUVs is going to be a little bit easier. And you can even use it for production if you are careful enough. Alright. Let's duplicate the tongue mesh to create the lace of our sneakers. I will use the Z modeler brush and the polygroup. After I select what's going to be the first lace, I will hold the Alt key to change the polygroup color. Then I will keep going, making different polygroup colors for each lace. Now isolate the parts I don't need and delete the hidden. Let's use the Z modeler again, but this time let's use the bevel on edge. I will use the bevel to create a separation between the lace of my sneakers. Now just select the polygroups I want and delete the ones I don't. I believe it will work. I just need to inflate to separate a little bit from the original mesh. Alright. Now that I have all the parts I need, I will add some thickness to it using the Pinel loops. The Pinel loops button is under Tool, Geometry, Edge Loop Subpalette. I will repeat this process for all my meshes to add thickness to all of them. I'm gonna use the Z modeler brush and use the insert action on my edge. If you need to see all the options you have with the Z modeler brush, hover over your mesh and press the space bar. A menu will appear on your screen with a bunch of different options, operations, and modifiers. You have different options on this menu depending whether you're hovering over a vertex, edge, or a face. I'm just using the insert edge to sustain all my meshes so they keep crispy when I use the dynamic subdivision. So now I can start to give a little bit of form to my shapes using the inflate brush in here. Like this. And I keep going around the model and adding form to the mesh. I think it's looking good for now. Just a bit more in here. I need to fix this back part over here. A little bit of inflate. Little move, and I think we are done. To make these sneakers eyelets, I will use the Insert Multi-Mesh Model Kit. Press M to open the menu with all the parts, and I'm gonna select the Pipe 8. Now I will carefully insert the eyelets on the upper part of my sneakers. Just drag and drop. Now I can press the W key and use the move gizmo to place my eyelids on the perfect position. Like this. All right. We are almost there. Just a little bit. Okay, just need to move a little bit the lace mesh. All right. And now I'm gonna replicate the same process for all the eyelets. If you hold the Ctrl key and move, ZBrush will create a copy of the unmasked part. Just need to fix my upper part with the move brush. Now I use the inflate on this one. You can find the inflate on Tool under Deformation. Scale down a little, and yeah, I think it's done. I want to add a detail on the base. For that, I use an insert multi-mesh brush that I created. But first I need a nice surface to use my insert brush on. I use the same techniques as before to do that. Loops, selection, vert selection, delete hidden. This brush is pretty much an open cylinder that I use with the curve mode option on. I just need to drag, hold the shift key and drop on a mesh, then my cylinder will go around the loop. Now I just need to delete the mesh that I use as a base and we are done. I think it's looking good. Now the character has a nice sneakers. I'm missing colors on these sneakers, so let's fix that. Using the color menu and the fill object button. This will add the color you have on your color selector to the mesh you have selected. Just remember to turn on the RGB option on your brush, otherwise this will not work. You can find the RGB button in the draw menu. Since I have separated pieces, it's easy to add colors as I want. So I think it's looking good. Now I have a nice sneakers with clean topology done using ZBrush and Pinel loops. Yeah. Okay, so we're done. I hope you guys enjoy it, and ciao.
There we go.
There you go. You're good. You Matthew McConaughey.
So another good one. Another good one.
I know you met. So just a few. Like the Matthew McConaughey drop. All right. All right. All right. All right. Take it away, Drutz.
All right. So some quick ones here. So as Derek was going through, he was generating with panel loops. So I just want to show another workflow with this, and this is with some of the new features that are in ZBrush 2021. So I've got another shoe here. Not as clean as Derek's there. And then I'm going to go to the brush palette over here. I'm going to open this up and I'm going to locate the Insert Primitives H brush. Now the Primitives H brush, the H stands for half. So these means all these brushes have open edges. So if you look at the Primitives normal one versus this one, they have some of the similar shapes, but the H one always has an open hole. And these are useful for using with Mesh Fusion, which was one of the features in a way long ago version of ZBrush. There's some Ask ZBrush videos on that if you want to figure out what that is. So since this is an insert mesh brush, you can see all the parts I have at the top here, and I'm looking for this one called Single Poly. And so as Derek was going through and generating these kind of designs on a shoe, he had existing topology that was already really clean on his mesh. And he was using the Z-Molder brush to kind of isolate those parts and pull them out, and then use those panel loops to add that thickness back in. Another option now with ZBrush 2021 is now we can take a mesh like the Single Poly here, we can apply it to the surface of my model, and then you can see as I draw it out, it's going to come in directly on the surface of that mesh. I can now split this off by going to Tool, Subtool, Split, Split Unmasked Points. And this is now going to take that little poly there that I created and split it off to its own subtool. Now that this is isolated, I can now come down to the dynamic area. And in here, I can use the new dynamic thickness. So instead of using panel loops, I can come through here and apply the dynamic thickness. As you can see, as I apply this, that little piece of geometry that I just inserted is going to get thickness. So it was a single-sided poly, and now I've given it thickness. Now, right now I have that smooth subdivision on, so you can see it's shrinking some. So as it's dividing, it's going to shrink those edges in because I didn't have any of that polygroup creasing or the crease polygroup that Paul likes. So I'm going to turn this down to 0, and now I'm going to see that full poly there. And I can see the thickness of this to determine how far that is off the surface. You can also change the offset on this. So if you're doing 3D printed models, you can change the offset to make it go into the surface more or out of the surface as you want it. So now I've just taken this polygon here, added thickness through dynamics instead of polygroups. Now, once you have this object here, this poly inserted, we can now use the ZModeler brush. So I'm going to come over to the brush palette over here and then locate the ZModeler brush down here. And I'm going to hover over our poly here. So as Derek was going through, you can select the options for the ZModeler brush. And what I want to do is I want to set up a few of these. So on the poly, I'm going to hover over that and press space bar. In here, I'm going to change my action to do nothing. Then over the edge, I'm going to press space bar and change this to extrude. Or not extrude, I want extrude. Where is it at, Paul? Where is it at? This one, yeah, extrude. And then down here with the modifiers, I want to change this to snap to surface. And then I want to hover over the point and then go into the ZModeler brush as well, change this to the slide or move, and then set snap to surface on that one too. And now what I'm doing is I can take this poly and I can generate topology using this extrude function. And as I extrude this out, it's going to snap to the surface. So you can use this method to come through and start generating topology and designs on your meshes as well. So another way, say if you have a Dynamesh model of your starting shoe and you don't have that clean topology that Derek had, you can use this feature and then come through and build your own topology. Then you can move things around with the ZModeler brush. So I'm using the move snap to surface and then also the edge extrude, and I can come through and this is going to give me, you know, smart snapping between those surfaces, and I can start designing those forms on my shoe. Now, since this is dynamic, I can come over here and change the thickness on this. So if I want it thicker or thinner, I can also put my smooth subdivisions on it. I can also change when the smooth subdivisions are applied by using this post subdivision option here. And this is going to give me different results on my model as well. If I want this to be true geometry afterwards, I can come through here and click apply, and then that's going to change it to the topology. So it'll give you a similar result to what Derek had after he did his panel looping. Now, quick note on the panel loops as well. If we come down here to that area, if I can find it here, edge loops. Now the panel loops are going to give you a little more kind of robustness on terms of that edge thickness, but it's also going to be permanent. So once you activate panel loops, it's going to give you mesh geometry. So it's no longer going to be dynamic. However, with the panel loops, you can change the bevel profile of that edge thickness. So if you wanted to be rounded, you can come over here and you can change this bevel profile slider here, and it's going to give you a new profile for that panel loop. I know Paul is a big fan of the panel loop process, and he just goes nuts with it. So.
Yes, I do. I use it for a lot of things. I even used it to create thickness for printing, 3D printing.
So, and neither of these ways are like wrong or right. There's multiple ways inside of ZBrush. This is one thing that you should all just take from this, is that ZBrush has a ton of ways to do things. So do what you want to do and what feels comfortable to you as well. So if you have a model with nice clean topology, go the panel loops way. I'm just bringing up another option that, you know, may spark some ideas or some interest.
Bring it up.
So there you go, Paul. We on to the next?
We got one more video. This is the last video, and then we're moving on to the next segment. We got one more video for this segment. So we're going to move on to this next video. We got Spicer coming up next.
Hey, everybody. It is Spicer, your spicy sensei, if you will. I wanted to show you an operation that makes my life so much easier when I'm sculpting, and it's called frame mesh. That's how I got this edge work around all this leather and this armor using just one simple operation. Let me show you how it works, okay? What we're gonna do is we're going to use this these leather straps right here to kind of give you a workflow example of how I would get this done. So first what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna turn off all the color information for my entire project by holding Shift and then clicking this paintbrush, and you can see it's turning it all off, right? So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to press Control and Shift, and I'm going to select this polygroup right here, And then if I want to bring up everything that's attached to these particular faces, I'm going to hold Control, Shift, and A. And you can see it brings everything that's attached to that mesh right there. All right, I'm going to invert my selection, and then I'm going to choose this mesh down here as well. I'm going to hold Control, Shift, and Alt to get rid of it. Invert my selection, then Control, Shift, and A. Okay, so let's delete hidden. You can find that under Geometry, Modify Topology, Delete Hidden. Okay, so now what we have is just these straps and these polygroups. So to use frame mesh, you either need an open border, polygroups, or creased edges, or a combination of the three. So if we go to stroke up here, and then we go to curve functions, when we open this up, it's going to have all three of these highlighted right here. For this particular example, all I want is polygroups to be framed whenever I click frame mesh. So I'm going to turn off creased edges, I'm going to turn off border, and then I'm only left with polygroups. And now when I press frame mesh, you can see I'm getting IMM curve lines all around where there's an intersection of polygroups. So what I want to do now is I want to go to my curve tube, and I'm going to get a size of around 1, and I'm going to click here, and you can see that it's created the trim right there really quickly, and I don't have to hand draw it around. And when I commit the mesh, by clicking anywhere that there isn't an IMM line, it's also connected. So when we press dynamic subdiv, you can see that there's not an opening anywhere. So it's really effective. Let me show you how to do it one more time. I'm going to go to stroke. I'm going to make sure polygroups is selected. I'm going to click frame mesh. I'm going to use whatever IMM curve brush that I want, and I'm going to click right there, and you can see it's going to commit that mesh. So right there. But you can see here at the bottom, it doesn't complete that that entire loop. So what the problem is that we have an extra polygroup here. So let me show you again. We can press frame mesh, and then whenever I click here, you can see it's only going on the top because there's a bunch of other polygroups here. So to fix that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to Control Shift click this piece, and then I'm going to press Control Shift A, and then I'm going to click it again, and then I'm going to press Control W to quickly polygroup this, and then Control Shift click outside by mesh. So now I only have 2 different polygroups as opposed to each side having a polygroup. So when I go to stroke, frame mesh, you can see it's one continuous line. I can click right there and it goes all the way around. Okay, to commit the mesh, you just click on the mesh anywhere that there is not an IMM line. See, let me zoom in here so it's a little bit easier. Boom, and now it is committed. Okay, so let me show you the other functions with our trusty cylinder. Okay, so we've got our cylinder here. I'm just going to dynamesh it really quickly, and then press Control W so we only have one polygroup. Then I'm going to go BSI to get my slice curve, and that way I can just go here. I can let's get a dramatic line here, and then I have my 2 polygroups. So if you ever have an intersection of polygroups and you want to crease there, you can do that really quickly by going to Geometry, Crease, and then Crease PG, which stands for Crease Paul Gabry, or Crease Polygroups. So now whenever I have an intersection, you can see it's adding that crease right there. Okay, so now what I can do is I can go back up to stroke. I can, instead of polygroups, I can say creased edges and then frame my mesh. And then I can get a curve tube or curve strap snap here. Get a little bit larger of a brush size and click, and boom, straps. So this could quickly be your belt. It can be straps for armor. It can be straps for your other straps. Who knows, right? Very quickly you can get this, and you can see it's closed off. So when I press D, you can see that there's no opening here either. Let me show you the last option in frame mesh, which is border. Okay, so I'm going to hold Control and Shift and click right here, and then I'm going to delete hidden. So now we have this open edge to our mesh, And I'm going to go up here to stroke, and I'm going to select border now, and I'm going to click frame mesh. So now anywhere that there is an opening, we're automatically going to get this IMM line, and then we can choose curve strap snap. We can change our curve, and we can go to curve tube, and we can change that as well. We can go here and change our size and click it again, change our size more and click it again. And you're always going to have that option to quickly change things as long as you have the IMM line here. And then we click anywhere that there isn't an IMM line, and then we have that going right there. So now the mesh is committed, and we can sculpt on it or do anything else that we need to. I hope this helped you out. I hope you are able to use this in all of your future sculpts. And make sure to go follow me on ZBrush Live. I stream every week for them. I want to thank everybody on the Pixelogic team for having me here. It is a great honor, and I hope you enjoy the rest of your summit.
Back. That's
All right,
Spicer. That's Spicer.
Oh, that's spicy. Spicy.
So spicy.
So that's the last video for this segment, but I want to show a quick trick, and we're going to be moving on to the next segment. But guys, if you've enjoyed that segment, tomorrow it's over 3 hours, just that one segment. So Druss and I will be doing that again tomorrow with all these amazing artists. So we're doing this type of segment every single day. So one thing I want to share about the insert mesh brushes that some of you might not know before we move on to our next segment is when you guys draw something out, okay, one thing that you're going to have the ability to do is when your brush size is red, and when you scroll over, it's blue, like an aqua color. You can be Aquaman, right? So when you're hovering over the curve here, there are things you're going to also be able to do with the curve. Number one, okay, click on the curve and then hold the control key, and you can actually rotate what's being applied on the curve, right? So again, click on the curve, hold the control key, and you can rotate. So the larger brush size you go with, the more of the curve you rotate. Okay, so again, that's a click and then control. And keep in mind, there are two brush sizes. There's your aqua, blue, and then there's your red. Your red is controlling the size of the meshes that are on the curve. Your blue is controlling the curve in essence. Okay?
The influence you have.
The other thing that you can do is click and then hold the shift key, and you can actually smooth things out, right? So I just got rid of a bunch of the curve there, right? So again, click, hold the shift key, and you can see I just smoothed and made that all perfectly straight right there, right? So that's another one for you all. The other thing is in the stroke palette, in your curve options, these 4 buttons, I love to use these. Here's elastic. You can grab anywhere on the curve and pull, and you're actually adding to the existing curve. And think of it as a rubber band. Like if you guys got a rubber band and pull one way, it's only going to go, the rubber band's parallel, it's going to go parallel. Think about that's kind of what this elastic's doing. Wherever you click, the two sides are just going to keep going with it, right? Right? So in a way, that's why it's called elastic. Now, if you're like me and you want to go a little crazy with this stuff, then that's what liquid's for. Liquid's going to allow you guys to go in any direction that you want. And this is kind of how you can add things to the curve. You see, I can keep drawing out the curve, and then I can keep adding more in the middle, right? So that's another thing for you. Now, the last thing before we take a little quick break, before we move on to the next segment.
Well, I have one thing I want to add.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, symmetrically, this is something I think for James Cain's when he was talking about like his wings. Here's a great way I like to make wings, okay? I like to turn on this lock start and lock end. And I like to use the curve quad fill, okay, or curve tri fill. So you got a curve quad fill and you got a curve tri fill. There's 2 of them. One of them is going to make quads. One of them is going to make triangles. I know it's rocket science here, quads and tris. And then now when you draw out, right, the thickness of this red draw size will give me the thickness that I have, okay? It might help if I got rid of my subdivision levels. I undid too many times, right? And so you can see this thickness that's generating. This is based upon this draw size, the red one. So if I make this smaller, click on the curve, you see it goes smaller. If I go bigger, click on the curve, it goes bigger, right? And then when you're in the blue, the reason why I lock the start and end, okay, is now I can go really big and I can move this around, and you see the starting point and the end point aren't coming off the mesh. This is a great way to make like leaves, wings, butterfly, whatever you want, okay? I found this very useful. It's a great way to work with something. And this is just creating a surface as we're moving the curve around. And again, that's in the stroke palette, lock start and lock end. Okay, we're going to move on to Mr. Joseph Drust now.
All right, a quick one. All right, so got a little fishy.
Fishy here, fishy.
So questions, we had one question about the ZBrush and how it was generating. So if you, depending on how you drag the brush out from top to bottom or bottom to top is going to determine where the start and the end of that curve is going to happen. So I just have the metal ZBrush created, and this was awesome brush for zippers. And if I drag from top to bottom and release on the fish here, you can see that the start of the zipper is above where my start of my stroke was, and the other one's at the bottom. And if I go this way now, you see it's going to do the reverse. So if you need to flip the zipper, basically you want to go the opposite way, just change how you're drawing the stroke out on your model, and then it will change the reverse of the flip of the zipper there. And that will hold true for any insert mesh IMM brushes that are using tri-part functionality. So these brushes are set up with 3 parts. So you have a start and an end, and then a part in the middle that repeats as it drags out. One more quick thing, since Spicer was using the curve strap snap brush, is I want to just bring up that there's also modifiers for this brush as well. And so if we drag it out normally, come across the model, just drag it out, you can get that strap. And then of course, you always want to do straps on straps on straps. I mean, why not?
Why wouldn't you?
So,
why wouldn't you?
Why wouldn't you? And so with this, I drew it out, and you can see it's coming out as that flat shape, right? So there's a few modifications you make to this. If you want this to, be more round, so say you like how the curve strap snap brush is working, but you want to change the shape of it. Like, you don't have to make a new brush for this. If I want to be a tube instead of the strap, I can come over here to the brush palette. We're just going to dock this aside by clicking this little icon here. And we go to the modifiers area. And in here we have a brush modifier. Now, the brush modifier is going to look at this curve strap snap brush. And since this brush by default is set up like this, if we change this brush modifier, it's going to change how many sides the strap's going to be when it's drawn out. So right now, as I drew it out, it was coming out with 4 sides. So that's what this brush modifier is telling me. It's going to give me that square shape. If I change this to 8, and then now come through here and drag this out, my strap now is going to start to get a little bend to it, right? So it's adding more radial divisions based on that brush modifier. So I've now taken it and made it from that flat strap to now it's got a little bend into it. Now you'll also notice that as I drew this out, it's still a little flat, right? So it's still mimicking that strap effect. And this, as Paul just showed, is based on the intensity. So right now I'm at an intensity of 25. So this is taking that square shape and it's flattening it down. So if I change my intensity now and now redraw this out, now I have a tube, right? So this is all the same brush. All I'm doing is changing the brush modifier. If I want to draw this out as a tube and now do it 32 sides, I can type in 32 and then now come across the model, drag this out. You'll see now I have this. And that's the same brush, and it's just being manipulated by this brush modifier. One last thing with the curve brushes is you can also control the depth, and that can be done in the depth slider here. By default, when you create a IMM brush, it's going to try to embed the depth value to the maximum that the brush is created with. So if your brush value is, full size in a ZBrush default space, it's going to put it at like that 100, and it's going to be sticking right on the surface. If you change this to 0, it's now going to embed into your model. So if you need to make those straps on straps on straps, but you need to do it for 3D printing, you can set that embed value higher or lower, and then this is now going to change how this is coming out on your mesh. So if I set it to a low value and draw this out, you can see it's sinking more into the model. And then if I set this to a high value and draw this out, you can see now it's coming off the model like so. So just a few little manipulations there, and that's all the same curve brush, and all I've done is change modifiers. So another little thing there to add to what Spicer showed.
Love it. Love it. All right, so that's the end of that segment. We're going to be moving on. We're going to take a little 2-minute little break here for what's not really a break. We're just getting recompiled, getting our next guest in for the ZBrush in Education. So we're going to take a couple minutes here, and then we're going to go right into that segment. And again, reminding you, this segment is also happening tomorrow and on Tuesday. So if you really enjoyed it, and don't forget, Tuesday, Joseph and I are showing some extra stuff in the beginning of the stream for our special presentation as well. All right. So again, this segment will be repeating every day, and tomorrow's is extra long. It's like a whole nother hour and a half more than this. right? So if you really enjoyed this, tune in. So we'll see you here in a couple minutes. We're going to be back with our panel for our ZBrush in Education.
Hello everyone, this is Michael from Pixelogic's social media and marketing team. I want to introduce to you a small fun segment we'll be showing you throughout the ZBrush Summit this year called 2020 ZBrush Highlights. Throughout the day, we'll be showing you some of the most popular ZBrush creations from throughout the year from ZBrush Central, our Instagram, Facebook, and more, while telling you a little bit about the piece, the artist behind it, and where you can see more of that artist's work. Be sure to check out the link in each 2020 ZBrush highlight video to visit our exclusive ZBrush Central thread cataloging all of this year's highlights. Enjoy the summit!
The Form 3 has helped bring people's wildest dreams to reality. But sometimes you need to dream bigger. We designed the Form 3L to bring the biggest dreams to life, so we wanted to put it to the ultimate test. Could we use the 3L to print our flagship 3D printer? Introducing Form 3L, so you can print a dream within a dream maker.
Michael again with another 2020 ZBrush highlight. This beautiful piece entitled The Forever comes to us from Thai artist Patifan Sotavilafan. The artist says, "I would like to describe my feeling through digital CGI, so I created this work to record my good feeling to memory." Hello again, Michael here with another 2020 ZBrush highlight. This piece entitled Lily is a collaborative effort. The sculpting was done by Niyazi Selimoglu and the texturing and render by Simon Gomez. This is a great testament to the power of collaboration, showcasing the technical strength of both artists to bring a sculpt to lifelike realism. Excellent work.
Hey, we're back. All right. Can't stop.
There we go. We're back.
So again, I hope everyone enjoyed that segment. Again, we'll be doing that tomorrow and Tuesday, but we're going to be moving on here to our ZBrush in education. So what we have for you guys is we have 2 educators, one of them being Louis Tucci. So get ready for it. And we also have 2 students that discovered ZBrush at a younger age, i.e. high school level. So we want to talk about how something like ZBrush can really put kids today on a path, because today in the United States, it's actual National STEM Day, which stands for Science, Technology, Engineering, and Math. And it's a day that we're all in this country trying to let kids, middle school and high school, there's paths in these 4 careers really. And ZBrush falls in this, right, with technology and engineering. So we wanted to have a discussion because I know there's people from many ages here on this stream. So we want to have a little discussion here of how do teachers get their kids involved learning something like this, sculpting, especially with something like ZBrush, and how the kids who are coming up learning about this. So we're going to bring everybody in and we'll introduce everybody to you. We've got 4 guests. So boys in the booth, let's go ahead. Let's bring everybody in and we can do an introduction. Hey-oh, here we go.
Hello.
Look at Jason.
There's the Tucci.
You're in the
live
zone, Jason.
From its secret headquarters for the 2020, the year of clarity here, 20th anniversary. ZBrush, how you guys doing?
Pretty good, you?
Well,
we're just focused.
Some things change and some things stay the same. All the same flavors in the same place. Good to see everybody here live, broadcasting around the world. Want to say hello to all the friends in Europe and abroad, everywhere. You're hitting us up on the chat already. Holy smoke.
Yeah, so let me do a quick little introduction and we're going to get into this. So you all know Louis to my screen, right?
Buonasera, right? Buon noite, buenas tardes.
This is the part where I get to do the Brady Bunch. Below me is Ethan, who's a student
everyone.
Currently at BYU, right, in Idaho, right? And then, here, we'll go here, corner down here. Jason, who is an instructor here, locally here in LA and specifically in Glendale, correct?
That's correct.
Yep. And then over here in the other corner, this is so hard to do. In the other corner, we've got Valentine, who's another student who's now also in the industry. So we want to talk about how Louis and Jason as instructors start and getting this going with kids that are coming into there. And these two guys are also teaching at a high school level, right? So they're getting kids at like 15 years old, 14 years old, 16, right? So we want to talk about this, especially now with things like ZBrush Core Mini, which is free. And then there's ZBrush Core and full ZBrush, right? So everyone knows who Louis is, but Jason's been in the film makeup world, right? So this is a guy that knows makeup. He's been in the film world, and now he's teaching ZBrush at a high school level and getting kids involved with learning something like ZBrush to kind of get an outlet for art. He's worked at K&B for much of his career for the films and makeup artist. So Jason, thank you for being here. Thanks for being a part. Say hello to the team.
Happy to be here.
And then we got, of course, Louis Tucci. Already said hello. We all know who Louis is. Ethan, go ahead and just say hello so everyone can hear you.
Everyone, it's great to be here.
Awesome. Thanks for being here. And Valentine.
Great to be here too.
All right. So I want to start the discussion off first with the teachers real quick, just to kind of lay down the idea here with Louis and with Jason being teachers. For you, you got kids coming in, and I know Ethan was first introduced to ZBrush in your class, Jason, as a freshman in high school. So what are you guys finding at like that high school level of kids coming in? What is their really understanding of something like this, being able to sculpt digitally? And now, of course, we're going to show some pictures of Jason's students or even 3D printing stuff. So we'll start with Jason. We'll start with you. Where are you coming from as a teacher when you're getting kids for the first time walking into your classroom?
Yeah, absolutely. Part of our class is, we follow kind of basic art, drawing fundamentals. But, one really exciting thing that we're able to do is, we've got access to ZBrush and some other software. So just right off the bat, kids are blown away. A lot of them find themselves saying, I didn't even know this was a thing you could even do, let alone something you could do at high school. And granted, I should say, I'm at a school where very fortunate to have access to the software. So I should say that right off the bat. But one thing is just that wow factor for students, and then when you actually get them on the machines, it's incredibly empowering.
Great. Louis, how about you from your experience?
I think it's been an extraordinary sort of path for me to take, having come from Pixelogic and then jumping into education full time. I've seen a number of students who, for the first time, were engaging with digital sculpting and having an opportunity. I've worked with Jason before in his district to advance and develop curriculum there. I think, for me, the most important thing is that initial sense of joy that people have when essentially being able to overcome what they perceive to be a barrier, and then all of a sudden becomes this very sort of natural process of design meeting imagination. And I think that's the core sort of fundamental thing at the root of ZBrush, is that fusion between that wonderful technical capacity that it has, and at the same time just affording people an opportunity once they open their mind up to the possibilities of what they could do as individuals. I think we're starting to see we have been seeing tremendous results over the course of the last several years. And again, that buy-in from not only the school sites in particular, but the local school districts and the colleges, as we've continued to grow and expand offerings educationally. I think we're seeing a more sort of aware student body, and it's been very engaging and very exciting. And again, I'm very fortunate because my experiences are both at the high school level locally here in Los Angeles and across a few colleges. So I've seen a sort of a wonderful sort of mix of perceptions and skill levels just growing exponentially.
Okay, so I have a question then for now our two students, because there's things asking how easy it is for someone at that age level getting into ZBrush. So Ethan, you started with obviously Jason in high school. You came to the Gnomon summer sessions 3 times, right? 3 times.
That's right. I enjoyed myself. I had to come back.
Yeah. And then Ethan's more of like, you came more from like an illustration mindset, right? To discovering this 3D piece. So for you, Jason, for you, Ethan, just coming in, what was it like for you? How easy was it for you to kind of grasp and get this idea of starting to use 3D even in your work?
Well, like has already been expressed, it's a completely different mindset. And of course, as someone who was new to it, it's very much a difficult process to think in a different way and get over all those hurdles that you encounter as a artist that's new to 3D. Personally, I agree with Louis completely. It's once you get it, and it's just mind to screen, and it's really just thrilling. The major obstacles that I had to face were just technical stuff, menus, settings, but don't we all have to deal with that eventually,
Right. And then Val, for you, especially for you, you were coming from another country, right? And then you came over here to the States and learning ZBrush. And you were also at a younger age when you first saw ZBrush for the first time, right?
I think I started a little bit later than Ethan. I started at a collegiate level, so I had some 3D experience, like just playing around and a little bit of curiosity more than anything. And to me, it really clicked. I was one of those kids that had the light bulb go off, right? Like, I want this when I actually opened ZBrush for the first time. When more than just playing in 3D, it became artistic. It became a mix of technical and artistic that created something fully artistic. So to me, the reason why I'm a professional now is because ZBrush made me want to pursue an education in 3D and make it my profession.
Awesome. I think there's something important. I'd like to jump in just to say something very important there. They represent, the two gentlemen with us, Ethan and Valentin, represent, for me at least, a very disparate sort of reality where Ethan was in his 9th grade of high school, and I came into contact with him, and he was very young and able to sort of just take his design sensibilities and put them into practice in a 3D space. And then, Valentin was fully immersed in the Gnomon School program, where he was having his frontal lobe assaulted constantly. And I think for those two, there were very different realities. At the one level where we're talking about teaching at the college level, you know, it's a very serious sort of grinder. And I think Valentin, for all, if I could speak for you to this degree, having worked with you so closely in that capacity, I think what he was coming to terms with was also the critical analysis component of how far he could go as a human being, because of the flexibility associated with, you know, art first and technology sort of, or the technical capacity of things second. And I think that can't be understated as a whole. I think that seems to be the universal thread that runs very harmoniously through that trajectory, both from high school students, whether they're at the high school level in the high school programs or high school summer camp at the Noman School. I think that, you know, all the way even to the Cal State University system, where I've been a professor before as well. I think that sort of the thing that changes there is a person's critical analysis of what they could become as an individual. It kind of moves away from just designing and design software to the full capacity as a human being and what a person could really achieve and where they see themselves doing that. You know, and I'd like to throw out a shout out to at least one person, if I could, really quickly, is to you know, Max Dayan, who is the educational director at the Noman School of Visual Effects, had a profound influence even on me as a student many moons ago. And I think that, you know, having someone like that to push and promote things the way that he has over the years was also instrumental for me. So I think we're all kind of byproducts of those that have come before us.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and right now I'm showing works of Val's and Ethan's work. So this is one of Ethan's pieces, and I was just cycling through some of Val's works just to give you guys an idea as students where they're coming from, what they've been creating, even at a younger age, like they've been doing. So Jason, for you, because I know you're getting them like Louis at that younger age, and then all through high school. What are you finding for your students where it really clicks for them? Is it when, especially with parents, are you finding it's hard for the kids to explain what they're doing, and how do they explain it? Is it, I know you have 3D printers and you're showing them. We've got some images of what the kids have been doing in your class with 3D printers. So what are you finding for the kids where it really clicks for them to go home?
Yeah, I mean, you know, obviously ZBrush is in itself just another tool, but obviously it can do you know, so much more than, you know, your traditional tools. But you know, it's really just when students, you know, find themselves working with the software. Yeah, their parents might not understand it at first. They might be saying, "Oh yeah, I'm you know, doing 3D sculptures and 3D models." But yeah, like you mentioned, you know, 3D printing. It's that whole process of taking it from, you know, a concept to, you know, maybe illustrating it, and then, you know, doing like a digital painting, and then finally a 3D model and something that they can print. And yeah, that moment, like, you know, in like your open houses and your back to school nights, when, you know, parents get to come by and see, whoa, you know, and they get to hold a 3D model in their hands, and then it kind of clicks for parents and, you know, students. Certainly, when they print something or when they're able to see it and it, you know, they see their idea, you know, come to life. Right. Especially when sometimes a lot of students struggle with drawing and things like that. So ZBrush in that way is incredibly helpful because they can just see their vision right away.
You know, I think also too, Jason, we've worked together before. Jason and I were, you know, fortunate enough to redevelop a curriculum for an entire school district that was UC approved. And I think that, you know, that was driven and guided also by the fact that the technology is so seemingly easy to plug in at various points throughout the trajectory of what we wanted to offer educationally, both in drawing, sculpting, and design across the spectrum of also, you know, facilitating physical production. I think, Jason, we would both agree in that case that, you know, the facility and the capacity of the software as a whole and its dexterity really informed how and in what ways we expanded the educational offerings for families. You know, and for me, the jazzy part is really about reaching people who are from socioeconomically underprivileged circumstances and offering them a chance to engage with technology that is high level, that is professional technology, and perhaps change the landscape of not only their lives, but also the industry as a whole, to offer different perspectives from people from different walks of life and backgrounds.
Yeah, so like Ethan, you are right now at BYU, and you said your ultimate goal is to go to the main campus, and you are on a path to want to gaining into the industry. And ZBrush was one of software pieces that gave you that drive to want to see what was going on in the industries, right?
That's correct. Back in high school, I became just a tad bit obsessed with ZBrush.
Well, you did go to pre-summer camp.
He took he went to the counselor. I want to say this because he was we were working together. He went to his counselor and he changed his schedule to have art. I think it was 2 or 3 periods in a row. I don't know how you did it, but
half the day, 3 periods.
Spent half the day with us.
Yeah.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, I was like, where's this guy come from?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
It took a little bit of convincing, but pulled it off. And so the plan right now is to take a step back, work on my traditional art and illustration skills that I may have neglected in high school, and eventually get into BYU's animation program and see where that takes me.
So when you were in Jason's class, right? Because we're going to show some images throughout this stream here in a second. What for you was it the 3D printing part that also helped you land something, or was it just, you know, I saw a cool feature that Jason showed you, and then that boom clicked for you, and then you're like, all right, this is an art tool made for a computer, and I can see the things I can make with it. What were you finding?
It's the collision of like 2D to like 3D experiences. That's what really got me. You know, in middle school, I was looking at like tutorials for drawing that weren't like, they were very step by step, but you didn't really learn anything from it. Like how to draw a nose, they'd show you the lines you'd have to draw, but not why those lines are there. So being able to be have the experience of going into a 3D software and then, like say sculpting a nose and then being like, oh, so that's why that line is there, and that's why we shade it this way, and that's why the combination of 2D and 3D practices, that's when my inspiration and creativity with art just really took off.
The 3D in essence helped you see why you're even doing stuff in 2D.
That's exactly right.
Yeah. So for Valentine, for you, right? You came to Noman here in Hollywood. Go ahead, Louis. I know you want to do it.
Hollywood. Under the shadow of the Hollywood sign.
There it is. That's what we're looking
live from the Noman School of Visual Effects. I'm actually in the Pixelogic offices. People don't realize this. I'm back in one of my old offices here. It's strange, like a time warp.
I love the bun. So Val, for you, right? You were in Switzerland, right? And then you discovered Noman and made a choice. Like that's a choice to, I'm going to move. Hey, mom, dad, I'm moving to the US and going to study at Noman.
Pretty much what happened. To bounce back on what Ethan and Jason said about drawing and like the concept of form in 2D, I was one of these people that got stuck when it came to drawing. The traditional aspect of it helped me, but it wasn't exactly what allowed me to go forward. It wasn't that creative breakthrough that I was looking for. And getting into ZBrush, understanding those forms in 3D so easily, it made me understand my traditional better and be able to go back. And that's where I decided that, hey, mom, dad, I'm leaving. Goodbye. There is that school all the way over there where I could boot camp and just talk to people that actually know what 3D is. And that's what I want to do. And that's what I did.
How did you do that? Because I know my mom thought I worked at Pixar for like, I don't know, 5-6 years. And
I think my mom still thinks that I work at Pixar, and my sister wants me to work at Pixar. So it's a lot of convincing. It's years and years of being myself and being able to be more of an artistic driven person in general. It's not like all of a sudden I had that wake up call. I was a more artistic person, right? So my body, my mind reflects what I do every day. So obviously there's been a couple of talks, but that was something that I did because here in Hollywood, California, there is that infrastructure ready for people like me to start to thrive and be educated in something that at the end is a job and not something that you ask for Medici's to pay for your life,
Yeah.
And I think there's a good point here in the commentary. It says here, Mousy073 says it's hard to come from a place of any particular difficulty and make something for yourself. The opportunities just aren't there. This is also a matter for me of critical analysis of yourselves, wherever you might be. Each and every one of us have come from someplace, and I can remember people thinking I was crazy, when discovering the software and how it changed my life and my trajectory as a human being. And I think Valentin and I have spoken
of Toronto.
From the basement in Toronto. I want to say hi to Roja. Thank you again, Roja Houche, a really great 3D specialist and artist in his own right, for introducing me. But I think Valentin is raising a good point. I think we come from far and wide. And I just want to address that for Mousy073. If you have the drive and put yourself into place where it's happening, it may be difficult. I can remember sleeping on the floor in an apartment with some roommates and, just a blanket and a pillow, and it didn't matter. All that mattered was that, I had a chance to work with Paul in the morning and have a chance to do it and just be here on the campus.
Yeah, I
You know,
think Val's is a
think
good story too, right? He's from another country and found a way to get to where he needed to be to get into where he's at now.
yeah, and I would say for everybody, you know, leave the fear at the door. I mean, fear is really something that we need to learn to manage. A lot of people ask me, you know, what are you doing these days? And I say, well, I'm in the sort of business of maximizing human potential. And I think, you know, that I mean that very closely and very seriously. I think my three fellow panel mates here can attest to that from having very intimate experiences with me. So if you're watching this out there, I'd like to send a message to everybody and say, you know, the technology is available and the resources are ever more so available than ever before. And we'll be waiting for you to help push you further and basically take your skills to the highest level.
Right.
I sorry if I can.
Yeah, go ahead, Ethan.
I completely agree. I was super fortunate enough to have the teaching experience or have the experience of being taught by Louis and Jason here, but a great portion of my studies for ZBrush was just hours and hours of watching YouTube videos about it. You can't underestimate how powerful that is, really. Like
Michael
Popovich that has that huge series of just very intimate and detailed ZBrush videos, and I learned a great deal from those, along with the awesome experiences I had with Louis and Jason. So like Louis said, information is out there. You just have to look for it.
Yeah, and this is part of why we are doing this right now too, is to give this information out there. And that last segment people like, but this segment's really about thinking, how do people get in, right? And how do people even start using ZBrush? And like, you got Ask ZBrush Master Joseph Drustian here too, right? He's making hundreds of videos, right, on that too, to just get people an understanding of how to do things.
And that,
Jason,
that brings me to, that's a good.
Go ahead.
Yeah. So the point on that too is that I wish I had some of the kind of technology was there when I was going through school too. And that's part of the reason why, you know, I try to give people the information, because it's one thing I never had. And it's, to me, it's kind of like, if I have the knowledge, I want to share it. And that's, I think, what everyone here is kind of, you know, replicating as well.
Yeah, and that's 100% too. I know this panel looks very sort of masculine in its composition. I wish there was space to have more people, because for me, the big thing right now is the influence and the impact on young girls in technology and CAD-based applications that we're teaching, not just ZBrush as well. I don't want to make this myopic in its scope, but I mean, when you're dealing with more and more females at the college level, I'm so pleased to see that. And at the high school level, more girls getting engaged with engineering and 3D printing. In my own class, when we finally do get back to physical on-campus learning, I'm very fortunate as well to work with the Los Angeles Unified School District. I have 13 3D printers in a room waiting for me.
But now he's just gloating. Now he's just gloating.
No, it's not. And I say this because I think it's really, I say it for like what Joseph is saying, more awareness is more power. And I think the more people see that that's the norm, especially in communities that are, like I said before, in socioeconomically challenged circumstances, the more that the community members see that, the more that other community members see that, I think that we can push for a real great sort of overall change to many, many different facets of life and living. I think more people being more impactful is what I'm really after.
And I want to break the myth a little bit too, is like, I have a lot, if not 50% of my coworkers are women. So I know that it's not 50% across the entire industry, but more and more women are getting in there, and they're amazing artists. And like, I can learn things from them every day. And I don't want that to be something that discourages those people from getting in there.
Absolutely. You know, and the one thing I think there's a good conversation we're having here is, you know, there are some people in the chat saying, hey, it's tough for me. I can't afford to get maybe to the United States or this, like this. You know, I know a lot of artists that are self-taught, just like Ethan was bringing up, watching videos. He was watching Michael Popovich videos. I don't know how were you able to keep up with him? Micro Machine?
Michael, give the guy a break, guys.
He's like me. I talk fast. He's my kind of guy, man. We're like
Rayman.
Yeah.
I'm just grateful for the rewind button. I'll just say that much.
The little gear, guys. 1.25 speed. He sounds like a regular guy.
But this is my point: is I know art, like guys, even like someone like I can have other artists I know that are huge names in the ZBrush community now. They learn by themselves, guys. I taught ZBrush to myself. I had no, like Joseph said, we did not. Okay, we're gonna date ourselves right now. I had no notebooks. I had no ZBrush. What was ZBrush? It wasn't even existing yet when I started in 3D, right? I went out and I found it. I got it. I found it. And I taught ZBrush myself every night. I worked 15 hours a day, got home at midnight, stayed up till 3 a.m. You got to want it if you want to get it. Okay. That's the biggest thing I say for education. And
I think that's 100% true. He's nailing it right there. That's the black belt mentality. You need to do, it's the sit-ups that you do and the push-ups you do when no one's watching that count the most. There's countless nights. Everybody in this room, I would say, is guilty of spending way too much time in front of the computer and abusing themselves to levels that are, for the three of us here, obviously we've worked together in the facilitation and making of ZBrush over the years across the last, 15 years combined between the three of us. I think there's, a tremendous commitment that goes into that, and a commitment to yourselves. I'd like to make sure that we're making sure that is the message to everybody out there. Commit to your self growth and your self development. And I think that then when you have tools and technology available to make that much smoother and easier, like we had one ZBrush class back in the day with Eric Keller. If we didn't mention Eric Keller's name today, I would have been the heel of all heels. Eric was the teacher to, I guess, Paul, would you say that you were in Eric's class at some point as well? Because I would say it.
No, I took Maddie Spencer's because when I discovered ZBrush, I couldn't find anybody to talk to about it, and
nobody even knows what it was.
I'm like, what is? And then I found Gnomon, and I actually came as an extension student. Took one class, I would go to work, and then I would come to that class, and then go home and mess with it. And I just had somebody else that I could talk to at least that thought this way. And using an application, to me, a computer is just a new medium to us all, right? And ZBrush is just now my center point of getting to where I need to go and my whatever's in this crazy head of mine. So, but I think Val made a good thing too. I want to come back to Val, and then Jason, I'm going to come to you after Val because I want to show your students work that they're doing in your high school with the prints too. Val, I know one thing in a pre-discussion you talked about was getting to a school like Gnomon. You found, okay, this is really how it is in the industry, right? You found, look, there's not, okay, I'm going to work for 4 hours on this, and then that's my day.
Yeah.
Right? Can you touch on that a little bit? What you're discovering going from, you found, okay, there's a lever I got to hit to really make this happen.
Definitely. It's a little bit like Louis said, it's the push-ups that you do when no one's watching. The advantage of, for me, going to Gnomon was that on top of having access to teachers like you, like Louis, like Eric Keller, I had Eric Keller, he's been in the game for a while, is that you're constantly surrounded with people that have the same drive as you, that have the same motivation, and they don't stop when you do. You're taking a break, they're not taking a break. So you have those people that aren't stopping, and that makes you want to go back. That makes you want to boot camp. That makes you want to not go to sleep. And when you do go to sleep, you want to wake up again. I found myself at 1 a.m. leaving the campus, wishing that I could get some coffee and going back, and that for 2 years straight. And I think that's really, like, teachers put you somewhere, but you're carrying yourself there, if you know what I mean, right? They open the doors for you. It's up to you to go through them. And for me, that was really that environment that those people created around me that I can see every day in the industry too. It's you're not alone anymore. There's a huge community out there. There are people working every day tirelessly to get better, and education doesn't stop, right? Like I spent the last 2 hours before this talk looking at your tips and tricks and taking notes because I'm still at school in a way. Like, you never stop educating yourself. So it's just that mental space that Gnomon helped me get into.
And I think too, we had many conversations, you and I, after classes and such. There comes a time when your technical proficiency, I don't want this to be misconstrued, or our message today to be like, oh, go and kill yourselves and work night and day and be, dysfunctional human beings, because that's not it. That's not it either. I think a lot of your input and a lot of your scope as an artist comes from actually living, and I would say, be reasonable, put the time in where the skill sets are concerned, but also be critical of mind and ask yourself, how am I growing as a human being outside of the technology? Because then it finds its way back into your design capacity. Those characters and those creatures or whatever it is you're looking to design are informed by your capacity to engage with the real world and how far you're willing to go to sort of see new things and absorb new things, And I think out there at the limit is where some real growth happens, I caught Valentin in his last, I think it was just an extra course he was taking, to be honest with you. Is that correct?
Yes, I did.
Yeah, and I think we did more critical analysis and critical thinking of himself as a being, and how far he could go as a human being, more so than the technical. I mean, he was at the level already because of the difficulty of the program. He could have been a TA for me. He could have been helping me teach the class. And at the same time, I think there was still that space for growth and learning as a person and as a full person trying to realize.
I think that's a big thing. It's the never stop learning, never stop growing. And that's what you'll see across, all the people that did our tips and tricks videos today. Like we had ZBrush masters on them, and their main thing is they never stop learning.
Yeah.
It's a great point.
And as Val mentioned, it's the constant growth. And then I always see, anything that anyone does artistically or any information that's spread down, it can always come back. And that's where you get the inspiration and the different stuff. Like, if I teach Val something, right? Val's going to go make some amazing piece of artwork. And then I'm going to see that and I'm going to learn something from him. And it's this constant back and forth and growth and learning. Like, it's not an isolated bubble, as Louis was saying. Like, you've got to experience it all. And that's part of the art.
Yeah, it reminds me of when we didn't have, like, me and Joseph, like we were almost classmates at SCAD.
It's a great school.
Joseph went to SCAD. I almost went there.
Savannah College of Art and Design, in case they're wondering.
Right. So really what we're doing is kind of, for me, redoes what we did in classrooms, right? Is when I would do a trick, the next to me would be like, dude, what did you just do there? And we would share stuff. This is what we're doing right now, in essence, right? We're just doing it digitally now, right? So I want to, Jason, you can hear, I want to switch to Jason and show some of the work too, because Jason's background being a visual effects person, right? And now he's teaching digital, and then he's taking his kids back to physical also and painting. And he has said that students sometimes struggle to draw, but ZBrush allows them to kind of realize their ideas in simulations, right? So
Absolutely.
you touched on that, and you were one of Jason's former students. So I want to come back to that, Jason, too, and talk about that. And I'm going to show some pictures here. So you are starting the kids in ZBrush at freshman year, right?
Yeah, in their first year of the program. Yeah.
And then when do they get their hands on printing? And this is work from his students at high school level.
They have access to printing that first year. A lot of kids, you'd be surprised, don't take advantage of printing their work, but they're offered. And like I said, it's obviously, it's just another tool. Obviously, it's a tool on its own, way bigger than traditional tools. But yeah, you can see by the picture is just when you have these students take advantage of taking a concept and bringing it from 2D to 3D, and then printing it. It's incredible. Another thing we do a lot of the time is, you can use something they make in ZBrush, albeit simplistic, and then just being able to rotate that and stuff in 3D space. Students can then use that, for reference, so they can see the different angles of something that they wouldn't be able to have access to physically.
Are you teaching them the painting, the physical pieces when they're done too? So are you taking them full right back and painting these?
Yeah.
This one's painted.
Yeah, we do that as well. So, there's obviously the poly paint and, other stuff we can do within the programs, but then also, painting it later on. When I used to work in effects, I was fortunate enough to work with, nearby, incredible sculptors, incredible concept artists. And I saw this of sculpting and molding and casting. So to be able to kind of do something like that so much more quickly, and then students kind of get to see that whole process play out is incredible.
There was a comment there in the chat a half a second ago. I think I lost it. I wanted to comment on it.
Go ahead.
Somebody said something about what if you're working? What kind of advice would you give to someone who's working full time? I think I would quote the great American author and poet Charles Bukowski. I would say that at the end of the day, you have to find a way to save yourself a small little spark and hold it very close, because from the smallest little spark, the world's largest fires can be lit again and again. And I don't say that with any light sort of energy behind it. I think that's very real. Give yourself to what you're doing during the daytime, but also save some for yourself so that you're not in complete burnout mode. I've seen people sort of burn out completely, very talented people. People have worked on AAA games for far too long and given too much of themselves, just not reserved enough for when they get sitting back in front of their own machines or inside of their own space to draw and paint a picture or something. You have to be a whole being, and you have to be working towards just fulfilling what it is that you want to do, as well as, meeting the requirements of real life and real living. at the same time, I would say just make sure to keep that small spark alive to create that little thing. Even if it's just a small little thing, it can go a long way. I mean, I like to quote the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles thing all the time. It started as a joke, man. And it's not a joke anymore, right?
Right.
It started as a joke in a
Built an
kitchen,
empire.
a couple $100s, you know. It started as a joke, and there's a lot of people. I'm very critically driven when it comes to the way I think about things. I'm very much a positive person when it comes to thinking that anything's possible, especially being around the team, you know, the ZBrush team at Pixelogic for so many years, and the tremendous level of drive that the programming team has as well has taught me exponentially to live, you know, a more full life in a way. I was just speaking about that this morning, and I think that, you know, that's what we're trying to disseminate as, you know, as instructors and as professors and teachers and just fellows in the industry, is to say, make sure that you know, just keep something going, because, you know, you might think it's crazy and it's like $500. Those guys started that empire with $500 and ended up closing the accounts with $260 million for the rights to create cartoons, you know. And it's not far-fetched. You know, you rise to your highest aspiration of yourself and you descend to the lowest realization of yourself. It's up to you. Free your mind. Free your mind.
Yeah. My best advice for someone that's got a full-time job, because honestly, that's what I did. I had a full-time job too. Make it on purpose. Pick even if it's one time a week, pick a day, pick a time, and then sculpt. And don't worry about if it's good or if it's bad. It's just sculpt and have a goal of something you maybe want to create. Start out simple then. Start out, maybe you're only going to sculpt the face, right? Because you also, as artists, we want to have the, oh, it's finished, it looks awesome, I'm so proud of it moment, of course, right? But guys, I can't, Joe Druss knows, because he laughs at me constantly in my streams when I said, oh, I'm going to show this, and he's like, yeah, okay, you're going to show it, right? We all have work we never get done. I don't think there's an artist that doesn't have.
They all go to die in his backyard, apparently.
If we can put the artwork we don't get done and put it in a closet, all of our closets will just have like stuff that flies out at us, right? Don't let that get that off your shoulder. Everyone has that. I don't care how good an artist is. I think everyone has that, where they get stuff that they're working on. Even the masters, they'll have 8 sculpts maybe they're working on, right? And then they'll just, oh, I'm in the mood for this one today, and they'll go work on that one. Oh, I'm in the mood for that one today.
And that's it too. Yeah, you're raising a good point there. You know, again, I don't like to sort of overtly state these things as facts, but we need to manage our expectations of self. You know, it's one thing to work really hard, and then at the same time, try to manage your expectations of self, and really, if you like it, other people will like it. You know, and it doesn't matter who likes it, really. I think at the end of the day, a lot of criticism, I've seen a lot of self-handcuffing and self sort of muting that goes on. And I would say that that's just something to try to move away from as quickly as possible, you know.
Right. Well, we don't have too much time left in this segment, unfortunately. We got a couple minutes here too. But I want to, Ethan, where do you see yourself now? Where's your goal? What are you trying to get to as a student still at BYU? I know you said you want to get to the main campus at BYU. Where's your ultimate place you want to be?
I feel like my goals as an artist would be balancing my 2D and 3D, as I sort of expressed before. I did do a lot of 3D in high school, and I'm doing a lot of 2D now. And, you know, I could say my ultimate goal is to get into a program or to get a certain job or to work in a certain studio. But I feel like my actual goal is to just be able to competently and precisely create creative concepts of my own. And that's right. That's just my 2 cents.
Right. And then Val, you're already at a studio. Are you allowed to share where you're at?
Yes, I'm at the Mill in Los Angeles.
Right. So he's gotten that path. So these are 2 students, for example. Val's in where he wanted to go. He followed his path, and Ethan's on his way to wanting to get where he wants to be. Right. So that's why we wanted to bring in some students' perspective as well into this conversation, and not just us as instructors. Like Joseph's teaching all the time, I teach, and then of course Louie and Jason are constantly teaching.
I think I wanted also to make sure that you guys get the nod, man, because we knucklehead around a lot when we get down to doing this live thing on the ZBrush Summit. But Joseph Trust, you should be given a high five, digital high five, for all of the content. Yeah, for all of the content and all the great work through the years. You know, I know maybe a lot of people don't say this to you. We've had an exponential impact on so many people. I just wanted to make sure that you knew that, you know, the educational offerings that you're providing for people are genuinely appreciated, and really are helping to change lives. You know, if I have students that have difficulties, to just refer them to like a video or something, I'll say, you know, check out this guy here. He's putting it together. He's throwing it down.
And that's all from the mentors I've had. You know, even when I started, like as Paul was saying, when we were in school, like there was no path to anything video game related, and that's what I wanted to do. And I had one advisor that was like, well, what do you think you need? And she let me change my entire curriculum to what I needed. And then when I finally got a job in the industry, the first guy I went to, Eric Armstrong, I sat right next to him. I had a gazillion questions to ask him, and I just sat behind him, and he showed me everything. And it was just like that information and that sharing and that knowledge was just, it was perfect. And so it's like one of those passion things. It's like I can't sit back. Like I have to pass this on.
Yeah,
it was just too helpful.
That's you know, again, in those moments back in the day here, you have to be here at the right time, I guess, and the timing and luck. The late Glenn Orbick was my drawing teacher here in Los Angeles when I first arrived, and the late Jack Boston here at the Noman School as well. And I think for me, I'll mirror what you're saying and echo that as well. There's a sense of tremendous responsibility. It's almost like a black belt mentality I was telling Valentin about earlier. The process of just making sure that others get access to the information, and because you know, I realize I'm immortal, and I'm not going to be here forever. And I've said this before in various other circumstances.
There's recordings.
That's very sweet. But I think that's, in all seriousness, I think that it's important that, you know, I've said this in a way before where I'm just trying, for me at least, to burn as many people with this vigor to try to go after it. And I'm still someone who's relentless. I was speaking to Jaime before we went live, and I was like, I'm still reaching for things that are, you know, maybe out of reach. And so just constantly, I'm not making a closing remark here, but I'd like to say this because I want it on the record, is that as long as you're constantly moving forward and trying to reach further, I can't see that being unfruitful. And, you know, it may be frustrating. You know, it's very frustrating to be driven like that. And maybe it is a life of frustration. And Joseph's nodding his head. He's like, yeah, man, I know exactly what you're saying. I just like, you know, this unquenched desire to continue to go. And that, no one can teach that. That's just like, got to come from, you know.
Right.
So
we're going to be closing up this segment. Before I do, I'm going to ask Jason and Louis one more question. I know someone brought up Chris Costa, which, by the way, he was self-taught. He taught himself, and he had the drive. He used to be a banker. Like, come on.
Same here. We have that in common.
Louis, you can be a banker too. So, Jason and Louis, the one question I want to ask you, because it gets asked all the time, right? How can I learn ZBrush? What's the easiest? So, the one question I want to ask the both of you, and I'll start with Jason. What is maybe the one thing someone can do that you give them as an assignment inside of ZBrush that you see that the lights going off for your students? I know what mine is. Do you guys have? Do you have one? Jason, do you have one that?
I mean, you know, I think right off the bat is just, you know, giving them a limited tool set, you know, like only focus on just these two or three tools, you know, don't get overwhelmed by the interface, you know, and all that stuff. But yeah, but absolutely, you know, really just working from, you know, working from reality, working from reference, finding something simple, you know, and then just be, you know, going more complex from there. I mean, obviously all you guys and all this stuff online, there's no limit of resources for them to just keep, you know, pursuing and growing and sharing and
Right. So just in essence, keeping it simple, right? Just don't try to chew the whole software out in one chunk. Just
totally a compartmentalization, Paul. Nimble. Yeah, totally you were cutting out there. Totally a compartmentalization. I think for me, the pragmatic approach would be to say, if you look at ZBrush or anything as a matter of steps, and you look at it as, you know, this is for me the thing that resonates with students, and it really makes the results exponentially better than what I was seeing before I instituted this some years ago. Was there are like 5 major stages. You know, the first stage is construction, and through that construction process, you know, collaborators don't have to worry about the entire interface. What they worry about is coming into contact with the geometry tab, the tool tab, and the subtool tab. And that really allows people to move away from just like, oh my God, what are all these things happening to me? You know, if they can wrap their mind around that. And then the second part is, I know we were at SIGGRAPH many moons ago, and I thought maybe a journalist thought I was being very facetious, but I'm always very respectful. I said masking was my favorite feature when we released Dynamesh. And I think they misunderstood why I thought that. And I was just like, if you can teach someone to load a sphere and turn on Dynamesh and make masks, then you've just circumvented 3D modeling in a way that is so rapid.
Which
that
was part of the point of Dynamesh.
which is exactly it. And that was the point that I was trying to make, is to say, if you can draw a mask, and this goes out to the world, if you can draw a mask on a surface, then you can sculpt anything. I really firmly believe that. I'll leave it at that.
Right.
Black nails and all.
Ethan, do you have anything that you, as a student, that you saw, hey, this is where I had my moment of this technique or this assignment that was given to me?
I feel like more than any one technique or any specific way to approach things, it's the attitude of the virtue of patience and the attitude of determination. Because I was lucky enough to send in the concepts that I was proud of, but there are, like that was mentioned before, I have had plenty of things that are in my little artistic closet that I really do not want to see. See them be in the light of day. It's
right.
My freshman year, it was difficult, both with the actual software and just coming to terms with my limitations of being an artist at the time. To everyone who's watching right now, it's just going to take time, and you're just going to have to accept that and embrace it. And with time, you could do anything, really.
Yeah. Do you have anything, Val, to add to that? Is there any assignment that you had that really?
Sure. I think the reality of education in general is that you never stop hitting new plateaus, which means that you'll never stop plateauing in a way, but you'll never stop hitting new spheres of height, and it's up to you to just go to the next one. And sometimes on a Monday I just suck, but it doesn't stop me from going to Tuesday, and Tuesday all of a sudden, like, I deserve my job again. And just hitting to the next sphere and the next sphere, and that's growth more than anything else, right? So, yeah, I've hit a lot of plateaus, and I'll hit a lot more, and everybody will all the time. That's just the way it is.
You never end. It'll always keep going.
No, absolutely.
Yeah,
and that's the point.
You think Chris Costa never stops going up too?
No.
And the learning, guys, Paul, the same thing is true. You know this. I mean, the thing is, guys, the learning isn't just about, like I said, you might take a walk down a Skid Row and you might learn something, and that might impact the way that you would approach something in your artistic endeavors. The other thing is also, we have this tool of social media. And I remember posting a little sketch drawing I did in an airport once some years ago, and Joseph Druss sent me a note through some social media thing. He said, "Never stop drawing," with a little heart. And it meant the world to me. And I thought, there's value in that, just like saying, affirming nice things to people and sort of helping each other stand up and go further. So, using your energy in positive ways to build up others is also a way to, I'm not blowing smoke up anyone's butt. If it needs work, it needs work,
Yep.
But if it's something cool, then, we can all stand behind each other as a community across the globe at this point and really help each other rise to newer heights. I mean, that's the point of like a black belt seminar, is to go in there and get thrown across the room and, just try to take up something from someone else and push it further and say, thank you,
Yep.
And the other thing that Ethan mentioned, like the closet of models that you're not happy with, like that shows growth too. Like that's the thing. Like you are now looking at stuff you've done and you're growing from that. Like you've already grown. Like that right there, the sentence you said, is you're growing and expanding and becoming better and better and better. And that's all it is.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, guys, unfortunately, we're out of time.
What a wild ride.
Appreciate you guys. It goes by fast, right? Time goes by real fast. I really appreciate you. Again, Louis, Jason, Ethan, let's give them all around. Valentine, thank you for joining us for this segment, talking about education and getting in, because that's what a lot of these people here watching. I know you guys are all trying to learn these tips and these tricks and figure out how to do things. I think this is the point of this segment. And we wanted to celebrate STEM today, being here in the United States, with, thinking about all you getting into science, technology, engineering, and math. And like I said, ZBrush is technology, and there's engineers and everything using it, right? So hopefully this segment gave you guys a little passion that everybody's, as artists, are in certain points, right?
Yeah, I want to thank Paul too. Thanks for putting this together and asking us to do this. It's really, it's nice to break away from the usual mania and jumping around throwing bricks of microphones at people and have a real conversation for a minute. But
yeah, we've never done something like this. That's why we wanted to do this kind of, let's have a little conversation wrapped around this. So we're not done though yet today, right? So
no, ZBrush continues to change people's lives the world over, and Paul and Joseph are going to take you on a wild ride, rip roaring ride up until what, Monday?
Tuesday
into Tuesday. Well, Wednesday in Japan if you're in Japan.
Yeah.
I do say I want to go take Jason's class right now though. I mean, is there any space? Can I get in there?
You know, we'll have to sneak you in. You'll just have to.
It looks amazing. Like the images Paul shows, like I would have died for that. Like that's awesome.
Yeah,
That's very cool.
Jason, you get a high five as well, and I was very honored to work with you when I had the chance to work with you and Ethan in the classroom.
Likewise.
Your disposition and your manner as well is very warm and open for the kids, and just keep doing what you're doing. And I want to thank everybody again. Thanks so much.
Yes, thank you all.
Thank you guys for having us in.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you for being here. We're going to do some giveaways, and then we're going to be going into Steve Saunders, who is an amazing. And speaking of all this, he's a clay guy that came into ZBrush, and now he mirrors. Guys, he mirrors both. You're going to get. This is going to be awesome. He's going to walk you around the studio. He's going to show you guys how he's in ZBrush. He prints stuff, and then he still hand sculpts on top of it. So, Jason, if you don't go anywhere, man, you're
Paul,
going to
tell Doug E in the chat box. Doug E, thanks. I'll accept the coffee, ice, black, please.
I don't drink coffee.
No,
So,
he wants to buy me coffee, silly.
Paul is the only person in the industry that doesn't drink coffee.
It's true.
I don't.
No, Doug E here in the chat box said he wanted to buy me a coffee. I'm in. Cold, iced with black, no sugar.
I don't drink caffeine really at all. Tea from time to time. That's it. All right, guys. Thank you so much for being a part of this.
Thank you all.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
I'll talk to you guys later for sure. Don't worry. You haven't lost me. I'm going to annoy you now for the rest of your lives.
Sounds like a plan.
And if you haven't yet, get ZBrush, please.
Yeah, and I got the brand on the arm. Wear your love on the arm. Where is it? Can I get that?
Mine's right here.
Can you see it?
Is there you go. Tilt it down.
That's called wearing the brand on your arm, ladies and gentlemen.
It's a little washed out. Turn your wrist. Oh, there you go. I saw it real quick.
It's a little washed out. What can you do? There you go.
And look at those
That's
cups
commitment.
too.
That's the brand manager for life, pal.
Yeah, Louis Ford.
Just when you thought you've seen enough. 2020, the year of clarity. Hashtag 2020. I'm out.
Louis got merchandise.
If you didn't
Those are all
get
the
your
coffee
merchandise,
cups Paul
Louis
gets and
stole
never
it.
drinks.
Yes, Louis stole it. Thanks, guys. Thanks, Val. Thanks, Ethan. Thanks, Jason.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you all.
Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right.
All right.
Prizes. Are you ready to give away some stuff, Trust? What do you say?
Ready to give it away.
Give it away. Well, let's do a couple prizes, and then we're gonna give them. We still got Steven Saunders with us. It's going to be literally walking you guys through a collectible, making a collectible. Guys, I'm not kidding. He's going to be walking around his entire studio. This is going to be awesome. And he's in New Zealand, so it's the middle of the day. So this is going to be fantastic. So again, for the prizes, you guys need to reply when I call your name. Again, I'm going to copy your name in the chat. You just got to say, I'm here. I know there's a delay, so I'll wait a little bit for the delay. Okay. I hear you on that. So I'll make sure to delay a little bit from when I call the person out. But let's get going to give some stuff away. Let's see. What do I want? Let's do this. Since we were just talking about education, let's give away a 1-year subscription to Gnomon Workshop. Let's do it. Let's draw this winner. Okay. Mickey Roth. Are you here? Mickey Roth. Again, I'm going to put it in the chat. I know there's a delay. Okay, so I'm going to wait. This is who I'm looking for. Again, this is by your usernames. So Mickey Roth, easy one to say. I love it. All right. So we'll give a minute for the delay. Again, don't miss out on our next presentation with Steven Saunders on creating a collectible. We've got still Monday to go as well. We still got Tuesday to go. Don't go anywhere. This has been a lot of fun. And, we're going to keep giving stuff away too in between presentations. And after the presentations, Druss and I got stuff to do as well. So we are looking for the Mickey Roth. Are you here? Is who we are looking for. Please just in the chat say, I'm here, so that I can give you this prize. If not, I'm going to need to pull the lever again to see. I'm
looking. I'm looking.
I don't see one yet. I don't see. We're going to give this a couple more seconds. I'm here. Are Lily M? Is that you? Are you?
I think we have some false positives. Is the problem? If you're not Mickey Roth,
please only talk in the chat if you are actually Mickey Roth. Please, we want
chaos. We understand.
We understand.
And you need to make sure, so your username matches the one that you put on the form.
Yes, you have to be the one that I put up here in the chat already. That has to be how I have to see it in here. So if this isn't matching, then you don't win. So last time, going once, going twice, Gone. I'm going to redraw now. I'm redrawing. So I got to redraw. Oh, this one. Ready? Here is the next person. I'm going to put it again in the chat. You have now
The novice.
Novice. Are you here?
Anyone the novice?
Novice. T-E-H, novice. Please only put in the chat right now, please, guys. We're just looking for this person. So if you can hold restraint from using the chat, I'd appreciate it. We're just looking for this one person right now. I know everybody wants to win something, but we got plenty of stuff. Don't worry, but we want to make sure that people can get this. Okay? No breaks, Daniel. No breaks.
The novice. We're looking for the novice.
All right, going once. Going twice. Third time. Gone. All right, I'm redrawing. Ooh. Ice N. Ice N is now who I'm looking for. Ice N is who I am looking for. Really simple. Ice N. If you're here, please put in the chat, I'm here. All right, we're going to, if we don't get somebody right now, I got something else that we're going to do.
Yeah,
Ice N.
They might have
the person's
been here this morning, but not here now. Oh, we got Ice in.
There we are. Yes, you are the winner. I got it. I got you. You are a confirmed winner of a 1-year subscription to Gnomon Workshop. Awesome. Thank you. Thank you. All right, let's do one more. Let's do one more item here. Okay. Let's do another mouse. Let's do another 3D mouse. Let's do another one of those. All right. So let me draw the winner for that. Juan. I'm looking for Juan Sanegalo. I'm going to butcher this. This is where I wish we had Louis again. I'm the worst at names. Juan. And again, I'm looking for how I'm posting it. In the chat is how you got to be posting what your username is in this chat for this streaming. And again, we got stuff all these days we're giving away.
Yep.
So, Luan Singlo, I'm not even going to attempt it. Are you here? It's up here. Again, I'm going to put it again so you can see. Please pay attention to the chat. Are you here? Luan, are you here? Okay, we're going to go to something else. If that person is not here, I'm going to do something else here.
You can fire up the alternative.
Oh, I'm going to fire it up right now. So my counterpart, Melissa's going to have to be, okay? All right, so this is what we're going to do now. We're going to do a question, okay? All right? You can win again, but not today if you've already won. Here's the question. Ready? I'm going to put a question in the chat. First person to give me the correct answer, and I'll be looking for the details. Again, I'm going to put it in the chat so everyone get their keyboards ready. Get your hands ready. Okay? And I'm going to be putting this in the chat. Okay? Ready? Here's the question. First person to give me the correct answer wins. They're going to win a 3D mouse. I'm already seeing incorrect answers. Still have not seen the. There we go. There's our first correct one. Okay.
Who was our winner, Paul?
But I'm trying to. All right, stop. Everyone stop. I already have a winner. Everyone stop. I have a winner. Well, let me get to it here. I just saw it. Here we go. Let me double check. Let me see if there's no one else before this person. I'm just double checking. I saw it, but then it went crazy. So hold on. I'm going from the question down. Okay. No. Yes. Their name is Blue on Blue. So General Luminescent.
That's who I have too on mine. I can verify.
General Luminescent. People, I was looking for details. Actually, no, I'm sorry, that's wrong. That's wrong. That's wrong. Sorry, I was incorrect. That's wrong, Russ. We're so used to looking at it.
Oh, we are. That is incorrect.
That is incorrect.
Man, it was tricky.
Romblins. Ron Blins has actually got the correct answer. 2021.1.2. I was looking for the full numbers, all of it, not just 2021. 2021.1.2. Sorry about that, General. The numbers got you.
ROBLEMS, correct?
Roblems. ROBLMES. You are now the winner of a 3D connected mouse. All right, we got to get going to the next segment. So we're going to take a 2-minute little, again, just a little quick break here. All right, and then we're going to start up with Steve Saunders at his studio at Scale Studios. All right, so we'll see you back here, and don't go anywhere. We'll be starting the stream back up in a couple minutes.
Hello everyone, this is Michael from Pixelogic's social media and marketing team. I want to introduce to you a small fun segment we'll be showing you throughout the ZBrush Summit this year called 2020 ZBrush Highlights. Throughout the day, we'll be showing you some of the most popular ZBrush creations from throughout the year from ZBrush Central, our Instagram, Facebook, and more, while telling you a little bit about the piece, the artist behind it, and where you can see more of that artist's work. Be sure to check out the link in each 2020 ZBrush highlight video to visit our exclusive ZBrush Central thread cataloging all of this year's highlights. Enjoy the summit!
The Form 3 has helped bring people's wildest dreams to reality. But sometimes you need to dream bigger. We designed the Form 3L to bring the biggest dreams to life, so we wanted to put it to the ultimate test. Could we use the 3L to print our flagship 3D printer? Introducing Form 3L, so you can print a dream within a dream maker.
Hello, this is Michael back with more 2020 ZBrush highlights. This piece, entitled simply Emmanuel, is by Pietro Berto. The inspiration for the piece came from a magazine cover Pietro saw back in 2018. Pietro says, "When I walk around and I see something stunning, I take pictures just for inspiration and to make art out of it eventually." We love the overall aesthetic of this one. Very nice. Michael again with another 2020 ZBrush highlight. The African Warrior is an image created by Chris Costa from Fly on the Wall Studios. When critics ask why make a portrait which is just a copy of a photo, Chris responds, in this case, the character is mostly made up. It's an idealization. Free expression combined with the fact that this was all hand sculpted in ZBrush means there is creative freedom in portraiture.
And we're back.
We are back.
We're back. No, the giveaways are not over, people, but I'm going to change up the giveaways. I'm going to do something different. Okay, don't worry. You guys were at the mercy of obviously the internet and things that we can do, but don't worry. I have a solution. Don't worry. So this one's going to be, I'm super excited for this one. So I can't wait for you guys to see what Steven here, and he's in New Zealand as well. The beauty of the internet. This is going to be an awesome presentation. This is going to be seeing a collectible being made, literally how he goes and uses ZBrush. But I think he does a great job of marrying even physical world to ZBrush world for this. So this is going to be a really fun presentation for you guys to see and see how this works, okay? And see how you as an artist, and one thing I want to stress too is ZBrush allows us so many ways to do things, right? And Steven is coming from a clay world too. And he's picked up digitally, but then he still hasn't left his clay world behind him. So I'm excited for this one for you all. So let's get into it. Let's get Steven Saunders in here. Let's take a look what he has to show for you guys. There he is.
Hey.
Hello.
Hey.
Hi, guys.
How are you doing, Steven?
Yeah, good. Good.
Thank you for being with us. I know it's the middle of the day in New Zealand for you.
It sure is.
How's the weather?
The weather is fantastic.
Fantastic. Well,
we thought we were going to have a super quiet day in the shop today, but it's all go on lots of different projects. So you might hear some banging and shouting and producers coming and going. Hopefully not.
Okay.
But we'll see how it goes.
Well, it is, we're going to roll with it here. Yes, you're going to be sharing a lot of tips and tricks for these people with how you're using ZBrush to create collectibles, along with giving an amazing tour, like I said, of your place to see what people actually can do with this.
Yeah.
So, ladies and gentlemen, I want to hand it over now to Mr. Steven Saunders of Scale Studios.
All right. So I was asked to jump firstly, before we get into a bit of a shop tour, to jump onto ZBrush and just show how I got to the project that I'm working on. So I'll do that in a minute. So we're in a tiny little props manufacturer and collectibles manufacturer shop that we've got here in Wellington, New Zealand. And it's pretty active at the moment, pretty busy. So we could take essentially a collectible from the design in ZBrush through to printing, molding, casting, cleanup, print, paint, all of that we do in here. So I've got a little bit of it set up in the places I would be working on it anyway. But right, shall we get straight into ZBrush to begin with?
Yeah.
So I'll share my screen. Oh, maybe before we share my screen. So the project I'm working on, we're hoping to do as a Kickstarter later in the year or early next year. I approached a good friend, Wayne Barlow, who's well known for this book here. Let's pull the book over. That he brought out in the early 90s called Expedition. We love this book. And inside Expedition, one of his most popular beasties is this guy called the Daggerist. There we go. There he is. Yeah, so Wayne and I have been talking for a while about going back and recreating this as a high-end six-scale collectible. And I set out pretty much I think maybe even before Wayne gave me the sign off, I started because I was so excited about the idea of doing it. So, all right, I'll jump over to where it is. Are we seeing that? Here we go. Yeah, so this is it in ZBrush. Now, I will say, as you mentioned, that I am a traditional sculptor. I'm used to sculpting in clay. Oh, where'd ZBrush go? I think ZBrush just took a little walk away for a second there. Yeah, so I'm a traditional sculptor. I've been sculpting in Chavant. I've been doing collectibles at Weta for a number of years, and then went away and did some miniatures on a number of shows as a model maker and eventually art director. And then about 2 years ago, I came back. I came back to doing collectibles and had a go at ZBrush. So I've been learning the whole process that I used to have physically as a digital process, and sort of mixing my knowledge of model making and traditional sculpting with then learning ZBrush. So I'm definitely still figuring it out, figuring out the best combinations.
Right, and you're working with Wayne on these too, right? So you've been in communication with Wayne.
Yeah, so Wayne is, I've cast him as the art director. It's his brand, it's his character. So he's been very much involved in it as an art director. It's interesting that I've only got 2 or 3 images to work from, so there isn't an image of the whole back of the thing. So for that, I had to speculate what it would be like. But there are things like the. Can we see my live stream again?
Yep, we can see your ZBrush.
There we go. Yeah. He has this little toe that I actually couldn't spot initially in his drawings.
Oh yeah.
This tiny little toe sitting there, and I actually had it on the inside, like a thumb. And I would have completely missed that if Wayne wasn't part of it as the art director. Right, so this is the guy here. I've already gone ahead and printed all of it. But one of the things that I tend to do is just make the ZBrush see-through. And I get quite obsessive about it being super accurate to his original design. So I've been drawing through the see-through all the wrinkles and things in and all the silhouettes in as much as I can.
Yeah, so you're matching it up to the image in the background and using that see-through to do everything for you.
Pretty much, yeah, because I could move it a little bit, go back in and add little bits. I've, of course, added a lot more texture because I want loads and loads of places for the paint to stick. So the surfaces needs to be interesting. For me, in a collectible, the surface needs to be interesting everywhere. And the paint needs to be interesting everywhere. So the guy that I got to paint our master, I asked him to make it really mottled and beautifully textured everywhere.
And you keep perspective off when you're doing this, right? Or do you turn it on?
No, actually, I did have perspective on when I was doing that. It's tricky when you're trying to match an artwork to figure out what kind of perspective he was after when he was doing it. But it's a bit of a guessing game. Yeah, it's super tempted to not have perspective on and then find out you've made some interesting choices.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, so here's the back of it. Much like Wayne, I've gone and looked at dinosaur anatomy, puma, leopard anatomy, especially the way that it's sort of lounging on this tree. The tree was interesting because it's an alien tree. It's not like anything we have on Earth. In Wayne's painting, it's quite soft. Those textures, it's not terribly textured, but again, we decided we wanted it to be quite gnarly and textured and interesting. So I've gone in and done a load of extra textures over the top. I really have a big thing for this idea that you want lots of washes and things to be able to sit in all the textures, and it almost paints itself a little bit with all the textures filled in on the statue. So to talk about how I textured it, this is going to probably come across pretty primitive because I use ZBrush probably not 100% correctly, but I use it intuitively, which I know is okay, but I've really gone for it.
You take your traditional background, right, and you kind of apply that digitally.
Yeah, because I know I'll probably do quite a bit of work on it afterwards as a model physically. I do tend to leave myself little bits of things to do. But here I've just cleared out an area.
So you're going to share the technique you did for the skin. That's what he's going to share.
Yeah, very, very roughly. But damn standard is definitely one of, after using ZBrush for about 2 years now, I'm starting to get to a point where I only use about maybe 8 brushes in total. Don't know if that's normal.
That is normal. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, there we go. So the big forms like these guys here, I like to just put in with the dam standard and then wrap finer textures over the top of it. For this particular one, ZBrush close, I'll just have to load up my textures again. But there were a few textures I actually quite liked that I just brought in as alphas. Let's find which one it was.
And so when he says texturing, people see he's from a traditional background. He means like sculpting details, not painting color.
No, yeah.
Sculpting, texturing. Some of the digital people are used to hearing texturing as a color.
Oh yeah, of course. So that's a bit small there. At some point, I'll stop using trial and error to figure out how I'm doing things. But for the moment, it's more or less still how I'm going about it. So I quite like that texture. It's actually a pebble texture. What shall I call it? Alpha? Pebble alpha?
An alpha? Yeah, that's an alpha.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And actually
Can you zoom in closer for them to see that?
Sure.
There you go. So this is what, an image that you found or you made?
No, I downloaded this.
Oh, okay.
This particular one. I'm sorry, I can't recall who to give credit to for this, but it's these flat little pebbles that I actually quite liked. I like how they wrap over the wrinkles. So that's what I did over there originally. That part of that texture is in there, starting from this. The other thing that I've ended up doing quite a bit on this one is actually just, I love this Alpha 60. Again, I feel like I'm probably using it wrong, but
classic.
Just
I don't think there's any wrong way to do anything. I think it's
no, there might not be.
Yeah.
But yeah, just sort of wrapping these in there, and then I did most of this sculpt during we had about a 4-week lockdown here. so I could sit and noodle it. But once I've done a lot of this messy testing of textures, I do then go in and tie it all back in with the old damn standard and finding the flow in between the random stuff. So in clay, I would have used a wire brush. I would have maybe put some deliberate pebbly shapes over the top and then used a wire brush to wrap around these and smooth them out and just add extra.
So do you use that then as your base and then you go in and do more? So you're using that as that's what you're doing?
Yeah. Yeah, I would go in and do a few layers of this to really just get a lot of texture. When you're doing collectibles, I found for production, there's multiple, it gets molded and cast multiple times before you get to the final thing. So you do tend to lose quite a bit of detail over time. And that's why I've gone almost to a slightly mad level of detail on this in ZBrush, and then additional detail hand tooled back over the entire surface as well, just to make sure that there's a lot of richness in it in the final thing.
And you did all the keying in ZBrush?
Yeah. So I'll go back to keying, back to the main one. So for the most part, I do all of it in ZBrush. Yeah, I've looked at using some other digital sculpting, digital modeling programs, but I've just ended up coming back to ZBrush every time because I feel like intuitively it works for me as a digital equivalent to all the physical things we would do in the shop. So all of my keying I've been doing absolutely just mostly with Booleans, actually. So we'll have a look there, what that's doing. Even this is a little bit of a trial and error from printing it and molding it and putting it back together and seeing whether that's actually worked. All of these have actually worked quite well. So you can see it's just a very...
Do you work in symmetry? Being a traditional artist, you don't have symmetry. Do you in ZBrush work in symmetry, or do you go straight to asymmetrical?
I use a little bit of symmetry. On this particular piece, I had symmetry on for the head initially. Probably the first 20% of the time I'll have symmetry on, just to get it to feel not completely deformed, I guess. So there's a little bit of symmetry going on this guy. But then I do go in and definitely don't texture it with symmetry. You can still see a little bit of the symmetry even in the texture. But because I'm retexturing all of this later on as a model, I'm not too worried about that. The one thing that I set out to do from the start with ZBrush is make sure that I end up with a finished product that looks hand sculpted, regardless of using ZBrush for everything. And that's certainly something I've brought to everything I've been doing at Weta with the Weta collectibles as well. All those textures and things, I do try and at least supplement and sharpen up by hand as well.
How large is the final piece going to be again? Like
how large?
Yeah, how big is this collectible going to be?
This is more or less 6 scale. So I'm going to actually show a physical cast of this shortly. That'll pretty much show that. Well, the base that you're seeing here is about 30 centimeters long at its widest point. I don't know what that would be in inches. 30 centimeters?
I don't remember what that is in inches. What is that? 16? 15?
It's 11. It's almost 12 inches.
12 inches?
12 inches, yeah, something like that, yeah. So initially, to get back to...
Go ahead.
to splitting. Initially, I split it into quite a lot of parts, but we actually found it was easier to mold and cast it in a few less pieces. So the head is now part of the neck in our production model. But the whole thing comes apart as 18 pieces that we printed separately. Yeah. All right. Any questions while I'm still in ZBrush before we go?
So one question came up, which you could probably be able to show as you're walking through your studio. Someone was asking about the weight, because you're using that tree branch to hold the weight of the whole model. Did you put any reinforcements in that branch to make sure it could hold the weight?
The branch has a rod through it that's pinned to the base. Yeah, so it holds its weight quite nicely. The figure's quite slim, so it doesn't have a huge amount of weight to it.
And then for the tree bark, you had mentioned obviously it's an alien tree bark and it doesn't exist.
Yeah.
What was your inspirations to finding that pattern, and how did you get to that point in getting that pattern?
We have these beautiful furry fern plants in New Zealand in the rainforests, and it really came from their bark. I would lie to you if I tried to name one of them, but they do have these incredibly.
We're artists. We don't need to name things correctly. We just see and we do.
Yeah, yeah. I go for a walk in the bush and I find cool things and I use that as reference.
There you go.
But again, the stuff that I have in ZBrush doesn't necessarily represent the final texture I will use in the final thing, because I go in and model make extra texture over the top of it. I just finished a statue for Weta of Thranduil and his throne, and that whole throne I retextured by hand, the whole tree trunk that he's sitting on as well.
Yeah, and I think this is good too, as a person, again, when I was telling before we brought you in, you're an artist that knows traditional and becoming from a traditional world, and now you're just adding digital in spots, but then you're still going back to your traditional world. And I think that's something people need to understand. Just because it's just digital doesn't mean you have to always, just add it in your pipeline and find places where it's going to work really well for you.
I've spent a pretty busy last few years working on film and doing models for film. One of the things we did was a bunch of models for Blade Runner 2049. Did a lot of those cityscapes as physical miniatures. So been busy, but I haven't been doing an awful lot of my own work that I feel like I am initiating.
Right.
And I must say, since starting to use ZBrush, I've been doing a lot more of that. My productivity has shot up with this more collectibles type personal sculpture work.
It's beautiful.
So
the texture.
It's added to my efficiency in a really big way.
Yeah.
Using ZBrush, for sure.
Yeah, especially you can do it anywhere right now. You don't have to worry about all the clay, the molding materials and all that. You can be anywhere.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Because our shop is working on rapid fire, all sorts of things, we can't afford to have Steven's little corner of art. And all of us make our own art, but it can't take up space. So ZBrush is a good place to save them out and wait until you... I've got a little shelf in a cabinet here that we'll walk past, full of what I think of as sort of weekend projects, where I just do a little sculpt and print it out just for fun.
Right. And then speaking of Blade Runner, how many VES awards did you guys win for your work on the Blade Runner?
We all won as a team, won it for the LAPD approach that we did. But in our shop, we've got 3 VES awards, but all for the same thing. So we only won one award technically. We just each got one.
Yeah.
Does that answer the question?
Yes. Yes.
They're actually in the cabinet behind me. There. We'll walk past
You'll
it.
walk past them, right?
Yeah.
Nice.
All right.
All right. You want to start the tour of your shop?
Yeah, we can do that. I was going to pop firstly into the mold shop where we've got all the molds set up. And we're going to get Joaquin, one of my business partners, who's a fantastic mold maker. He offered to quickly cast a piece for us. And we'll see it go into the mold. And then while we do the rest of the tour, it'll set. And then hopefully we can come back and pop it open and pull the little Daggerist's head or something out of it.
Nice.
So we'll see if that works.
Excellent.
Yeah. All right.
Let's start this tour.
Yeah. If you want to warn Joaquin quickly.
So Steven's going to take us a tour on his studio, Scale Studios. He's going to show us, in essence, the next process. When you're done digitally in ZBrush, the process that he goes through here to create a collectible. I think this is going to give you all really good insight of how a collectible is actually made, especially if you're doing one inside of ZBrush.
This is certainly not how other people do collectibles, but this is how I've been doing it here.
Sure.
But it felt like an appropriate way to do a talk for ZBrush because maybe a third of my work is in ZBrush and then everything else is on the shop floor and physical. So this would represent more or less my workflow quite nicely.
Yes.
All right. I'm going to put you guys in my ears while I walk away, so hopefully I can still hear you talk to me.
Where are we going again?
We are going to the mold shop.
All right. Here we go.
To the mold shop.
I feel like I'm on this is a great way to go to it.
The surprise is he's actually got it on a drone and he's going to fly us to the mold shop.
Yes. And the drone talks.
Cool. All right.
He's going to be going on a mobile camera and he's going to be walking around the shop, people. So, give a moment. Sometimes there might be a feed little slow down for a second, but it'll catch back up.
Hello. There's Joaquin.
It's me.
Joaquin is our mold maker.
Hello.
There's a delay on the earphones, so I'm not going to use them. Yeah, so we asked Joaquin if he could do a quick cast for us.
Yes.
And we wanted to do a cast on the head, which is this one here.
Yep.
Shall I tape it up?
I'll do that right now.
All right.
So you've seen one of these before, silicon mold. So that's the head there. And that's the mold for it. So you can get an idea of the teeth and the nose being in there like that. If that makes any sense?
Do you want to talk about? So one of the things Joaquin does is he puts a marker line where he wants to cut it. So later when he's cutting the silicon, he knows where to split it because he can follow that marker all the way along it.
There's something about blue Sharpie that seems to soak into the silicon when you...
It actually stays on the silicon. You can see it there still on all of it. It's a little annoying for me because I have to wipe that Sharpie off because it just keeps going through layers of paint. Yes.
So it's basically just a two-part polyurethane that we use. I'm using this stuff which goes off pretty fast, so I'm going to move quite quickly. Polyurethane plastics, nothing special. It's a little bit different from what you'd get when you buy off-the-shelf collectibles. They'd be using polystone, where this is a bit more industrial prototyping stuff. The aim is to sort of get it 50-50 parts. Give it a mix so it's all transparent. This stuff will set in light. Then I'm going to put it over there in that vacuum chamber. And then from the vacuum chamber, put the whole thing in the pressure pot, which should hopefully guarantee, and have a look at this, Byron. See the air coming out? That's what we want to see, because that means it's going down and into the piece, and we should have less air bubbles.
So that's why you put the tape around it, so that there's a little bit of bleeder.
Bit of a void. So it goes in here. Close the lid. Let's have a look in here. We're basically sending the thing to space. So we're removing Earth's the weight of Earth's air by basically putting it in a vacuum. So you can see those air bubbles coming out.
Yeah.
That's what we want to see. All right, I'm going to let the air back in. See that color change? And then I'm going to put the whole thing over here into this machine, pressure pot. And what this does is the exact opposite of what that machine does. So instead of creating less pressure and causing a vacuum, what we're doing is adding pressure. So this is essentially sending it down to the bottom of the Marianas Trench, where the pressure is so heavy that it crushes the air bubbles. There we go. So you can see that pressure rising there. And then once it's full, we wait about 10 minutes and come back and see the one we prepared earlier.
We'll go and look at the printers in the meantime while that's sitting. Thanks again.
No worries. See you in a moment.
Byron, are you listening to us? Can you just shake a yeah?
Here's that cabinet I was talking about with a bit of the nonsense I've made using ZBrush. I just did this one a week or so ago. It's a Lamassu statue. I'm planning to do that as a nice big one, so this is just a little maquette. Just because I want one. And this one was made entirely in ZBrush, also all keyed out and boonleaned. The clear is printed as well, so nothing here was molded. The whole thing was cast out. It's a little test. There's a few coins I made with Caesar from Asterix and Obelix. For no other reason than I just wanted to do it. This was another lockdown project. Just made them for fun. All right.
And we're walking, and we're walking, and we're walking.
There are a few of our VS
There's
awards.
the awards.
Those are VS awards, all of them.
Which is for visual.
This is for the work we did on Blade Runner with Weta Workshop. So, go down the hallway.
So we're going to his printer shop now, his 3D printer section here, where you're going to see his Form 2 and a couple of the.
Yeah, so for the moment, we've got 2 up boxes that we use for just rough, big test prints or things that will heavily texture ourselves. And then we've got the Form 2 down here, which is the one that I've been using for collectibles. Form 2, and then the cleaning bath and the UV cure. Great stuff, really easy system to use. That's the head up there, set up for printing. We were debating whether we gonna go around and print one today. Maybe a life-size one, this big, on one of these. But we're a bit busy on other jobs, so we'll see whether we get to play later on. Okay. Let's go and have a look at the model shop.
So again, this is Scales Studio in New Zealand. We're with Stephen Saunders and his team. He's showing us literally the workflow that they would do and how they make things like a collectible. You're back.
I just had to come back and check. I had too much of a delay in my ear, so I couldn't answer any questions.
Is Byron listening to us though?
Byron is, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. He is, because we can throw stuff at Byron and he can just ask you too.
Yeah. Does that work?
If not,
Yeah,
we can
maybe
come back.
not.
We can come back and we can ask the questions back at this station.
Yeah, we'll just come back here and then I'll answer some questions.
No worries. I'm kind of walking people through as you're walking too.
Yeah, cool. All right. So next thing we were going to do is go into the model shop, which is a bit of a bomb site at the moment. We had to shove all the things into cabinets and boxes that we're not allowed to show in a hurry.
Well, thank you for this. Thank you for going to this area too.
Yeah, that's all good.
I'm going to connect one quick again.
When Byron's ready, we'll take a walk over there.
Okay. So one question while you're here, someone's asking what was the PSI on the casting machine that you were using for your molds?
The pressure pot. Yeah.
What was the pressure on that? That's a Joaquin question. Joaquin is our casting and molding wizard.
Okay.
I can ask him when we're there. What is the PSI on
the pot?
Yeah, and the vacuum and the pressure pot.
On the vacuum and the pressure pot. Yeah. All right. Good to go. Let's do the next stage.
And again, we're with Scale Studios. We've got.
So our studio is inside Avalon Studios. It used to be the TV&Z broadcasting studios in the 70s. So there's studios downstairs. They're making films and TV shows and things, which we obviously can't show. Like I said, bomb site in here at the moment. But I've stolen some space on this table just quickly to show. Here are some of the casts, a little bit assembled. Let's see if you can see some of the detail on that.
Hold it for Byron, so the camera catch up. Yeah.
But I would put a little bit of just a thick paint or putty over the top and go in and just find the forms that I want to exaggerate over what was printed out in ZBrush. And then do lots of wire brushing over the top as that as well. This is all before we mold it. This will be on the print itself. This, of course, is a cast, so it's already there.
So again,
huge amount of work for us is going into making all of our mold masters and paint masters. So we have to make multiple copies of each thing we do and have them all match perfectly. I got a friend of mine, Jules, to do the painting on it, so I can't show painting. But lately I've been using this Citadel Warhammer Paints primer, and just mostly inks and things really to do the painting. What else can I show in here? Favorite tool probably at the moment, little pencil Dremel. It's really cool. And I got.
I can hear them again.
Yeah, very good. I got boxes and boxes of tools like this all over the workshop, so it's a bit of a mess.
So Byron, if you can hear me, you want to. This is where he does secondary.
Cool. All right. We use the laser cutter a lot.
Hang tight. Let's just see if there's any questions.
Yeah, sure.
So is this is the part where you, after you're done your 3D print, this is where you add your extra texturing?
So this is the part after you've done your 3D print where you add your texturing?
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, we're gonna go back and have a look at the assembled casts in a minute on the conference table and the painted finished ones. But generally in here, I do a lot of texturing. This contract filler is one of the things that I've been using quite a lot. It's like a wall jib filler that I add and let that dry out on the surface. And then that I can carve into and sculpt a little bit of detail and texture back into it. All right, I'll move on so that we can do real-time question time. Laser cutter is a big part of what we use for manufacture. certainly on Thunderbirds and Blade Runner, when we did a lot of miniatures, this one was the key thing. We could basically build a model kit of flat laser cuts that fit together and get modeled into a building or a vehicle or whatever. Yeah.
People, you can
Can we
keep
show the mess in there? Let's not talk about that right now. There's a big CNC machine in there. Big skull that I sculpted about 10 years ago in South Africa. Really just because I wanted one, and then I sort of forgot about it. But then 2-3 years ago, I decided to bring it back, and I had to finish it and paint it and wrap it in bubble wrap and try to get it on the plane, but it had a few mishaps on the way. I'm happy it's here, though. It ended up in a movie after all, since it's been here, so that's nice. It's my longest prop build project, I think.
Oh, hello.
How are we feeling?
Back already. Might be a bit soft still, but we could have a go.
Shall we take it out and then I'll just keep it with me over there and pull it when it's...
Yeah, okay. Block your ears. It's a bit loud. Oh, that noise, that was it. That
very,
was a fail.
very loud.
This is the noise I was talking about.
So again, we're with Scale Studios, and Steven Saunders is walking us through how his processes for making his collectibles. So he's specifically doing a piece from Wayne's Carlsbad. So he's giving us a tour of his whole studio and his whole process. And he's located in New Zealand because he also works for White Oak Workshop. And then keep your questions coming, people. I'm taking notes.
All right, you could hear how much air was in there. So it's almost impossible to open it until it's completely emptied out on the same pressure. Oh yeah, there we go. That'll be right. We could open that now.
Yeah, shall we do that?
Alrighty. So you can see that's already gone quite solid.
Wow.
I'm going to sort of carefully break the surface. It's got some interesting little ore spouts that I need to just snap off with my finger. Like that. And then this bit comes out this way towards Byron. There we go. And then we have to lift it up so we don't get the teeth stuck. There we go.
Yeah, there it is.
One of those. That's actually a really good cast.
That's a great cast.
For show and tell, it doesn't usually work that well. Okay, cool.
Awesome. Thank you, Joaquin.
Oh, one more.
One more, done. Cool.
No worries.
We'll do question time quickly.
Okay. Oh, great. You ready for questions? A couple questions? Can you hear us all right, Stephen?
Yeah, I can hear you just fine.
Okay, I got a couple questions here that are coming through as you were giving us the tour. People are, first of all, thanking you very much for opening up your studio like this. And
that's good.
It's very exciting.
Very exciting. So, what's your turnaround time for small projects do you usually get? What's your time?
I kind of like to go as quickly as possible and keep the momentum going. If it's my own project, I try and get it from ZBrush to a finished thing as quickly as I possibly can. Like I said, that little cabinet I showed, that is mostly weekend projects or a project that I'll sculpt for a few days and then print out and do a quick paint on. Daggerist isn't that. Daggerist has been something I've been working on for about a year now, probably. Really depends.
Okay.
Yeah.
The brand name of the filler you were using, do you remember what is the brand name of that filler? Someone was asking that you were using in the mold shop.
I'll get it. Yeah, thank you. No, I don't remember the brand name of the filler.
Is that the only thing you do, or do you also use epoxy putties to sculpt?
Yeah, we do. Epoxy putties. Occasionally a little bit of resin, like car body filler we use a lot.
Right, bond.
That's definitely for more hardcore texture adding and reshaping.
And then before you send it to the printers, you're decimating your model. What are you decimating it down to in polygon? Because he was actually very high in polygon. So.
It depends on the size. I think they were talking about the wall filler. Thanks, though. What were we talking about? Decimating it down. I generally try and get to 20% decimation.
Okay.
But really, it just depends on how much it still holds up. For me, a big thing with ZBrush is figuring out how much detail. That's the one. Thanks, Sam. There we go. PAL.
PAL. P-A-L. PAL. Right.
Mm-hmm.
There you go. There you go. Who was asking?
Since we're doing product placement now, it's probably worth pointing out that we're a small island in the bottom of the Pacific. Pretty lost. So I don't know if you'll get the same stuff we have.
Right. The molds that you have, they were silicone, right? The molds.
Yeah.
How many poles are you getting from those usually?
I think we get up to about 25, 30 before the mold starts getting a little wonky. We generally tend to remold something beyond, hey Sam, beyond sort of 30 pulls or so.
About 20, 25, yeah.
25, yeah, okay. My guesstimate was good then. Yeah.
And then, go ahead.
Oh, I was just wondering if I answered the decimation thing. Really depends on visually how much it holds up. I've done a few tests where I've decimated it quite far just to see what still works as a handheld physical object. And it can be surprising at times what you can still get away with. Yeah.
And then your studio, Scale Studio, so people are learning. You're a relatively small crew. Are you open to share kind of ballpark how big
we are? Sam and Joaquin are the two guys running it. They're the company directors. I guess if anything, there's Joaquin again. If anything, I'm the in-house sculptor that would come in and do sculpting work either for myself or when it's a key part of a sculpting job. A number of jobs we got on the floor at the moment that we can't talk about was purely sculptural. Statues and things. Yeah.
Right. And you have some more prints in the back table? Were you going to show those off still?
Yeah, we can do that.
Yeah.
Just behind me.
Yeah. So again, keep the questions coming, people. I'll write them down and we'll fire them back at him. He's going to show you guys the 3D prints that he did.
Yeah, I can hear you fine over here.
Oh, okay. Perfect.
Yeah, so over here, this is where we're moving towards. There's the Daggerist as a gray. This is a mold master, and painted mold master, just on a temporary base, of course. And then we've also done a bust. I think of this as the Monster Palooza bust one day.
There you go, Byron. Hold that.
Yeah, I like it.
Hold that shot, Byron.
Yeah, and we're planning to go to Kickstarter with this, so we thought we should have a little bit of at least 2 tiers of product that we're making for it when we get to that point.
Yeah, we shared your link on our website, so those that are watching.
Thank you.
We have a link in our schedule for Scale Studios. Daisuke, if you're still alive, can you post that so people can see? Go ahead, Steven. I'm just letting people know that.
We had a debate for a long time about making it more or less a garage kit. because we love putting garage kits together ourselves, but it's turned out to be a better idea to just go ahead and produce this here. So this is our first Paint Master, painted by Jules German, a friend of mine from Weta Workshop. That has become the type specimen for what we're hoping to do. Also a temporary base, but that's where we're at the moment.
Nice.
Yeah, it looks great.
We really try to do justice to Wayne's lighting and coloring in his painting.
How much?
We're fully aware that the creature itself is actually probably gray, but we decided we wanted to do something that really does feel accurately like that painting.
How much back and forth did you go in the coloring with Wayne, Stephen? Was that a lot of back and forth too with him, getting that coloring that you did?
I think Wayne was quite easygoing. I've been the pain as an art director on the paint. Yeah, these two are slightly different variants that we tried before.
Okay.
Just to try and get to the final thing, but we'll probably end up doing a number of Paint Masters all exactly the same.
Byron, can you move
fact,
in the other two a
definitely
little bit close too, please? So people can see them? Yeah, there you go. Thank you. Go ahead, Stephen. Sorry.
Maybe turn them so they catch a bit more light. Yeah. The next step for us in our creative process is hopefully Byron, that's holding the camera, is going to help us do some beautiful photography of these next.
Yeah. Very nice. So you have 3 masters right now? That's how many you've done? Is
There's three variants in paint that we've been working on. This front one is the lead at the moment. So those will probably become something like artist proofs, and then eventually we'll do a number of exactly matching Paint Masters.
Do you know how long it took her to paint that? I'm assuming she's using airbrush.
How long it took my painter? I don't know. This is, of course, one of those projects, I'll sit down again, that almost everybody involved, in fact, everybody involved have other jobs and day jobs, so we're trying to do it in between everything else. So it's really hard to tell exactly how long these things take.
Mm-hmm. And you guys are making every version of that collectible right there at your studio, right? And they're all going to be hand painted?
All going to be hand painted, yeah. We don't know for sure whether they'll all be made here, but they'll all be QC'd by this team, quality controlled by this team, yeah. Joaquin might go a bit mad if we get him to cast hundreds and hundreds of them.
Yeah, it's a lot of molded.
We didn't talk about it then, but Joaquin is working on some model making projects that he is going to be making for sale within the year as well. So this is one of the 2 things that we're doing in between our mountain of film work we're also trying to do.
I think you mentioned this when you were in ZBrush. You did some painting. Did you do some painting inside of ZBrush before?
Oh, yeah. I did try and find that model, but I think it's on a different hard drive at home. I'll switch to something that I found, which is a work in progress. So with poly painting, I do tend to poly paint everything before going to print, just to test whether, I'll switch screens here.
Are you still sharing your ZBrush or your screen?
Yes, I am.
Well, let me tell my guys. There you go. Okay, we're full ZBrush now.
Yep.
So are you using a lot of masking for this? Or are you just doing like your traditional lot of ways of working? Are you taking any masking tricks inside of ZBrush to do your painting?
Yeah, so the thing that I tend to do for the most part is masking and mask by cavity. So I go through different intensity of mask by cavity, and then sort of layer up colors. That's mostly what you're seeing here. Let me just see if I can get to that bit of rump there. That's all you're seeing there, really.
And these are going to be a limited run. If so, for your Kickstarter, are you planning when it goes through, keep doing more, or are you going to just do a limited run of these?
Yeah, this one's going to be limited run. If they are, we're hoping to make as many as possible in that limited run. It'll be set by the popularity of it. But if it is super popular, hopefully, we won't do more Daggerist. We'll do something else, maybe from one of Wayne's other books. We'll have to see. Hopefully, we get to do loads of the stuff. We are trying to get a few of these going and ticking over. So there's always something that we're producing ourselves at scale, alongside the collectibles that I've been doing freelance elsewhere as well.
So you go through this and do all the paint here, and then see at least get it digitally set for yourself. Did you give this to your master painter who did the actual hand painting? Did you give her any imagery of this, what you did in ZBrush? Did we lose Steven? I think we might have lost Steven.
Losing. I hear you still. I still hear you, Paul.
I know. I think we've lost Steven. We might have lost him on the New Zealand world. I'm assuming everyone else can still hear us. If I can hear you, sure. People chime in. Can you still hear Joseph and I? Okay. So I think we just lost Steven real quick. We'll see if we can maybe get him back to finish up this segment. It's coming close to the end of that segment. As you can see,
your timer went down.
You can see the zeros coming around. Let's see. Kingsley up there. You're back.
There he is. You're back.
Paint goes. Are we still live?
Yeah, we lost you there for probably 20 seconds.
Oh, okay. I was just going to point out with poly painting that I love this color spray. It's probably the thing I use the most.
Okay. Do you make any adjustments to that stroke, or do you just go straight default?
Pretty much straight default, hey. Because it's not really going to be my final thing. It's just a test. I very seldomly spend loads and loads of time.
And then do you give this color work that you do in ZBrush to your painter? Like, do you give her the images of what you did in ZBrush to give her, or do you just let her go?
Jules did my paint for this one. He sort of looks at it and goes, oh yeah, and then he does his own thing, which is okay.
I've got better ideas.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
This is awesome. This
is very cool.
Very cool. And again, thank you for opening up your studio so much to us all.
Yeah, that's all right. I'll thank the team for you in a minute, because they have to pull everything out of the boxes and keep going after this.
Yeah, tell them thank you. I know there's probably a lot of work for you guys to hide the stuff that can't be seen on camera right now. I know. So really, really appreciate you guys willing to do
There's
this.
Joaquin. Hey, Joaquin.
Hey, Joaquin.
Thanks for taking the time, man.
Oh, no worries. Thanks for all of you guys for watching and being our first live stream audience. This is pretty cool.
Yeah, we've never done this before.
Yeah.
No, thank you so much. Really appreciate you willing to do this.
Thank you for the opportunity. I came to the ZBrush Summit at Noman, I think 2 years ago now, 3 years ago maybe.
Yeah.
It's quite cool to actually do a presentation while still so green.
Well,
so thank you very much.
I think that's a good point. You don't we were just talking in the previous segment. You probably heard the end of it. It's not how much you know about ZBrush. It's just, doing the work and taking nibbles and taking a little bit. And like you said, you use like 8 brushes. That varies to every artist. Every artist is different. I use 50 brushes, but that's me.
Yeah.
But that doesn't mean That doesn't mean it's right. It's just that's what I do. That's my artist workflow.
Yeah, I have to say that I have a lot of friends that use ZBrush at a very high professional level, and I have access to them on a daily basis, and that really helps. And then, of course, the resources online. I didn't do any courses or anything. I just jumped in and wanted to immediately make a thing. I didn't even give myself time to learn too much technically.
So to yourself?
Say again?
You've been teaching ZBrush to yourself, in essence, just videos?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
And then walking down the hill to Weta and bothering people at their desks with questions.
Right. So
certainly is helpful.
There, yeah.
Yeah. You would, though, wouldn't you, if you had them in your neighborhood?
Yeah. Yeah. We were
Totally
just
would.
talking. I think that's crucial and important is talking to other people that use ZBrush and getting ideas from them as well.
I'll probably have to mention Gary Hunt because he might be listening. Gary Hunt has been a big help. And Mauro Santini, they're all colleagues at Collectibles at Weta.
Right. And I think you mentioned this, you're about right now in your workflow, you're about 1/3 using ZBrush, right? And then everything else is what you just do or up.
Yeah, it depends. I do actually enjoy doing sketches in ZBrush and just leaving it at that and never printing it or never showing it to anybody, really. But that's part of it, right?
Right.
You have to have a little bit of fall off of project that's just there for learning.
Right. Wow. This has been really awesome. Again, I can't say it enough. Thank you for doing this.
Yes, thank you.
This is what you and I were talking, taking advantage of the webcams for us all and opening up places to get a little more behind the scenes.
Yeah, this is very much also Byron and the team from Moments Productions. They're our neighbors. They've got an office next door. So we all do try and collaborate and do things together. So it's a big credit to them for stepping in and making it a little more professional. Yeah. It was very close to just being me waffling on the computer and then picking up the computer and walking with that around the shop.
Well, your production was crazy with Byron. I know you can hear us. Thanks, man. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you.
The rest of the team. They set up a lot of cameras.
Probably come in.
There he is.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you, man. And your team too.
Thanks, guys. It's awesome, man.
Yeah.
Cheers.
Yeah.
Cool.
Everybody wants to know, Byron, why your camera keeps blinking.
What's that?
Everyone wants to know why your camera keeps blinking.
Because it's a real person. It's a robot.
Yes. So as we were moving from here to the different areas, it's got an inbuilt variable ND filter. So I kept on switching the ND filter on and off when we're going from the bright places to the dark places.
Right.
I have no idea what he's saying.
It gave the camera light. It gave the camera. It felt like you were actually the person. Like we're walking through.
Blinking. Yeah.
Yeah, it was blinking.
I guess we're just on the forefront of technology here in New Zealand's industry. The artificial intelligence cameras, I was just following him there.
Thank you again.
Thanks so much, guys. It's awesome. Cheers, man.
Cheers.
Cool. All right.
Steven, we're coming to an end. I don't know if there's anything else you'd like to share.
Yeah, one more thing before we go. It's not only all us funny looking blokes here in New Zealand. We've also got some pretty ladies down here on the crew as well. That's just Daisy.
Hi, Daisy.
Yeah, so Daisy's also part of the crew at Tinted Productions. There's quite a few of us here. So yeah, just shout out to Daisy as well. Thanks, guys.
Thank you. Thank
you very much. Cool.
Steve,
all right.
Back to you. Man, thank you so much for showing this. And again, also Wayne for also in the project you're doing with him to share all this. Do you have anything else that you would like to add before we call this a finished segment?
Oh, thank you very much. I believe the link to our emailer is up.
Yes, I've put it a few times. I'll put one more in there for you.
Yeah, thank you. So I guess I would say if you register for that, you'll see our progress moving forward and figuring out how to do our first Kickstarter. Yeah, hopefully it's successful enough that we can keep doing this stuff.
Yeah, it's been a lot of fun for us. I know that we're at the tail end of our day, but it's been a lot of fun talking to different people and people like you opening up their studios. So,
yeah, cool.
Okay.
All right.
Well, thank you so much, Stephen.
Yes, thank you. Appreciate it. It was very cool.
All good.
We're going to give away some stuff now for everybody. And
all right.
We're back.
We're back. The final giveaways for the day, and then we'll be back tomorrow.
We're back.
I want like everything that shop had.
Right.
Just put it on my list, Paul. Just put it on there.
That
pressure pots.
Listen, that's the one thing about this summit, right? That we could not do that previously, like what we just did right there, which was really great, which was just awesome.
And the cool thing is the thing that I always enjoy too is, you know, him coming from a traditional background, he's sculpting stuff digitally, and then he dumps it out and then still does traditional processes on top of it. So you're not just limited to all digital. Like you can blend between the two, and he's able to do things faster in one thing, and then he can go back and do his traditional process as well.
And we got more of that tomorrow. Okay. So tomorrow here, actually, boys, can you share my screen? Because I want to highlight some of the stuff tomorrow as well for everybody. Can you? I'm sharing my screen. There we go. Thank you guys in the booth. Okay, so tomorrow, again, we start earlier tomorrow. Okay. So here in Los Angeles, we're going to be starting at 8 in the morning. Again, these times are Los Angeles-based times. I'll show you guys where you can go to get the real times. Don't go anywhere because we're going to give away some stuff. Okay. So register. Okay. So don't go anywhere. So tomorrow is Mandalorian, Razor Crest, weapons, all of it. It's amazing. Yes, 11 a.m. East Coast time tomorrow, right? So we're going to have a couple Hasbro people. Tom's actually going to be at the Hasbro location sharing some stuff as well. So guys, this doesn't end just with Steven. We're going to be doing this wherever we can for these presentations. We want to take advantage of this digital webcam ability, people from all over the world tuning in and coming in. Okay. So tomorrow's is Hasbro's. And then after that, again, we've got creative character engineering, which is here in the LA area. So Andrew Clement and his team, they also have like CNC machines. They've got 3D printers. They do stuff for films. They do prosthetics.
They did that helmet that's behind you right there. That the ZBrush helmet was done by them. Yeah.
This one right here, which is Joseph's helmet that he designed in ZBrush.
And then they made it real.
Made it real. Here, let me bring it bigger in the frame here. There you go. Right? So this is the studio that took Joseph's design and made it a real physical, I can touch it item. Right? So
they made it pretty.
Well, you do a really good job of design, let's be honest, too. So, but they did do a really pretty job too on it as well. So that's who's coming also tomorrow with us. And again, they're going to be showing stuff behind the scenes, what's going on in their studio. This is going to be a lot of fun, people. Again, keep in mind the time is different. It's not going to be the same time every single day. Okay. The ZBrush, we are in Los Angeles time, Pacific time. So just put Los Angeles current time, go to Google, current time in Los Angeles, California. Right now it is 6:17 p.m. If you want to use military time, 18:17. Okay, that's what time it is right now for me. So that's the time we're going on. We're going on Paul's world now. Okay, we're going by my time. Okay, so after that, we're gonna end the day with you guys who've been watching this. So hopefully you guys saw this today. The ZBrush top tips. So this one's going to be even longer than today. This is going to be.
We got more.
3 hours. Dress, I have a feeling we're going to go past 2 o'clock. I'm just saying it right now out loud. I don't see it. I'll be honest with you. I don't see it happening. You and I like to talk too much. So 3M in Spain, man. Thanks for being with. And also I like this. Also, this segment, this ZBrush top tips, is not just for tomorrow. We're doing it again on Tuesday. So again, this is going to be our lineup tomorrow. Again, we've got 3 main presentations happening tomorrow. And then on Tuesday, we're going to start off, we're going to kick off who won that sculpt off that we did yesterday, right? So again, if you have not taken a look, here are all the contestant images. We did a live sculpt off yesterday, which we've never done anything like that. It was a ton of fun, right? To be able to do this. I know I had a blast. So there is your link if you guys want to go check out the work that was done from these artists, because again, they only got 3 hours to sculpt, right? And streaming live. So added pressure. Right? So really some fun pieces and some fun pieces of work here. So
the topic was steampunk this year as well. So
yeah. So that's why you'll see a lot of gears in the steam gears. Okay. Back to the schedule though, because obviously everybody write it down. Look up here, look up here, look at me, look at me, look at me, look at me. Joseph and I are also going to be doing our own special Pixelogic presentation tomorrow. Tuesday. Tuesday at, you can see 4:30 Pacific Standard Time. Joseph's time's 7:30.
Don't be confusing them. Just say your time. Keep everything your time.
Listen, I just have a job on Tuesday to keep Joseph running, right? He's got to have his coffee to keep rolling, right? Because we're going late into the night on Tuesday. And then we're going to have, again, another 2 hours of those pro tips from our streamers, from our ZBrush master's courses, and me and Joseph throwing our extra things on top of that. Then we're going to go, oh boy, here's another one. Will Huff, he does his own YouTube channel where he literally makes robots from beginning to end. He does it all in ZBrush, man. And then he's got these are physically working, moving, talking. He's going to show some of these on camera. So again, like I said, it doesn't stop just with Steven's showing behind the scenes stuff. We're doing this with every single presentation and guests that we can do this with. Okay. So that's what this summit's all about. We want to have more interaction digitally with you guys here as much as possible. Okay. So we'll be going also on Tuesday. And then we're going to be ending with another toy company, Jax, who's here actually local in the LA area. And Ellie's going to be joining us and talking about how he uses ZBrush to make the toys, specifically for a game line and another line that they have at Jax. So, but he works on a ton of lines. He's been in the toy industry for years. So if you want to have some tips too about toy stuff, right, then you want to start jotting down those questions. Get them ready. Now, if you want to be reminded about any one of these, you guys see this little get reminders here? Okay. You just click on that, get reminders, and that's actually going to send you to our calendar. Okay. And this is on ZBrush Live now. And right here, there's a big, huge remind me button. That'll allow you guys, and when you do that and put in your email there, we're going to send you email reminders for these segments. So you'll get, as long as the time frame is correct, 24-hour reminder, right? So obviously you go do right now Tuesdays stuff, you get a reminder because it's more than 24 hours out. And then we remind you an hour before by email. But guys, why would you do that? Just tune in for the whole thing. Like me and Joseph are here.
I've been tuning in.
Yeah. There's just tune in. Don't even, we're starting. You start and end with us, people. You start and end with us. That's what you do here. Again, so we're on ZBrush Live. Here's our calendar. Okay. So I'm not going to go to the home because that's obviously our stream and we don't need to re-see our stream. So right here, you can see our calendar. Now, for those that are on our YouTube world as well, don't forget in YouTube, you can actually go to our channel here, okay, and scroll down. And right here, you can get reminders for each day. So because the stream never ends, you can only get a reminder just for the stream. The other calendar that's ours, you can get individual reminders because that's got nothing to do with the whole day stream that we're doing on YouTube. Okay? No, the stream's still going. I didn't lose anybody, yes?
No, still going. Still going.
Chiming and saying the stream ended and it might be just them. All right, just making sure. Okay, so these are ways to get a reminder for you all. Okay? The other thing I want to bring up, people, we're on a journey here. Okay? You're coming along. Joseph, I'm just following Joseph's footprints. I'm just here. I'm a voice in the background. So we have ZBrush, a show special going on for our summit. Let's not forget that. For those of you that have been watching, guys, if this doesn't inspire you to want to get in ZBrush, I don't know what else to do. Like, right? This inspires me to want to go home and sculpt, but I'm not going to be able to, right? Because to spend some time with the family, right? You got to learn to juggle some things here. So again, we're giving 20% off ZBrush. Okay, that's our perpetual license. So it's $716 for you all, US dollars. Okay, we've given free upgrades for more than 20 years. So for those of you that have been already owning ZBrush, you've gotten, there you go. Okay, we also are giving a show special on the subscriptions for ZBrush. This is going to give you 20% off your first payment. And after that, it'll go to the regular pricing. So I'm going to put that in the chat right now for you all, for those that want to get in the subscription. We have a 6-month subscription for ZBrush, and we have a month-to-month subscription for ZBrush. Okay, so I just put those promotional codes in the chat. Okay, now also let's not forget about ZBrush Core, right? This is a great way to get even just into ZBrush as well. It's $9.95 per month, and again, we got a show special for this. So the perpetual license of ZBrush Core is $143.96. So again, when I say perpetual license, I mean you got the license, we're giving you free upgrades. Okay, we do not have a pay to own system. It's only either subscription or buy it straight up, right? So, and we're giving the show specials on this. And again, for those that are in ZBrush, how many ZBrush Core users do we even have watching right now? Someone put in just Core if you're a Core user, because if you are and you don't have the full version of ZBrush, now is the time. Let's do it. We're giving you $200 off. Okay, so you're getting the full version of ZBrush for $695. If for perpetual, if you've already got Core, then why not jump up to Pro? Come on, come join me and Drust. Come on, join us in the full version. Come on, come to it, right? And then, of course, you have your subscription options for those that are using ZBrush Core. And let's not forget, people, every one of you can use ZBrush because it's free with ZBrush Core Mini. And I think the education segment we did today, I think, is a great example, right? Is now having access to ZBrush. Okay, we got some Mini and Core people.
We had some people competing in the sculpt off using Mini too.
Yeah, we had a person do a Mini piece. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. So please take advantage of this while you can. Right. So again, I want to go with that, and then we have a couple announcements again. Just to reiterate, KeyShot Bridge is now cross-platform. So your one serial number will now be able to be activated on a Windows machine and a Mac machine. So for those of you who are already using the KeyShot Bridge, there you go. Merry Christmas. Okay. There you go. Right. That's already done for those that already own the bridge. For those of you interested in the bridge, there it is, a cross-platform ability, because ZBrush itself and ZBrush Core and ZBrush Mini is cross-platform. Okay. So that is a way for you guys to also use a combination with ZBrush and KeyShot, which of course we have a special for that as well. And now our giveaways. Oh, the giveaways. Okay, I'm going to do this differently. I'm just going to give them away, and I'm going to let you know who won what, right? Instead of calling everyone out. Right? And if you're here though, by all means, get in. I just want to close out the night. We got quite a few things to give away right now. So you stay tight here, right? I got some giveaways. Now, to register for giveaways, you're going to use this link. Now, to keep in mind, everybody who's here right now, we're going to start doing these. Tomorrow, you got to re-register. We are going to wipe the system. So if you've already registered today, you got to do it again tomorrow. So guess what? You got to come back tomorrow. And again, we're giving away over $40,000 worth of product here. Okay, this is some serious stuff here, right? Joseph, do you have anything you want to add while I'm pulling up my system here?
Serious stuff.
That's it. That's all you want.
So yeah, if you have an older version of ZBrush, I see some things in the chat here too, and you have a registered license, you get the upgrade for free. You can go download the latest version. If you have a license of ZBrush Core, you can get the latest version of ZBrush Core. If you have a license of the professional version of ZBrush, you can get the latest version of the professional version of ZBrush. So it doesn't matter, if you're still you have a license, but you're in ZBrush 4R6, you can definitely upgrade for free to the latest version. So just remember that.
Listen, we're giving away, but guys, giving away the prizes are very awesome, but come on. You're getting a one-step connection into Joseph Drust here. and name the other presenters. That's the gift that keeps on giving, people.
The gift that keeps on giving.
Okay, that's why not? Let's celebrate.
You got your machine ready? Is your machine ready?
Yes, it's ready.
Okay.
Yes, it's ready. And to the person that Joseph and I both messed, because we're so used to looking at the numbers, to general luminescent, I'm getting you a mouse too, because Joseph and I messed up and called you a winner, even though you put it in wrong. We knew what happened. We're getting you a mouse too, so don't worry. If you're
We can't read numbers.
General.
We're artists. We're artists. We can't read those numbers.
Yes. So besides Rob Lems that won, General, we're getting you one too. Don't worry. There you are. No, we are, General. Darn it.
It's done. It's too late. It's done.
The only thing I asked, General, can you change your font color not be blue? So hard to, because the background for us is blue, and you're blue on blue. It's hard to read.
Even I can see his name on the blue, Paul.
Yeah, well,
I have no problems here.
Yeah, but I got to do this. I got to really make sure I can read it right. So it's hard, right? So, all right, let's give some stuff away. Guys, you can keep asking us questions right now while we're giving some stuff away if you want. The giveaways start right now. Right now. Right now we're doing the giveaways. All right, let's do this. All right, let's see. What do I want to give away next? Let's do it. I already brought it up. Okay, let's do a full version of KeyShot Pro with the bridge. People, this is the $2,000 version of KeyShot Pro, okay, with the bridge, okay? So this is who I am looking for right now, okay? This is who's winning this, okay? So there you go. Doc Tordenko. You have just won a KeyShot Pro with the KeyShot Bridge. Okay?
Dr. Danko.
Dr. Danko. Dr. Danko, are you here? Doctor. For 1 million points, what movie is that from? Huh?
I'm gonna fail that one. My brain's not in movie mode right now, Paul.
I know. I don't expect everyone to know that, but that's from Spies Like Us. They go in the tent. Doctor. Okay, next item. Here we go. I know Thomas was in here. I don't know if he's still here, but our main guy here, Thomas Littlebach, has started his own little online school. That's ZBrush Jewelry Workshop. Guys, if you've ever wanted to do jewelry in ZBrush, I'm telling you, you need to visit his site. This is where you want to go. Thomas has been working in ZBrush for years. I see people knew Spies Like Us. They knew it. They knew it. Right? So this is what this person is going to win. They're going to win a lifetime membership to his school, online school. Okay. Omar Kamer. Kamar is probably the correct way to say it. Omar Kamar. That's who I'm looking for right now. Talk to me. Are you here? I need to see you. Okay. And this is a great way. This is one of all these companies we're bringing up are sponsors for our event. They want to be here with you guys. They want to be involved. Thomas, if you're still around, I know you're in my time zone. Give me a shout out right now.
He was on there. I don't see him right now though.
He left us. Yeah. All right. So yes, I see some Canadians in here. All right, let's keep going. We got more stuff here, people. We've got more items. I'm just throwing. I wish I could do this every day. Just giving prizes.
Just throw prizes around.
Okay, just giving them. Oh yes, I can't wait to say that this is going to be a fun one. This one's going to be a fun one. All right, so everyone keep an eye out here. Okay, so this is a Gnomon free digital online class, which I myself actually teach online there. So if you want to take my class, by all means. But you can take any one of their digital classes. Okay, so Darth Rick, you are the winner of a 1 free digital online class. Hey, Ashley. I see Ashley's here. She's still. Pablo from Australia's in. Pablo, we're going to be giving away some of your stuff here in a second. So we got Pablo in here, who he's giving us some stuff to give it away to you guys as well. All right. So Darth Darth Rick.
Darth Rick.
Darth Rick. You are the winner of an online Gnomon. Right? There you go. Right? Welcome. Welcome. Hey. All right, let's keep moving along here. Let's break it up a little bit. Let's break it up. Okay. Let's get back to one of the mice. Right? I saw it already before the summit even happened. People were like, ZBrush support the mouse, the 3D mouse. Well, it does now.
Yeah, but the few comments we saw was, that's a weird sponsor.
Yeah. Your next version of ZBrush is going to support you. So I want to give somebody the leg up and get them this 3D mouse. Joseph and I are also going to be showing how that works with ZBrush in our presentation. When is what, Drust? When's our presentation again? Will I get this winner up, please?
It is on Tuesday.
Yep.
And that is at 4 p.m. LA time.
Okay, 4:30. I'm here for you. 4:30.
But you got to get in early. We got to get in early. We're announcing the winners, and then we're going to our presentation. You just get in. You're going to be here for the winners anyway.
That's right.
Just get early. I'm just making it early. I don't want to miss it.
Yeah, don't miss it. So who I'm looking for is Josh Wallace. Wallace! You are now a winner of a 3-connection 3D mouse. Josh, are you here? Not Joshua Smith. We're looking for a Josh Wallace. Are you here? That's who we're looking for. That's who we're looking for right now. All right. Continuing on here. Hey, Pablo's here, everybody, right? So let's go ahead and let's give away that extra mile course. Pablo, I wish you could press the button right now. Right? Yes. Okay. I wish you could be here. All right. So we're going to do an extra mile course that's on the 3D concept artist by our main man, Pablo Munez, who's here. I know you're in the chat somewhere. Let me draw the winner. Okay. Pablo, by all means, feel free to chime in on that chat and let the person know what they're winning. Okay. So let's see. I'm trying to make sure I grab the right one. I don't want to do a Paul error. And
yeah, don't do a Paul error.
Oh man, this is a good one too. I like these names.
Pablo says he's pressing. He's virtually pressing the button for you.
Nice. Thanks, Pablo. Thanks for the assistance. Hey, call me Check. Call me Check. You are the winner of Pablo's The Extra Mile course. Are you here? I want you to be here. We want to have a conversation. It's the end of the summit, so I'm just trying to give this stuff away, right? So that we have this. Don't worry. We've got more stuff still coming. Okay? We got more stuff coming tomorrow, Monday, and Tuesday. Right? There you go. There you go. Okay, let's do something else.
How's this going?
Drust one or two.
Two. Let's do two.
Okay.
I don't even know what two is. We're picking it.
This is what you picked. You picked a giveaway for XMD lifetime membership. XMD lifetime membership.
And some of our presenters today were using the XMD brushes too.
Yes. Guys, I'm hyped. I'm going to be keeping my family up all night now. There is our winner. Okay. Dark and grim. Don't get dark. Be bright. Dark and grim. You are now the winner of an XMD lifetime membership. Right? Great team over there. Michael done him in his XMD brushes and his whole toolkit. There you go. Right? Oh, they're on here right now. XMD Live. Whoop, whoop. They're here. He's here right now. Thanks for tuning in. All right. Okay, ready, Drust? You're gonna have the next. Okay, Drust. Pick one or one.
Let's do one. You
want to do one? All right,
yeah,
another mouse. We got another 3D mouse to give away. We got another one to give away. Right? So here is who who we're looking for. This is who we're looking for. I'm going to put it in the chat right now. Get ready, get ready, get ready for it. Here, I'm hitting enter now.
Wait for it. Wait for it.
Wait for it. Drad Hill. Drad Hill. That's who we are looking for. That is your 3D mouse. And again, ZBrush will be supporting this in the next version. And Joseph and I are going to show you using it on Tuesday.
Tuesday.
Okay, and again, for the giveaways, who's coming back tomorrow? That's what I want to know right now. Who's in here right now that's coming back tomorrow? Let's not forget about our amazing schedule again tomorrow. Guys, it's Mandalorian. Okay, forget me and Drust. It's the Mandalorian. Okay? In fact, have you guys seen this? I got to go get this, Drust. Hold on. Drust, talk to them right now. Talk to them.
Paul's pulling up pictures of the child. He loves the child.
Mm-hmm.
He's got a little backpack for the child. Little lunchbox for the child.
People, if you have not seen, you can buy one right now. Oh, there's only a day left. There you go. Okay? You guys see this? This is part of what they're showing tomorrow. They're doing, like, in essence, their own little Kickstarter. You got 1 day, 2 hours, and 20 minutes to buy one. They're limited runs of this, and that's it. Unless they tell me otherwise tomorrow. Look at this thing. Dude, look at the details.
Look, there's the child.
It's insane. Look at the weapons locker.
The blasters.
Right? They're going to be talking about these weapons. They're going to be talking about the Mandalorian. They're going to be talking about how they did. Oh, no, there he is. I know you're all fans of it. Like, look at all this stuff. Like, the details are just insane. Like, this is a collectible, right? That they're doing a limited run. It's not like, okay, we're going to make them forever. This is not a toy for our kids. This is a toy for us.
It's for the adults.
Okay? This thing ain't tiny, people. Like, look at, this is 20 by 10 by 30 inches. That's not small. Clear, people, start clearing, wipe your desk. Wipe the desks. Wipe them. They're going to be going through this whole thing, right? And talking about all this other stuff, like all this was done in ZBrush as well right here, these pieces. They got a lot of stuff. And then they're also going to go in their Star Wars Black series too. Okay, so again, we're going to be starting it with them at 8:15 in the morning. Then we're going into creative character engineering. Then me and Joseph, I'm saying it right now, Dross. There's no way we're going to end at 2 o'clock.
We got a lot of tips in that section. We'll see.
Yeah. So for those of you that were in the last ZBrush Top Tips, you don't want to miss this one. I'm just going to tell you right now. Okay, I'm just going to throw it out there. I'm going to give you guys a teaser. Okay, we showed 7 videos in the last one. We have almost, I'm going to say probably 12 to show in this segment tomorrow. Don't forget about me and Joseph being wild, wacky, and crazy. Okay,
tangenting, so many tangents.
I love tangents so much. It's so much more fun to do tangents than prepping things. I'm an improv kind of guy. I like improv. Right? So there you go. Day 2 is now over. When those go to 0, right?
Tomorrow you're just going to put an extra 30 minutes on there, aren't you?
Probably.
Is that what you're saying? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. I might just, keep upping it as we keep. I think when we hit the 2 o'clock, I'll just turn around and add more time as we keep.
Just reverse it.
Yeah. Do you really think we're going to end at 2 tomorrow? Come on, let's be honest. I don't think so. I doubt it. All right. So there you go. Get on the schedule, people. Don't miss these segments, right? There's not a lot, right? For this summit, there's only 3 tomorrow. But guys, the information is just, however you take notes, get ready. If you're a pen person, paper person, get ready. No, you cannot register yet. Don't bother registering for giveaways now because we're going to wipe the system in the morning.
Tomorrow you got to re-register.
So just wait until we start streaming where, like, when you see me and Joseph on the screen, that's when you register for giveaways. There's no point in doing it otherwise. Okay? We'll give away prizes in between the segments. Okay? So don't worry about registering until you see me and Joseph again tomorrow. Does that make sense to everybody that was asking? Joseph, did you have another something else to add to my rant?
We are good. We are good. We'll see you all tomorrow.
Yeah, this has been fun. Okay. So again, everyone, I'm Paul Gabry.
Joseph Drust.
Joseph Drust.
I'm on the other side. You're totally. You're just gonna do this. Paul's over there.
In Joseph, I trust.
Look, we can almost do a high five through the window. Can we do it? It's so close.
My camera's lens is so wide.
Yeah.
Your camera's a lot closer than mine's, like away from me. That's why there's so much of me in the back. All right. So again, this has been day 2 of the ZBrush Summit for 2020. I really appreciate you guys all tuning in. People, we still got 2 days here. If you were mind blown about today, I'm telling you, you ain't seen nothing yet, man. We're going to keep this up. All right. So thank you all.
Thank you all.
We'll see you tomorrow.
Au revoir.
Au revoir.
Hello everyone, this is Michael from Pixelogic's social media and marketing team. I want to introduce to you a small fun segment we'll be showing you throughout the ZBrush Summit this year called 2020 ZBrush Highlights. Throughout the day, we'll be showing you some of the most popular ZBrush creations from throughout the year from ZBrush Central, our Instagram, Facebook, and more, while telling you a little bit about the piece, the artist behind it, and where you can see more of that artist's work. Be sure to check out the link in each 2020 ZBrush highlight video to visit our exclusive ZBrush Central thread cataloging all of this year's highlights. Enjoy the summit!
The Form 3 has helped bring people's wildest dreams to reality. But sometimes you need to dream bigger. We designed the Form 3L to bring the biggest dreams to life, so we wanted to put it to the ultimate test. Could we use the 3L to print our flagship 3D printer? Introducing Form 3L, so you can print a dream within a dream maker.